This is The Cowboy's Best Friend's Sister. Sweetwater Ranch Western Cowboy Romance, Book 4. Written by Jessie Gussman. Performed by Jay Dyess. Chapter 1. My nose is itchy. Sawyer Olson's voice was scratchy, like a rusty metal fence blowing in the cold North Dakota wind. But the nurse heard him. She blinked before continuing to tap the iPad she held in her hand as she stood beside his hospital bed. The scent of antiseptic mixed with body odor and stale coffee permeated the room, a typical hospital smell that Sawyer would never get used to. He'd take the wild North Dakota wind any day. The nurse tucked the iPad in her arm like a book. She brought her finger to his face. "Where does it itch?" No, that wasn't what he wanted at all. Sawyer's lips didn't even twitch. "Right nostril, about a half-inch up inside on the right edge." The nurse's eyes narrowed. Her finger wavered. "I'll need to go get gloves." Nope, that wasn't what he wanted either. "It's killing me," he rasped. The breathing tube had done a number on his throat. "Just let my hand loose for a second so I can scratch it." He forced one side of his lip to turn up in a half grin that had always worked with the girls in high school. That was over a decade ago. Maybe he was rusty, but the nurse didn't seem to notice. Her lashes waved before she slanted a glance at the door to his room, like there was a doctor standing guard or something. Her voice lowered. "It says right here in the chart that the hand restraints are to stay on unless there are 2 orderlies in the room." Sawyer did his best puppy dog imitation, while still trying to hold the lopsided smile. It wasn't easy, especially when what he really wanted to do was pull a Hulk. But he'd already tried the brute strength method, which had earned him the Velcro straps that held his arms tied to the hospital bed and didn't budge. "But I can let your arm out for just a second if you promise to be a good boy." Irritation gripped his throat. He hated being treated like a child. Like he wasn't a grown man with 100 head of cattle depending on him. Like he hadn't survived the brutal North Dakota winter with a few boards and a gas stove between him and the howling wind outside. He'd dragged his entire herd of cattle through that winter, too. Hadn't lost a one. Now this nurse was telling him to be a good boy. He gritted his teeth, knowing he was being unreasonable. Being tied up did that to a man. The nurse set her iPad down on his rolling bed tray. The purple polish on her nails glinted from the afternoon sun shining through his window as she took hold of the straps around his right arm, her pinky sticking up in the air, and pulled. The Velcro tore open with a ripping sound that echoed in the bare room. Blood rushed into his fingers. When he lifted his hand, his forearm showed the red creases from the restricting bands. He gave his nose a token rub, wishing he could free his other arm and shove the nurse out of the way. But years of ingrained teaching on respecting women wouldn't allow him to take advantage of her like that. So he itched the non-existent itchy spot on his nose. The lines for his IV dragged along the thin hospital cover as the sleeve for his gown fell around his shoulder. He lowered his arm back against the side of the bed. It was hurting now that the blood had a chance to start flowing, and he tried not to cringe. He needed to focus on flexing his forearm and holding it in such a way that the nurse was fooled into thinking it was closer to the rail than it actually was. Come to think of it, maybe he could prey on her sense of compassion, and he allowed his face to scrunch up. "Are you okay?" she asked, her brows dipping down over her heavily made-up eyes. "Yeah," he ground out. "Aw, you don't have to play the big, tough cowboy with me. They did have those bands squeezed pretty tight. I'll loosen them if you promise to behave." "It's an easy promise, sweetheart." He allowed a husky note to deepen the already rough tone of his voice. It worked, as the nurse smiled, like he'd actually promised to behave. He would behave just as soon as he walked out of the hospital and found his truck. Except his truck wouldn't be in the parking lot. Someone had driven him to the hospital, as best he could recall. but he had a herd of cattle that needed his care. He also had a person he was supposed to be meeting this afternoon at 5, if the date on that calendar on the wall was correct. It had taken him a while this morning when he woke up to shake the grogginess that clung like vines on a fence post to his brain. Maybe they'd sedated him. After he'd yanked the ventilator tube out of his throat and tried to walk out of his room with the IVs still attached, they probably felt it was in his best interest to strap his arms to the bed and sedate him. He disagreed. He'd rather die on the prairie than stay another night in this stinking prison. Although dying on the prairie would kind of defeat the purpose of the person he was meeting. Her name was Danielle, and she'd agreed to marry him. The nurse finished strapping his arm down. It was much looser than it had been, bless her sweet, gullible heart. A flash of guilt pinched at his chest, and for some reason, like it always did when he did something he was less than proud of, Georgia Hanson's face popped into his head. Why in the world he saw his best friend's little sister's face any time he did wrong was beyond his comprehension. Maybe because he didn't really have a mother. He had a woman who gave birth to him, of course. She just hadn't stuck around to raise him. But he was over that. He tried to replace George's face with Danielle. They were opposite. Maybe he'd done it on purpose. Danielle was tall, slim, blonde, porcelain white skin. George's skin was light with tons of freckles. Long lashes, dark and thick, almost touched her cheeks when she blinked. An easy smile. Lots of laughter. That wild, dark, unruly, curly hair that never quite got tamed. She was short, really short, next to his height. Young, always looking younger than she was. Reminding him of a draft pony, pulling more of her weight than anyone ever expected. His lips didn't move, but he smiled inside. Georgia was one of those one-of-a-kind girls who lit up a room with her cheerful personality and bright smile. A girl that always found someone to help, something to do that would be a benefit to others. That she was kind and selfless was a bonus. She'd make some man a great wife. But she was also his best friend's little sister. That man would never be him. The nurse finished checking whatever she'd been checking to begin with and bustled out of his room, leaving the curtain between his bed and the older man beside him opened. Sawyer didn't think the guy would press the call button when he figured out what Sawyer was doing. He'd be grateful if he didn't anyway. The pinpricks in his arm had subsided into a dull numbness. He couldn't feel his other arm. It might seem a little cruel to have him trussed up like a calf ready for branding, but after the holy heck fit he'd thrown the day before yesterday, or was it yesterday? He hated the cobwebs in his brain. It was the sedation, or the medication. Either one, which was part of the reason he needed to get out. He couldn't stand his mind being messed with. He wiggled his arm, loose. Yeah. He should have done it this way to begin with. Problem was, he wasn't the kind of guy who went around sneaking stuff. Maybe it was because he was the oldest. Maybe it was because his parents had left. Or maybe it was just his natural personality. Whatever. He was used to being his own man. Commanding. He didn't need to raise his voice, and he typically didn't throw fits, the one from earlier being a notable exception. He tried pulling back, but his working man's hands were too big to slip out through the looser bond. Wiggling in the bed, he managed to bend over his arm. Still not quite close enough, but with the extra room, he could twist his hand around, picking at the Velcro with his fingers. After about 10 minutes of using his 2 middle fingers to pull the strap up, it stuck up enough for him to catch it with his teeth. He didn't have quite the right angle to rip it off in one shot, but he pulled some with his teeth, peeled it off a little with his fingers, back and forth, each time getting a little closer to his goal. Patience might not have been something he'd been born with, but the long North Dakota winters had a way of shoving that teaching down his throat. Finally, the last of the Velcro popped open, and his arm was free. He froze as sounds came from the hall. A shout, running footsteps, panicked voices, beeping and more running. It wasn't right to rejoice in another's suffering, but he did bless the timing. He might actually be able to get out of this prison without anyone noticing if he hurried. His head was turned and he met the eyes of the old man beside him. Same guy that had been there when he'd tried to get out and they'd strapped him down. The man grinned. Sawyer ripped the Velcro holding his other arm flush with his bed rails. From there, things might have gone a little better if he'd taken the time to let the feeling and circulation come back into his arm. As it was, he was in a rush to take advantage of whatever emergency was happening outside his room. Maybe he twisted the IV as he ripped it out of his arm. Or maybe IVs just weren't intended to be self-removed. The fact that he couldn't feel the fingers he was using to rip it out couldn't have improved an already bad situation. Blood squirted out of his arm, arcing up, landing on his pristine white sheets, dripping on the floor, turning his white room into a backdrop for a shiny primary color. The blood didn't bother him. He'd seen gallons of it in his time, been covered with it more than once. His own, his best friends, and various animals. With fumbling fingers, as blood continued to leak out of his arm like a hose still cracked at a quarter turn, he lifted the covers and pulled the tape off the tube that connected to his private area. Catheters weren't something he'd had a ton of experience in, and he gritted his teeth before pulling on the tube. If they hadn't drugged him and tied him to his bed, he wouldn't have needed a catheter. Having that thing out of him felt as good as seeing the first green blade of grass in spring. Possibly better, although after 9 months of below-freezing temperatures, that blade of grass always looked good enough to eat. He yanked his blood pressure cuff off and threw it on the rumpled sheets as he swung his feet out of the bed. The problem with blood was other people's reactions. That, and it left a better trail than footprints in the snow. One of the monitors started beeping, a long, shrill noise. Grabbing a handful of tissues out of the box, Sawyer shoved them in the crook of his elbow, then reached over and yanked the cord for the monitor out of the wall. Whether that would make it better or worse, he wasn't sure. Regardless, he straightened, not bothering to look for his clothes, shoes, and phone. They'd taken his stuff out of his room shortly after they'd strapped his arms to the bed. He'd never wanted to get physical with a woman in his life more than he'd wanted to deck the nurse who smirked at him as she held his jeans, shirt, and shoes in her arms. "Guess you won't be going anywhere without these," she'd said in a superior tone, like she'd won some kind of battle. He couldn't hit a woman, which was the only reason he'd been in the bed and she'd still been on her feet. That, and there were 4 guys holding him down. Still, the taunting was childish. If the hospital sent him one of those surveys, he'd make sure to note it on the form. Although, something told him he wouldn't be getting a survey. The gown he wore was physically incapable of covering both his butt cheeks at once. He took it off and wrapped it around his waist, careful to keep his arm bent to put pressure on the tissues that were soaked through with blood. Red dripped from his elbow. With a quick glance at his prison cell, it looked like a life-and-death struggle had taken place, or possibly some kind of pagan blood sacrifice. He pulled the edges of his gown together at his hip bone, made sure all his important bits were covered, and strode out in front of the old guy's bed. "Nice day for a stroll," the guy said. Native North Dakotan, for sure. Sawyer's jaw was shoved out, determination to get back to his life, keeping his face looking serious. But he gave the old guy a lifted lip. "Wouldn't want to be overdressed." 20 degrees wasn't that cold. The snow didn't start to squeak until single digits. It was a point of pride in North Dakota that anything above 0 was warm enough. Normally, he wore shoes and a shirt at least. Still, he'd rather freeze to death than spend another second in that room, strapped to that bed, stuck. He had cattle to tend to, in more ways than one. If he missed picking up Danielle, his solo ranching days might be over before they'd barely begun, especially with a big hospital bill to pay now, along with everything else. Maybe if he hadn't had to pay the government lien that had been on the property when he'd bought it. Maybe if he'd been able to make more hay. Maybe if they'd had more rain last summer. He shoved the maybes out of his mind. What good did they do? Holding tight to the gown, wishing he at least had his boots, he stuck his head out of his hospital door. The hall and the nurse's station were completely deserted. A wave of nausea, punctuated by dizziness, pitched him against the wall. He leaned there for a moment, cognizant that he was still dripping blood out of his arm. Nothing in his life had ever prepared him to feel weak. He hated the feeling. Anger at that weakness straightened his spine. He'd walk out of this confounded hospital or die trying. Chapter 2. Georgia Hanson drove west after landing in Fargo on a red-eye. Her European trip had been fun, but she'd missed her home and was happy to be back. She'd just passed the sign for the Rockerton exit, which meant she was only 2 hours from home, when her phone rang. She answered using the hands-free. "Ford?"
"Hey, little sis. You didn't text me when your plane landed."
"It was early, and I didn't want to wake you up. Didn't you tell me yesterday that you thought you had a buyer for your prototype?"
"Yeah. Unexpected. He wasn't even on the list of potential buyers. But, yeah."
"So you're heading to Las Vegas tomorrow?" Georgia tapped the steering wheel. Ford sounded different, happier, like his bitterness was gone. They texted a lot, but she hadn't talked to him but a couple of times, and not in the last 2 weeks, now that she thought about it. It didn't exactly make her feel better that she left for 3 weeks, and he was better for it.
"We're, leaving now. Morgan and I figured we might as well get married while we're there."
"What?" She hit the rumble strips on the right and swerved back into her lane.
"I'll explain everything to you later. But I wanted to ask you a favor."
"What?" She wasn't feeling overly generous. What had been going on while she'd been away? Maybe her leaving had been a good thing? She could hardly believe Ford was getting married. And he sounded happy.
"Sawyer's in the hospital in Rockerton."
George's heart came to a screeching halt in her chest.
"He's supposed to be doing better, but it's going to be a while before they let him out. Would you mind stopping and checking on him? Just see how he's doing? He's not answering his phone, and I hate to leave without talking to him. We might get tied up in Vegas for a while."
Normally, Georgia might have snorted at that, but she was trying to focus on driving and keeping her scattered insides from going crazy. Sawyer was in the hospital? Sawyer? How? What? Before she could ask any of the questions swirling in her head, Ford continued.
"Ty and Louise have stuff they couldn't cancel and are going to be gone. I need you to take care of his cattle, too. Of course, if you can't, Palmer and Ames can do it, but they've got their own ranch and work to deal with."
Anything that kept Sawyer away from his ranch had to be serious. But Georgia had never met a more stubborn, determined man. If those qualities would help him get better, he'd be going home today, whatever was wrong with him. Although the very fact that he was in the hospital told mountains about how sick he must be.
"Georgia?"
Ford asked, a hint of worry in his voice. "I'm hitting the Rockerton exit right now. What's wrong with him?"
"Pneumonia. Complications. He's going to be out of commission for a while."
She gulped, her stomach fumbling. "Okay, I'll stop." He gave her the room number. "Ford?"
"Yeah?"
"Congratulations on your wedding." He laughed. Ford laughed. And right then, she knew it was a love match. She couldn't wait for the details. But worry for Sawyer soon outweighed all other feelings as she hung up and drove to the hospital. He'd been her brother's best friend through everything Ford had gone through. A rock for her brother. And her lifelong crush. Of course, he'd never noticed that the little sister of his best friend was a woman. It wasn't exactly his fault, either, since most people mistook her for a 12-year-old. She'd stopped growing in about 3rd grade and apparently had a baby face as well. Some women were short and curvy, which wasn't bad. But Georgia belonged to the cursed group of women who were short and straight. So she'd crushed on him from afar, which hadn't been too bad. At least he wasn't a ladies' man. He didn't have girlfriends. So there was that. But he was married to his ranch. After parking as close as she could, she hurried through the hospital, finding the right floor, where all the nurses seemed rushed and busy hovering around the end room. The nurses' station was deserted. She reached Sawyer's room where the door was partially opened. Taking a breath, schooling her features, she patted her hair, which was a hopeless cause. It was wild and curly and would never be tamed, and pushed the door open, stepping in. The first bed held an older gentleman with a bandage on his chest, leg, and arm, and who watched her with interest. The other bed was empty. Maybe that would have been okay. She might have thought she had the wrong room, but she was pretty sure the IV bag wasn't supposed to have a bloody plastic dummy needle still attached to it and be dripping on the ground. Bright red blood stained the sheets, and a blood pressure cuff lay thrown on them, still attached to the blood pressure monitor. The screen was blank, and following the cord to the wall, she could see it was unplugged. Velcro straps were attached to both side panels on the bed, like whoever had been in the bed had had his arms restrained. "He used his teeth to take 'em off." Georgia looked at the old man who'd spoken. "You saw him?" "He asked me to help yesterday when he first tried, but I couldn't." He held up his bandaged arm and pointed to the thick bandage on his leg. "I can't even go to the bathroom by myself." Ah, yes. That last tube that lay curled around on the balled-up sheets must have been a catheter tube. A bag of yellow liquid was attached to the side of the bed, under the Velcro restraints. "How long has he been gone?" The bushy brows drew down. "You almost had to have passed him." Georgia closed her eyes. Should she call Ford? "I'd say forget it if you're thinking you can get him back in here. They've had him tied up for 2 days. He's not the kind of man that can lie around." Her legs wanted to run. She held herself back. Run to where? "But he's sick. He needs to be here." "He'll either live or die, but he's not going to do it in the hospital. You his sister?" "No." The old man nodded sagely. "He'd be a good man, but you're not going to boss him." And well she knew it. She wouldn't mind Sawyer being her man, but it wasn't something that was likely to happen. Sawyer called her kiddo, like she was 7 instead of 27. "Did he say what he was planning?" "Jailbreak." "After he got out?" "Nothing long-term?" "Figure he'll walk home." "It's 2 hours away by car." "They took his clothes, so he's in bare feet in a hospital gown. Those gowns don't cover much. I got a good look at his backside until he took it off and used it like a towel. Quite a sight." Georgia put her hand up. That was enough. She didn't need to hear more about that particular part of his anatomy. It filled out a pair of jeans pretty darn good, and she had enough trouble not staring at it when it was covered properly. "Got it," she said. "I'm looking for a barefoot, half-naked, bleeding man. One that's more stubborn than any mule." "Good description." She managed not to roll her eyes. "Thanks for your help." "I'd have gone with him, but I can't walk." Georgia shook her head and walked out. He couldn't be too hard to find. Like his roommate said, he should stick out. The hospital wasn't that large, but there were several ways to get to the 4th floor. Taking another glance at the busyness down at the end of the hall where she'd come in, she turned in the opposite direction. She couldn't even start to put herself in Sawyer's head. Anyone who would rip his own catheter and IV out was not a person she could get into the head of. But it was common sense to go away from the crowd of doctors and nurses. Georgia pushed her hair over the back of her shoulders and started walking, searching up ahead for a half-naked, tall, dusty blond man. Nothing. When she reached the end of the hall, there were a set of elevators, clearly marked staff only. Beside them, a door marked stairs. The staff only wouldn't keep Sawyer out, but no one would look for him on the stairs. She opened the door. A bright red spot on the floor just inside the stairwell caught her eye. It also made her stomach clench. He was bleeding pretty good. Not a good sign. Obviously, she had made the right decision. She allowed the door to close slowly. It clicked and echoed in the reverberant interior. Silence. Georgia stood still for a moment. Up or down? Sawyer wasn't devious. He was straightforward, black and white. If he wanted to go out of the hospital, he wasn't going to try to trick people by going up first. Unless... Georgia realized that she'd been ignoring a low panting, possibly the sound of a man who just had pneumonia and had hurried out of his bed, who had maybe hurried up the stairs because he knew someone was following him. No, he couldn't possibly know she was behind him. She hadn't seen him. He couldn't have seen her. Unless he'd seen her walk into his room and knew that she'd be coming right back out, looking for him. Yeah, there was a bright red spot on the first step heading up to the 5th floor. Sawyer was in the stairwell. Georgia's heart thumped loud, almost as loud as Sawyer's breathing. She crept up the stairs, careful not to let her feet thump. When she hit the landing halfway up, she followed the turn around. That was as far as Sawyer had made it. He leaned against the wall, facing her. His face ashen, his hand gripping his gown, which he'd taken off and wrapped around his waist, his eyes leery but determined. She'd seen that stubborn set to his chin before. When Ford had his accident, Sawyer had rushed him to the hospital to meet life flight. When Georgia had next seen Sawyer, his face had that exact same set. "No, your brother is not going to die." She hadn't spent another second worrying about Ford's death. Sawyer wouldn't allow it to happen. "Hey, kiddo." His voice was weak, and he breathed through each syllable. Sawyer panted, trying to catch his breath. He'd thought that was Georgia he'd seen as she disappeared into his room. He'd known she'd be coming after him, probably sent by Ford, to round him up and take him back to prison. What a loser he was. He hadn't even made it out of the hospital before a tiny woman the size of a 12-year-old caught him. Georgia gave him a disgusted look, her hands on her hips and her little feet planted. Man, she was so small. Like a kid playing grown-up. He was already over a foot taller than her, and since he stood 2 steps above her, she craned her neck. But she didn't yell at him. Not like he supposed he deserved for breaking out of his hospital room. Maybe it was compassion that softened her facial features. She was always too soft, too young, too much Ford's little sister. She stepped up 1 step and put her butt on the 3rd stair, her back to him, although he leaned against the wall opposite the side she sat on. He almost laughed. Maybe he would have if he weren't feeling so rotten. Direct confrontation wouldn't have worked with him. He was too commanding and wouldn't do anything anyone demanded he do. Of course, Georgia, who'd grown up watching Ford and him, probably knew this. She wasn't going to confront him. She wasn't even going to tell him what to do. Because he knew this, he relaxed, hobbling around until he sat down on the same step as her, just clear over on his end. It was a good thing, too. Since his legs were shaking so badly, he wasn't sure how much longer he could stand. The black spots that had been dancing in front of his eyes receded. He leaned his head against the cold wall. He'd been hot, but now he shivered. "Looked like someone had an Old Testament sacrifice in your room." George's tone was mild. no hint of the censure he deserved. Her eyes were pointed straight ahead at the yellow wall. My hands were numb from the straps, and I didn't pull the needle out straight. Now she did look at him, her eyes flashing, her freckles standing out, those sooty lashes narrowed. Her eyes dropped to his forearms, which were red and ridged from the straps. Her jaw clamped. Why did they have you restrained? He wanted to bask in her anger, soak in having an ally. But he deserved what the staff had done to him, and he couldn't sugarcoat it, even to keep Georgia fighting for him. They take exception to people who want to die at home. I don't think the insurance pays them for that. There was a hint of humor in Georgia's voice, although her eyes were still narrowed. I just thought they wanted easier access to donate my organs. Like your organs would fit in a normal-sized person. Ah, yes. This he could handle. They constantly made fun of each other's size. She'd probably win today, though, because he was feeling worse, like his brain was floating up above his body. It takes two of you to make a normal-sized person. They'd have to cut your liver in half. Her head tilted. Maybe that's good. 2 people could benefit from the harvest. Of course, I'm not sure how that would work with a heart. I don't have one, remember? She'd screamed that at him about 10 years ago when he joked about eating the steer they'd raised for that purpose. Georgia had, of course, treated him like a pet, named him Prince Paul, and cried like a baby every time they'd grill burgers and he'd joke about eating the prince. She'd grown up some since then. Forgot. Her lip twitched. She remembered all right. She'd been a cute kid. Part of him recognized that she wasn't a kid anymore. Another part of him recognized that he couldn't think about that, or he'd not be able to treat her like Ford's little sister. She wasn't in any danger from him today, and not ever if he could get off his butt and get Danielle. They could get hitched at the courthouse before he even took her home. Need a favor. Why did his voice sound so soft? Georgia leaned her head in closer. What? I need you to pick up my wife. Chapter 3. George's heart foundered. Sawyer had gotten married? Her recent conversation with Ford ran through her head. He had been heading to Las Vegas, intent on getting married himself. It stood to reason his best friend might have done the same thing. They did everything together. Everything except for Ford's accident. Her eyes bounced to Sawyer's hand. Long fingers. Strong. But hanging limply on his knees. No ring. That didn't mean much. Lots of guys who worked with their hands didn't wear a ring. Too much chance of it getting caught on something and then losing a finger. She'd heard of it happening. His wife? Georgia swallowed. Sawyer's happiness was more important than her own childish dreams. That dream where he woke up one day and realized that she was a woman. The woman. The one he'd always wanted. Guess that dream could go die in a puff of smoke and ash. But he'd given her the leverage she needed to get him back in his hospital room, back in bed, back where he could continue to heal. If she cared for him more than she cared for herself, she'd shove her feelings aside and work to get him back where he'd be taken care of. I can do that. Where is she? Proud of her level tone of voice, Georgia gripped her hands together to keep from touching him. A thin layer of sweat had broken out along his face and jaw. She's getting dropped off at the bus station. 5 o'clock. She doesn't know I'm here in the hospital. I see. Of course Sawyer would try to hide his weakness. She understood that. Let me help you back to your room, then I'll leave to get her. No. He squeezed his eyes shut before opening them a crack and looking at her. I'm not going back. I can't stand to be tied down. Maybe they won't. His eyes closed. His look was long-suffering. Of course they're going to. They'll probably tie my legs this time, too.
Tell them you'll stay.
I can't promise that. She stood.
Can you make it down the stairs?
I'd rather die than be stuck in that room. Picking up his hand, she bent and placed it around her neck.
I'll pick up your wife. Then I'll be back. I won't let them do anything you don't want done.
He stood slowly beside her, trembling. Hopefully, he could make it to his room. He might have been sick, but he hadn't lost so much weight that she could lift him without his help. Georgia would do what she said she would. She might be small, but she'd whip the hospital staff into shape. They wouldn't dare defy her. A bundle of energy at any time, she could be like a tornado when she got worked up. He wouldn't mind her getting worked up on his behalf. She opened the door, using her little foot to prop it open as he limped through. He tried not to lean on her, but his stomach felt empty, like he could double over on himself and fall. The black spots were back behind his eyes, too, and his legs shook.
Get a tighter grip on that gown,
Georgia said, her head turned to look at the wall, away from where his gown had sunk below his hip bones. He could hardly keep his eyes open, but his lips curved up. Bother you? He asked, his voice scratchy. She waited until after his coughing fit had stopped before she answered.
Your wife might care that you're giving all the nurses in the hospital a show.
We're not married yet.
Oh?
Plan to get hitched before I head back to the ranch. Not sure I could stand up beside her right now. He didn't want his future wife's first impression of him to be of him lying in a hospital bed, too sick to even stand up. Georgia seemed to sag beside him. He realized he was back to leaning most of his weight on her, and he tried to straighten up. When you pick her up, he panted, put her up in a hotel. I don't want her to see me like this. They'd almost made it to his room. There were 2 nurses back at the station. One appeared at the doorway to his room.
He's gone,
she said, panic lacing her tone.
I have him,
Georgia said with confidence. The nurse in the doorway swung her head toward them, her eyes growing big even as her lips flattened.
We're going to need foot restraints too, and no.
Georgia shut her down with one firm word.
He said he'd stay. Whatever, he'll be gone again tonight.
Sawyer couldn't blame the nurse for her attitude. Apparently Georgia couldn't either because her words were kind, although still firm.
He's not leaving again. He will not be restrained again either.
If she weren't Ford's little sister, he'd kiss her. He drew up short. So fast, Georgia gave him a quizzical look. He was not kissing Georgia. Whatever all the unwritten rules were about best friends and their sisters, Sawyer wasn't even going there.
What?
She asked. Nothing, he had to add. Kiddo. Her lip drew back, but she took another step toward his room.
I'm going to have to talk to the doctor about this one.
The nurse held her iPad and stuck her nose in the air.
Don't bother. I will speak with the doctor. Sawyer wants to get better, but strapping him in the bed and tying him down will not help.
Georgia might have swept by the nurse, but Sawyer could barely put one foot in front of another. Georgia looked at his face and bit her lip.
I think your oxygen levels are low. You look gray.
He couldn't take a deep breath and felt like he'd been running for miles. The nurse's eyes widened.
Better get him in right away. I'll get the resident to order oxygen.
She started to hurry away.
Oh, his bed. Send sheets in,
Georgia said. The nurse jerked her head and almost jogged off. I feel bad, leaning on you like this, Sawyer said as he shuffled beside her. He couldn't straighten, could barely stay on his feet. The floor beneath him seemed to spin. His roommate's bushy brows lowered over his eyes as Georgia led him past his bed. But he didn't say anything. There wasn't anything he could do anyway.
Sit here for just a minute. I'm changing those sheets. She carefully helped him lower himself into a hard hospital chair. He leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. His body felt like his veins contained cement. Georgia had the sheets off and had found paper towels from somewhere. The blood was wiped up and the hoses neatly rolled when an orderly came in with new sheets. Georgia didn't give the poor woman time to do more than open her mouth before she had the sheets off, shaken out, and the bed made. If Sawyer hadn't been so weak and breathless, he would have laughed.
No wonder Ford is so desperate to keep you,
he whispered with the little breath he had. I don't know what you mean, but Ford's getting married, and I'm betting he's not going to need me anymore.
Married?
Yep. Said they were headed to Vegas, which is why he's not here knocking heads together.
She drew the sheets back and came over, putting an arm around his back.
Put your arm around me and I'll help you up.
It didn't surprise him exactly that Ford had fallen for Morgan. The way he'd looked at her the last time Sawyer was there had told Sawyer all he needed to know about his best friend's feelings. And Morgan seemed like the kind of woman who saw more than surface deep. He wished them the best. Suddenly, he remembered that he was supposed to be getting married, too. Danielle. That was her name. Not that he'd ever met her. He hadn't. But she'd answered his ad offering $100,000 to the woman who would move to North Dakota and marry him. He'd provided clean background checks and figured he could learn to rub along with any woman daring to go north and marry a stranger. Despite the weight she carried, George's hands were soft as they moved over his bare skin. Ever since she reminded him, he'd kept a tight grip on the gown around his hips. They'd have to pry it out of his fingers for the funeral if he kicked the bucket. He wasn't dropping it again in front of his best friend's little sister. It had been horrifying enough the first time. He might be sick, but he wasn't dead yet. She helped him into the bed, not babying him, which he would have hated, but seeming to know just how much help he wanted and how much he could do himself. His head spun as he lay down. Do you want a drink or anything? Her voice was gentle, but she wasn't talking to him like he was a child. Her question made him realize that he was very thirsty, like he wanted a gallon of water and not a little paper cup. She picked up the pitcher beside his bed. There's no cup. Maybe she read something in his eyes because she didn't say anything more but pulled the top off and handed him the 3/4 full pitcher. He felt too weak to hold it, but his thirst won out. That and he was too stubborn to ask for help, and he took the container, putting it to his lips and drinking in big gulps. Water trickled down his chin, and he was shivering when he was finished. The container was almost gone. Thankfully, she took it without him having to hand it to her, and he collapsed back on the bed, trying to pull the covers up. He was almost out, but cognizant enough that he could feel her tucking the covers in around him. I'll make sure you get a blanket, she said, her voice coming from far away.
Thanks,
he mumbled. I need to leave. It's almost 5 and your fiancé will be waiting. I'm not sure what they did with your clothes and phone.
Yeah.
He didn't know either. If he'd had just a little more energy, he'd be doing something to find out. Tomorrow.
My cows,
he mumbled. If his herd died, all his suffering would be in vain. I'll take your fiancé to the hotel and drive to the ranch to take care of your cattle. I'll stay there tonight and feed in the morning before I come in. She paused and he cracked an eye. Her hands were on her hips. She might look like a child, but her face had thunderclouds on it darker than his grandmother's. You'd better be in this bed, doing whatever the nurses tell you to do with a happy attitude, or I will walk out of this room and turn every one of your valuable calf cows into hamburger. Am I clear? He didn't think she'd do that. Not really. But looking at her set jaw and planted feet, thinking about how she could intimidate even the evil nurses who hated him into jumping to her command, somehow he thought maybe she might.
I'll be here.
In bed.
His cheek bunched. In bed.
Doing whatever the nurses say. Unless they're trying to take advantage of me. You can't expect me to sacrifice my modesty.
Sawyer?
I'll do whatever they say, even if they try to take my clothes and my phone and my blood. I can't believe you're leaving me here defenseless. He couldn't keep his eyes open, but he had to tease her.
You want your cows fed?
His lip turned up. I'd imagine you'll go out there and they won't dare to die.
You are imagining correctly.
He didn't have his eyes open, but he could see her one brow raised, her dark lashes narrowed over her eyes that were almost brown. Her hands would still be on her hips, and she'd have one corner of her mouth turned up. It was her tough girl stance, and he'd always made fun of it because she was too short to be tough, just like he was too tall to be cute. But he was too tired tonight to do any more teasing. Thanks, Single Scoop. Okay, maybe he wasn't too tired to tease. When she was about 13, that nickname always made her cheeks turn red and her fists clench. By the time she graduated from high school, she'd always return to the teasing.
Not a problem, Skinny Scoop.
Despite his exhaustion, he huffed out a laugh. Yeah, she'd given it right back to him over the years. There was a lot of power in her little package. He liked that.
Okay, I'm leaving. Get some rest. I'm not feeding your cows forever.
I'd have been asleep 10 minutes ago if you'd have shut up and let me alone.
See if you can't manage to find that cowboy charm you used to use on those high school fangirls. Use it on the nurses.
Yeah. He'd been too busy trying to survive. He hadn't had time to practice being charming. The nurses were witches anyway. Think you're getting confused between charm and spells.
I heard that.
Sawyer didn't have to crack an eye to know it was the nurse who'd put his straps on that last time.
And I'm glad I brought the 1.5-inch 18-gauge cattle-sized needle to start your IV. This ought to hurt a lot. I'm Georgia Hanson.
Sawyer did crack an eye at her tone. It wasn't one he usually heard.
My brother, Fort Hanson, is a major contributor to this hospital. In fact, I believe he keeps the acute care wing open with his donations.
Her voice was cultured with just a hint of snobbery. Sawyer had no idea where she'd learned to talk like that. He'd never heard it.
This man is Ford's best friend.
Georgia lifted a brow. She might have been almost a foot shorter than the nurse, but there was no doubt who had the upper hand in that discussion.
I highly recommend you treat him with the utmost care and respect.
The nurse's eyes had gotten large, and her mouth dropped open.
The Fort Hanson, millionaire?
Georgia shook her head slowly.
Fort Hanson, billionaire. I see.
The nurse put her hands behind her back.
I'll go see if I can find a little smaller needle. Mr. Olson is tall, but maybe he doesn't need an 18-gauge.
The nurse turned and walked out. The stern look on Georgia's face didn't relax. She put her finger out.
You'd better not embarrass me, Second Scoop.
Okay, Scary Scoop. Her lips twitched before she rolled her eyes and walked out. Chapter 4. Georgia pushed the heavy hospital doors open and walked through. Confound that man. He'd always been able to get her emotions to swing like a weather vane in a windstorm. Nothing had changed on that count. One minute she felt so much compassion for the fact that he'd been tied up so tightly his arms were red and swollen. Then the next, she'd tie him up even tighter when he insisted he could go home. And the next, she wanted to walk away and never set eyes on him again when he admitted he was marrying a woman he'd never even met. If he needed to get married, why hadn't he asked her? She kicked a stone off the black-topped parking lot. She knew why. He didn't consider her a woman. He considered her a kid playing grown-up. It would be just what he deserved if she left his fiancée at the bus station and drove west, away from his cattle ranch and back to Ford's home. Except she'd promised Ford she'd take care of his best friend while her brother apparently got married. Just lovely. Those duties not only included feeding and watering and ranching, but also babysitting a woman who'd agreed to marry a man that, to George's knowledge, she'd never met. Fabulous. Georgia slammed her car door shut and drove out of the parking lot. It wasn't that far to the bus station, but she was going to be about 5 minutes late. The fiancé might not have any common sense, but hopefully she had a smidge of patience. Rockerton wasn't exactly a huge tourist destination, and there were only 2 women and an old man still standing at the bus station when Georgia pulled up. She knew right away which woman was Sawyer's fiancée. Not the lady that was short and curvy with dark hair. Nope. It would be the woman who was tall, looked like she'd be about 6 feet tall, and slim, with shiny, straight, blonde hair and light blue eyes. She was Sawyer's perfect match. Georgia didn't give the second woman another glance. She walked straight up to the tall woman standing beside the large, wheeled suitcase and a slightly smaller over-the-shoulder bag. "Hi, I'm Georgia, and Sawyer sent me to pick you up." The lady's brows went up. "He said we'd stop at the courthouse and get married before we went home." The woman's surprise gave way to an exasperated smile. "Sorry, I'm Danielle." Her hand, long and slender, took George's. "I didn't mean to sound abrupt. I've just been a little nervous about wedding a complete stranger, but I had myself all prepped for it." Georgia nodded. "I can see that might take a bit of self-talk to be ready to exchange vows with a stranger." She wanted to dislike the woman that Sawyer was going to marry. Wanted her to be a horrible person that was easy to hate, but Danielle seemed nice. Georgia just couldn't find it in herself to be unkind to her, as much as the idea of Sawyer wanting to marry this woman made her heart feel like fire in her chest. "Yeah." Danielle brushed her hair back. What Georgia wouldn't do for hair that didn't curl wildly in every direction under the sun. "You're telling me." She gave Georgia an up-and-down look. "Why'd he send you?" Georgia knew Sawyer didn't want to appear weak. She'd grown up with him, and weakness was almost considered a sin. But she couldn't lie. "He's in the hospital. He had pneumonia." "Oh." Danielle bit her lip. "Is he old?" Georgia noticed that Danielle didn't seem upset or like she was going to call anything off if Sawyer turned out to be an old man. The devil on her shoulder wanted to say that he turned 80 last week, just to see what Danielle would do. Sometimes that devil was really hard to beat back. "Didn't he give you a picture?" she asked, to give herself more time to wrestle that part of her into the ground. That would be just like Sawyer anyway, to expect a woman to marry him without knowing what he looked like. "He did, but it's not that hard to send a picture of someone else." Georgia froze as she reached for Danielle's luggage. "No, Sawyer is as honest as a man could be. He'd never do something like that." Wow, the woman had no idea the quality of man she'd agreed to marry. "I can get your shoulder bag," Georgia offered. She had to admit she was kind of surprised when Danielle took her up on it. "My car is in the lot." Georgia started walking, carrying Danielle's bag and rolling her suitcase along behind. Danielle fell into step with her. "Sawyer wanted me to put you up in a hotel until he gets out of the hospital, but I'm going to be at the ranch, and I'm sure you'd be more comfortable there." "Oh no, thanks, but no. A hotel is just fine." Georgia stopped with her hands on her trunk latch. "It's a nice ranch." "I know. Sawyer did talk a good bit about it. He has a lot of plans, too. But it's kind of out there, isn't it?" "Honey, everything in North Dakota is out there." Georgia opened the trunk and put the heavy shoulder bag in. "I know." Danielle stood by the passenger door, chewing on her lip. "But I'm not really used to being where there aren't any neighbors." "You're from the city?" Georgia figured she had to be. "Not really. I grew up in a small town in coastal Oregon, but we had neighbors and all that." "Okay." Georgia shrugged. Seemed like if she was going to marry Sawyer, then she'd want to get used to his place, if not fall in love with it. Sure, the house was basically a rundown shed, but Sawyer had spent the winter in it last year and apparently planned to do the same this year. He'd built a nice new barn for his cattle, but hadn't touched his house. Maybe he should have if he were planning on bringing a wife home. Shaking her head at herself, Georgia closed the trunk. She needed to get out from the middle of Sawyer's life. She wanted to criticize everything that had to do with his wife because she wanted to be his wife, even though she'd known for a long time that Sawyer didn't see her that way. It didn't make this any easier. But her Norwegian blood flowed strong through her veins, and she'd face whatever needed to be done with stoicism. She could fall apart later. Maybe Ken would even keep his word and come visit her. She'd met him in Europe. He'd been in the same tour group as her, and they'd become friends. But she'd not encouraged him to be more because she was, foolishly, holding out hope that maybe her absence would be the push Sawyer needed to realize she was a woman, a desirable, feminine woman. But no, that's not the way her life went. Rather than realizing he wanted Georgia, Sawyer had decided to ship in a wife, from Oregon of all places. And what was the deal about marrying a stranger anyway? Georgia opened her door. She'd just asked Danielle. But it was a little harder than she thought to blurt out questions about something that really wasn't any of her business. Finally, she stopped trying to figure out how to be polite and just asked, "Why are you marrying Sawyer?" Danielle gave a nervous laugh. "He had an ad up on Facebook." Georgia couldn't stop the shocked sound that came out of her mouth. "I know. It's crazy. I figured it was a scam. But he said he'd pay me $100,000 to marry him and live in North Dakota for a year." Danielle shrugged one shoulder. "I got into a little gambling debt after a trip to Las Vegas with my girlfriends last year. I was able to get a loan from the bank to pay it off, but just a month ago, I went back down and, well, I have no control when it comes to casinos. The alcohol doesn't help with the judgment issue either." She gave a self-conscious laugh. Georgia was slightly shocked that she'd share something like that with her, but Danielle didn't seem to think anything of it. But what stunned her even more was the fact that Sawyer was going to pay someone to marry him, and not just because that was crazy in itself, but because Sawyer had been struggling to get his ranch profitable since he bought it a year ago. He could barely buy groceries. He couldn't afford to fix his house up. He'd scarcely lived through the winter last year. Where was he coming up with that kind of money? Yet Sawyer would never have promised something he couldn't deliver. Danielle probably wouldn't know the answer to where Sawyer got the money, but there was something else that was driving Georgia's curiosity. "You don't have to answer, but how much gambling debt?" $90,000. Georgia blinked and almost missed the turn for the hotel. There were 3 in Rockerton. This one wasn't the nicest, but it wasn't the one with weekly rates along the highway either. "Someone has a gambling addiction?" was all she could think to say. "Obviously," Danielle said. "This is kind of a gamble, too. You know, marrying a stranger. I know it's crazy and I shouldn't even think about doing it, but hey, I might hit the jackpot and actually have found a great guy." Georgia's hands tightened on the wheel. Danielle really had hit the jackpot. Sawyer was the best man she knew after her brothers. Palmer, Sawyer's brother, was a nice guy too, but he was happily married. In Georgia's opinion, Palmer wasn't as amazing as Sawyer anyway. She had always admired Sawyer's quiet but commanding nature. "So you must know him if you're picking me up?" Danielle asked. Georgia nodded as she pulled in front of the hotel loading area. It had just hit her that Danielle should have at least asked to go to the hospital and see Sawyer. But it was probably hard to care about a man one had never met, even if one had been thinking they'd get married that day. Not that there was a modern-day protocol to follow for such an occurrence in one's life. "Am I making a mistake?" Danielle asked in a shaky voice. Oh, why was God testing her like this? The little devil that she'd beaten down so brutally earlier was jumping up and down on her shoulder, doing cartwheels and holding sparklers. It would be so easy to ruin Sawyer's plan to get married. Just one sentence could send Danielle packing back to Oregon. Georgia sighed. No, Sawyer will treat you with consideration and respect. He'll take care of you to the best of his ability, and he'd never cheat or leave. She knew that as well as she knew her own name. That's a relief. Sawyer would expect her to stay on the ranch, helping him, though. At least he deserved a woman who would work alongside him. Georgia hoped he got it in Danielle. It didn't take long to check Danielle in. Georgia also remembered to exchange numbers with her, since Sawyer didn't have his phone. She'd work on getting that back from tomorrow, but in the meantime, she said goodbye to Danielle and started the 2-hour drive out to Sawyer's ranch. Since it was November, it was already dark, so she'd be feeding the stock by the light of her headlights. Chapter 5. Sawyer tossed in the hard hospital bed. At least they'd not put the catheter back in. He hadn't needed it to begin with, but once they strapped him down and sedated him, they put it in so he wouldn't need to get up. No more ventilator either, although they did have him on oxygen. It was strapped under his nose, and he felt like an idiot. But he had to admit it felt good to not be constantly out of breath. If he had his phone, he'd be calling Georgia. He had one cow that hadn't calved yet. He'd expected it any day before they shipped him here. He didn't want to lose it. Because of the drought in the Midwest, beef prices were up. They'd go even higher before they crashed in 2 years when the market was flooded again. But if he had 14 months, he could make a killing on the calves that had dropped this fall. They'd be ready to ship next fall, bigger than the other guy's spring calves. There were obvious advantages to spring calves. Not having to nurse them through the brutal North Dakota winters was a big one, of course. But fall calves would be bigger at the end of next summer, and Sawyer wasn't afraid to go out every day, no matter how cold and snowy it was, to make sure his calves were thriving. He had plenty of hay for the amount of cattle he had. Unfortunately, he'd hoped to supplement his income by selling hay, which hadn't worked out. But he had plenty of feed. That and the willingness to work was all he needed to get a leg up. Where was Georgia? It was almost noon. She said she'd be back. Hopefully she didn't have trouble feeding. He tried to get himself to be patient. It was a 2-hour drive, and Georgia wouldn't feed as fast as he would. Maybe she'd even go looking for any cattle that might have gotten separated. If so, she'd find the cow if she freshened. He blew out a breath and closed his eyes. He'd be here, in this bed, right where he was supposed to be when Georgia walked in, no matter how much he wanted to get up and walk out. He definitely felt stronger today. Sore, but he was breathing better. He was pretty sure he could go home. Of course, the 10 minutes they took the oxygen off for him to use the restroom had him panting and struggling. Maybe not today. "How was your night?" Georgia breezed in with a bright smile for his roommate before landing like a sunbeam beside his bed. He eyed the sack in her hand. Had she brought him clothes? "Fine. They woke me up at 5 to do blood tests, then took me down to the donut thing right after they delivered my breakfast." She stopped arranging her purse and the sack in another bag she'd brought. "Did you get to eat it first?" "When I got back up. Eggs and toast were cold, and the milk was warm, but it was food, so I shoved it down." Her brows puckered. "That doesn't make much sense." He wanted to growl. Instead, he kept his voice modulated to a reasonable tone. "Nothing here makes sense. I'd recover a lot better at home. I could sleep in peace." She put a hand on her hip and shook her head. "We both know you would never stay in bed all day." "I'd stay in bed all night." "Funny." She rolled her eyes, looking like a little kid. At least he told himself she did. He needed a distraction. "How were my cows?" She tilted her head. "I think they were good. I wasn't sure how much you usually fed them, but I threw 8 bales down last night and they were cleaned up this morning, so I gave them 10 before I came in and a 50-pound bag of concentrated protein pellets."
That wasn't exactly what he'd have done, but close enough.
What about the round bale feeder?
It's empty, but I couldn't get your skid loader to start.
You have to jump it. Her lip pulled back.
Right. And I prefer to live without being electrocuted. So I threw the small bales out of the hay hole.
Electrocuted, by definition, means death. The skid loader is hardly going to kill you.
He knew she could jump it. The ability to jump a vehicle was practically a requirement for living in North Dakota. But he was fine with her decision to not. After all, there was some danger to it, and he'd prefer to protect her from it if possible. No point in letting her know it, though. He treated her like a little sister, nothing more. Details, she said, and waved her hand in the air as though dismissing them.
You know, I really do appreciate you taking care of my cattle. I hope it wasn't too hard for you.
Don't be ridiculous. I was raised on a ranch, remember? And it's only November. It was a warm 20 degrees this morning. If it had been 0, I might have charged you.
Huh.
His heart did an odd little shuffle, which he ignored, as she pushed her hair back away from her face.
Did you count them?
I did, although I wasn't sure how many were supposed to be there. Figured I'd let you know and you can tell me if you were missing any.
There should have been 102 cows with calves at their sides, plus the bull. One cow still waiting to freshen.
Yeah, I saw her. The calf is dropped.
She should have it tonight, then.
She could. She looked ready, but she was eating when I threw the hay down, so not today, probably.
What's the weather supposed to be like?
If there was a storm coming or a cold front, there was a good chance she'd have it then. Same as today, she said, pulling a pair of running pants out of the bag. I brought you some clothes.
If you weren't such a little thing, I'd hug you.
Irritation, or some emotion similar to it, slid across her face. She wasn't that small, but it was a good reminder for him. Georgia was an easy woman to like. If he treated her like a kid, it wasn't as hard to forget she was a woman. I did laundry, but I think the heating element is going out on your dryer.
Yeah.
He'd known it, but he'd sunk all his money into the cattle and buildings for them. He figured he could live without a dryer. It wasn't like he'd been planning on getting married. If he hadn't gotten that letter in the mail about an inheritance from Sweetwater's former billionaire rancher, he wouldn't have even considered marriage. Too many other things on his brain. George's hands patted the t-shirt she'd taken from the bag. You know, you never asked about your fiancée. Oh, guess he should have. Maybe it was calloused of him, but what he had with Danielle was a business arrangement. Of the 5 women that had answered his ad, he'd chosen the one that looked the least like the woman he dreamed about. Figured that would make it easier. So, are you going to? Georgia put both hands on her hips and glowered at him. Man, she looked cute when she did that. He grinned. Really? She said in exasperation. You are so annoying.
How's my fiancé?
He asked. He didn't have any desire to marry Danielle, and he figured she wanted to marry him even less. She told me that you were paying her $100,000 to marry you. Georgia raised a brow. Busted. That was the thing about Georgia. There wasn't much that got by her.
Yeah?
He reached for his clothes. She put her hand on top of them. Don't give me yeah like that's a perfectly normal thing to do. Her fingers tapped on the clothes. She also told me that you two didn't know each other, she'd never seen you, and she wanted to know if you were actually a decent guy.
Oh, yeah? What'd you tell her?
He gave her the lopsided grin that had worked on the nurse yesterday. Georgia didn't blink. You can take the good old boy look and use it on some other unsuspecting, simpering woman. What's going on, Sawyer? It wasn't exactly a secret, but he still looked at the door and lowered his voice.
I got a letter about 3 months ago.
Suddenly, it felt like his oxygen had been turned off. He didn't want to admit to her what he'd done, but he knew that stubborn set to her chin. It would be better to tell her on his own. I can inherit $1 billion from Mr. Edwards, who used to own Sweetwater Ranch, but only if I marry and settle down in North Dakota." Her eyes got big as soon as he said billion. Her mouth formed an O. "I thought it was fake, and it took a little time until I called the lawyer and confirmed that the letter was legit." "But Danielle has no intentions of staying in North Dakota. I think she said something about being here a year." "My lawyer said there was really no legal way to enforce it. I wasn't going to take the money, but—" His voice trailed off. He needed it. He would have probably been able to survive except for the tax lien that had been on the property. He'd taken care of it, had to, but it had run his available cash short. Ranching wasn't exactly a quick turnaround. It was full of unexpected expenses, too. Having his feed shed collapse last winter with the last heavy snowfall hadn't helped. He'd do without. But he needed shelter for his cows, especially since he knew he was planning fall calves. He was good at fixing things and was a decent builder, but there were just some things that took cash. Like the shed and the parts for the tractor that he had tore apart in the lower level of the barn. He could fix it, but he couldn't manufacture the parts he needed. He'd had to buy them. He lifted a shoulder, not really wanting to have to explain himself. Not to Georgia. He never wanted to look weak in her eyes. He told himself it was because big brothers were supposed to be strong, but he could recognize it for the lie it was. Of course, here he sat, in a flimsy hospital gown, with barely enough strength to hold his head up. She'd seen him yesterday unable to walk a half a flight of steps. She'd seen him at his weakest. Yet, she was here. Fiancé. He had a fiancé. Was Danielle mad? He hardly thought she would be. No, I think relief was her biggest emotion. Did you tell her I was a monster? George's lip pulled back. Of course not. I think she was just realizing that the problem she had could be small compared to what she might have if you weren't an honorable man. I gave her my clearances. And I told her you didn't eat children for breakfast. Georgia adjusted his folded clothes. Just for lunch and supper. Thanks, he said dryly. Are you sure that's what you want to do? Georgia didn't look like she wanted to say that, but the words came out anyway. Marry Danielle? He asked, although he knew. What kind of a man hired a wife? A man desperate to keep his ranch. Georgia nodded without looking at him. It hurt his heart that she was ashamed of his decision. But he'd never been a romantic. Didn't really believe in all that fuss about love and such. It seemed like a lot of wasted time when a man could spend his days more profitably. It is. Doing this will save me a ton of time. It's not like I'm deceiving her. She knows I'm not going to throw flowers at her and wine and dine her. She understands this is a business arrangement, and that she's being paid pretty darn well for her time. All she has to do is live with me for a year. The only problem with the arrangement was that he'd really like to have a bunch of kids. His parents hadn't been very involved with him and his siblings growing up, but he'd loved the sense of family that he'd gotten living with his grandparents. It'd be fun to work alongside his boys, to have curly-haired girls filling his house with laughter. He couldn't have everything. That's all you want? Just the money? Georgia fingered the sleeve of the flannel shirt she'd brought. Yeah, that's all I want. It sounded bad when she put it like that, but it was the truth. He certainly didn't want anything else from Danielle. From her picture, she didn't seem like she was half bad-looking, but like Georgia said, she wasn't planning on staying. Blondes had never interested him anyway. He felt bad that he was disappointing Georgia because he was being so mercenary, but he wasn't interested in pursuing a relationship with a woman who had to be paid to move to the state he loved. If he were looking for a woman, which he wasn't mainly because they were too much time and effort, he'd want one that belonged on the land like the wind and the snow and the sun and the prairie grass. Georgia's head lowered and her mouth flattened. But she didn't stay down long. That was Georgia. Her shoulders rose as she took a deep breath. She gave her head a little toss and met his eyes, all traces of her disappointment and irritation gone. "Well then, fine. Here are your clothes. I don't suppose they gave you your phone back." He snorted.
"They fed me and they didn't kill me. I think that's probably all I deserve."
"After the way you treated them, it wouldn't have shocked me to witness less," she said breezily. He wasn't fooled, though. If she had come in and he'd been abused in any way, she'd be the one throwing a fit. He'd have felt bad for whatever poor, sorry soul got in her way. She pulled the second sack out. "I picked up a rotisserie chicken at the grocery store. There's also an Italian sub with mayo in there." His belly rumbled. He suspected that his problem started in the first place because he'd shaved money off the grocery bill to buy the concentrated protein pellets for his cows, since it had been so dry and the field he'd planted with alfalfa hadn't taken as well as he'd hoped. Alfalfa seed wasn't cheap, and he'd taken a gamble spending the money to purchase and plant it. A gamble that the weather had almost turned into failure. The field hadn't died, but he'd only gotten one good cutting from it. It would come back strong next year as long as they got rain, but in the meantime, he'd cut the grocery bill to try to keep his checkbook in the black. As in, he only ate every other day. Dried beans and a handful of rice. It wasn't hard to skip meals if a man worked until he was too tired to cook. She looked behind her before setting the sack on his tray. "I'm going to tell the nurses that I brought you food. Better eat fast in case they decide to take it away from you. I'll see what I can do about your phone." Georgia took one last look around, seeming to be satisfied that everything was in order, his clothes set neatly in a pile. Then she turned and left. "She's a whirlwind," his roommate said through the curtain that separated them. Sawyer grabbed a bite of chicken, then rooted through his clothes. Yep, she brought underwear. It was tucked primly inside his folded pants. He grinned, but didn't waste any time getting that and the t-shirt on. His flannel could wait.
"She sure is," he replied through the curtain.
"She knows how to take you in hand,"
the old man chuckled. Sawyer took a bit of exception to that. Not really. He wasn't puttying her hands or anything.
"Hey, don't go getting your panties in a bunch. It's obvious you do what she wants because you care for her."
Sawyer started to cough. It turned into a full-fledged coughing fit. He leaned against the bed, feeling for his oxygen. He'd pass out before he called a nurse to help him, but the floor spun and his vision turned black. Finally, he grabbed the oxygen and held it up to his nose, taking as deep breaths as he could without triggering that annoying cough again. The world stabilized and he was able to get back in bed, completely wrung out.
"She's like a sister to me,"
he finally said, knowing that wasn't quite true. That's just what it had to be. The old man snorted and didn't say anything more. Chapter 6. Georgia walked out of Sawyer's room, discouraged. She'd hoped that he would say or do something, she wasn't sure what, that would ease her mind about the fiancée he had holed up in the hotel across town. But he hadn't. He really planned on marrying her. At least he didn't try to convince her he loved Danielle. But if he were so cold-hearted that he would hire a wife. It wasn't like it was a shock to her that he didn't notice her. But she had to admit to being surprised that he could take such a cavalier attitude about love and marriage. The ranch came first. Of course. She knew that, too. But maybe some deep part of her had thought that he might harbor a bit of feeling for her. Surely, though, if he had, he would have asked her to fake marry him first. There would have been no need for Danielle. Since he hadn't, well, that said everything she needed to hear but didn't want to.
She tossed her head and strode to the nurses' station where two nurses were deep in discussion about what they were having for lunch. Georgia stood on her toes, a trick she'd practiced since about third grade, and leaned over, well, not over exactly, but against the counter. Why was everything made for tall people? "Excuse me, I'm looking for Sawyer Olson's belongings." "Are you a relation?" the older of the two nurses asked. "I'm not. His family is out of town, and I'm taking care of his ranch and affairs." The other nurse turned her head, and Georgia recognized her as the one who had brought the large needle in to redo Sawyer's IV. Holding her hand out over the counter, Georgia gave a smile. Not overly friendly, but enough so the second nurse knew if she cooperated, there wouldn't be any hard feelings. The second nurse, her name tag said Aggie, swallowed. "Sawyer is the patient who left his room yesterday." She gave the first nurse, Nancy, a loaded glance. "This woman brought him back, and he's been quiet ever since." Well, that answered one of the questions she'd had, if Sawyer had kept his word. Not that she thought he'd lie, but the man wanted to be released from prison in the worst way. "I'm so glad he's been calm for you," Georgia said with another tight smile. "I'd imagine his phone and clothes are behind the counter there, if you'd just hand them over." The nurses hesitated. Georgia's lips tightened. "I'm feeding his stock tonight, and he has a cow that's going to freshen. I think it will be easier for him to stay here, quietly, if I can get a hold of him." "You're caring for his stock?" Nancy looked over the counter at her short frame. Man, she hated it when people judged her worth based on her height. After having it happen for over 20 years, one would have assumed she'd have gotten used to it. Not yet. "I am." Nancy jerked her head at Aggie. "Give her stuff. There wasn't any money in his wallet anyway. He's not leaving with no money." Georgia bit the inside of her cheeks. No matter how badly Sawyer had behaved, those people should not have been rooting through his wallet. The lack of money wouldn't keep him from leaving, but she wasn't going to say anything that might keep them from handing it over. She watched as Aggie reached, bringing out a bag closed with a string at the top. "Here's everything." "Thank you. When will the doctor be by? I'd like to speak with him as well." Nancy picked up a phone that lay on the counter. "It's almost 12. Normally, she does her rounds by 12:30 at the latest." Georgia thanked them and turned to take Sawyer's things back to him. She had a charger in her purse that might work for his phone. Before she had taken a few steps, her phone buzzed. Stepping to the side of the hall, she pulled it out of her pocket. Ken. She debated not answering. Originally from the city, while they were in Europe, he said he was interested in coming to North Dakota to see a real ranch. She'd brushed it off as just something he'd said to make conversation. She sighed and answered. "Hello?"
"Georgia Peach, how's my sweetheart?"
She hadn't flirted with Ken, hadn't led him on in any way that she knew of. But he had a million endearments for her. It would have been creepy, but he seemed to do it with all the ladies. "I'm fine, Ken. How are you?"
"Outstanding."
Ken's voice sounded perky.
"I'm here at O'Hare. I've got a layover tonight, then I'll be flying into Fargo tomorrow morning. If I take the bus to Rockerton, will you pick me up?"
Georgia stood with her mouth open. Was he coming to visit her? They hadn't made any plans.
"Where do you want me to drive you to?"
she asked, hoping he had a relative he'd not mentioned somewhere close, but knowing he didn't.
"You said you lived on a real ranch. I also distinctly remember hearing you say visitors were never turned away. I'll be out visiting tomorrow."
It was clear by the tone of his voice that he was smiling. Georgia wanted to tell him it wasn't a good time, but he was right. She had mentioned, as a point of pride, which served her right for being prideful, that visitors were never turned away. She hadn't really meant it like he was taking it, though. But what was she to do? He was a city boy. It's what he said, but maybe he'd be of some help out on the ranch. She could turn this to her advantage. Who was it that said that the sky was blue on the other side of the clouds?
Sure. You take the bus to Rockerton. Text me your arrival time. We'll figure something out. It's busy right now. Maybe you can help.
Might as well saddle up and ride. Entertaining Ken wasn't exactly what she wanted to do currently, but at least he wouldn't overstay his welcome.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow, Georgia Peach.
I live in North Dakota.
Georgia gritted her teeth around the words. Ken didn't mean anything by it. They hung up. Georgia had just shoved her phone back in her pocket with the determination that she wasn't answering it again if Ken called back when she heard a lady's authoritative voice behind her. The type of voice a doctor would use. Georgia turned, ready to do battle. The doctor, dressed in a floral shirt and green pants with a white lab coat thrown over her shoulders, was a kindly-looking woman with curly gray hair and big glasses. Georgia stretched her shoulders and flexed her lips into a sweet country girl smile.
Excuse me, are you Sawyer Olson's doctor?
The doctor looked up from her iPad. Her blue eyes blinked.
I am. You are his wife?
No. Georgia would never get away with a lie that big. She wouldn't get away with any lie at all.
He's like family to me. He's the one that ripped his IV out.
Nancy's voice trailed off.
Oh,
the doctor's eyes raised.
Well, I can't give you any medical information. I know. I just wanted to say that if there was any way he could be let out early, I will make sure he stays inside. Doesn't do anything too strenuous.
The doctor's mouth cut back, like she didn't believe Georgia and was about to tell her so.
He stayed in his bed calmly since she put him in yesterday. She does have some pull with him,
Nancy said helpfully.
I wouldn't have believed it,
Aggie added. Maybe she wasn't all bad. Georgia might have pulled the needle thing herself if Sawyer had pushed her that far.
But I saw it with my own eyes. He listens to her.
The doctor pushed her glasses up.
He's definitely not going home today.
Of course not, Georgia said, hiding her disappointment. Sawyer would recover better at home, if he'd eat. Hopefully his fiancée could cook.
But let me check him and maybe I can let him out tomorrow under very strict guidelines. I would really appreciate that.
Georgia refrained from doing a fist pump. Tomorrow was better than next week.
You'll have to show a big improvement,
the doctor warned.
I don't want to endanger his health, but I'm sure you see men like this all the time. Guys who've never been in the hospital in their lives, don't like to be down, and hate depending on other people. Once he gets home, I'll make sure his stock is taken care of and he'll be able to relax. I might include that in the discharge instructions, that you agree to take care of his stock and feed him. The man is underweight. No wonder he got so sick so fast. But now that he's run down, it's going to take some time for him to get built back up. I'd say he's going to be down all winter.
The doctor raised her brows.
Are you able to make a commitment like that?
Georgia bit the inside of her cheek. Could she? She'd been working for Ford, but apparently he and Morgan had hit it off. But if Ford needed her... Actually, Ford would do just about anything for his best friend, even letting his sister out of her position in his company to make sure Sawyer was taken care of. They could hire a nurse, but no one would care for him more carefully than Georgia. His fiancée, who was supposed to be marrying him, should do it. Georgia couldn't ignore the truth in that statement, but she also couldn't deny that she wanted to make sure that Sawyer got his health back. Maybe they could figure something out.
I can. You don't have a job? I work for my brother. I see.
The doctor pursed her lips.
And he'll be okay with you taking what could end up being months off?
Yes.
Well, like I said, definitely not today. But let me check him and see what I can figure out. I need to be careful. Going against the guidelines could result in not only declining health for the patient, but it leaves the hospital and myself open to lawsuits. I understand. If we need to sign something, oh, I'm sure you will. The doctor glanced back at her iPad. I'll be in a bit. Georgia knew she'd been dismissed. She turned and walked towards Sawyer's room. Chapter 7. Sawyer lay on his bed. If he had more energy, he'd twiddle his thumbs. To say he was frustrated with his weakness, bored out of his mind, but too tired to even open his eyes, was putting the situation mildly. The way he felt, even Georgia wasn't going to be able to spring him out. Hey! Like his thinking about her had conjured her up, her voice slipped softly into his consciousness. I'm awake, he said without opening his eyes. His voice wasn't as rough as it had been the day before. His throat hurt like heck, though. Maybe that nurse had gotten him back after all by taking away his pain meds. Just as well. He hated being doped up. The doctor's coming in a bit. Okay. She said maybe you could go home tomorrow. His eyes flew open. Sudden energy flowed through him. Really? I told her I would stay at your place, feed your stock, and cook for you. No way he wanted that to happen. He closed his eyes. Danielle can do it. You can try, but you must have put the fear of something in them the first time you broke out, because they think I have some kind of magic power over you to get you not only to come back to your room, but not cause any problems for a whole day. She paused, and he could picture her curls bouncing as she tilted her head. Seriously, Sawyer? You're good for a day, and they think it's a miracle? Shut up, Single Scoop. The doctor said if you'd been eating properly. She paused, then emphasized his nickname, Skinny Scoop. You probably wouldn't have gotten sick in the first place. He pressed his lips together. No way was he going to admit that he'd been starving himself to save money. Not to Georgia, anyway. Although he supposed it wasn't as subtle as he'd thought, if even the doctor said he was malnourished. You can do what you want, Sawyer. You always do. I'm just telling you what the doctor told me. If you want out, you'd better play her game. I can tell her you'll be there. He didn't have a chance to finish his thought that she didn't need to actually stay. If I say I'm taking care of you, then I'm going to be there taking care of you. Sawyer cracked his eyes and found Georgia standing with her little feet planted and her arms crossed over her chest. No doubt she meant what she said. And no doubt that would be awkward to bring Danielle home to his home with Georgia there. Not that she was going to be a real wife or anything. Maybe that was a part of what made it so awkward. But if he had to choose between a little awkwardness in his home and not being home, he'd choose home. Here's your phone. Georgia set it on the rolling tray. He was surprised that she'd been able to get it, but he shouldn't have been. She seemed to grit her teeth. Do you want to call Danielle and see if she needs anything before I leave Rockerton to head home to feed your stock? No, actually, he didn't. He didn't know what he was going to say to the woman he barely knew and only wanted so he could get his money. Yeah. He took a deep breath, trying not to look like he was limp as a used dish rag. I'm going to walk out for a bit. I forgot to tell them I brought you food. Georgia gave him a last glance and headed out the door. Grateful he didn't have to make the awkward phone call with her listening, although he wasn't sure why, he picked up his phone and punched Danielle's contact. It rang several times, and he'd almost decided she wasn't going to answer when she finally picked up. Hello? Danielle, it's Sawyer.
Yeah, I saw your name.
Of course she did. What to say? Is your room okay?
It's fine.
He wasn't going to tell her he might get out tomorrow. Not until the doctor said so. He didn't want to have another awkward conversation while he explained to her he'd been wrong the first time. Do you need anything? He finally asked when he couldn't think of any other small talk to make.
No, There's a couple of restaurants within walking distance, and I'm putting it on my credit card. I assume you'll pay me back."
Her words were choppy, like she was distracted. "Are you doing something?"
"I'm in the middle of an online game. I can't stop or my team will lose."
Oh. He'd never actually played a video game on his phone, although Tella, his niece, had shown him a few on hers. But hers were word games and a couple of math things. Nothing about teams and losing. He was quiet for a couple of minutes, and Danielle made no effort to talk. "Well," he said finally, "I'll give Georgia your number. Is that okay?" There was a pause.
"We already swapped numbers. Who is she, anyway?"
"She's just a girl I know." Danielle grunted.
"No relation?"
"My best friend's sister." Why he was reluctant to say so was beyond him.
"Oh."
"Why?"
"She said you were tall."
She grunted like something happened in her game.
"She's pretty short. I'm not planning on staying married to you, but I didn't really want to be walking around with a guy that's a foot shorter than me, and if she were your sister or something."
Why did it irritate him that Danielle called Georgia short? She wasn't even doing it in a mean way. He waited a little more. Probably he should reassure her that he was well over 6 feet tall and she had nothing to worry about. But he didn't. "I'll call you tomorrow."
"Sure. Are we still getting married before heading out to your ranch, wherever it is?"
"No." He didn't even know where that answer came from, but he was too weak to stand for the 10 minutes it would probably take to get married, not to mention walking up all those steps and into the courthouse. Nah, it was going to have to wait.
"Okay."
They said goodbye and hung up. That night after Georgia fed the stock and made sure the cow that hadn't freshened was with the rest of the herd, she shook out the sheets she'd washed and hung over the small table to dry, along with the load of Sawyer's clothes that she'd washed as well. She tidied up the kitchen, which was the only room in the tiny house other than the small bedroom off the side. There was also a loft, but even she couldn't stand upright in it. Maybe that's where Sawyer was planning on staying. But she thought, in his condition, he should have the bed and Danielle and she should take the loft. At any rate, it was going to be crowded. Even more so if Ken decided he was staying. Hopefully, he wouldn't stay long. She was going to need groceries. All Sawyer had was beans and rice and half a bottle of water in the fridge. Unless one counted the bottle of ketchup in the door. She supposed he probably did. Once the clothes were placed out to dry, Georgia headed back into town. Patty's Diner would still be open, and she could pick up a few necessities at the small grocery in town. Patty looked tired as Georgia walked in. "How's Sawyer?" Patty asked, looking up from the table she was wiping. Georgia was on the tail end of the supper rush, and the place was clearing out. "He's going to make it, but you know how he is. Hates being in the hospital." Georgia slid into a booth in the corner. Patty snorted. "Yeah, I bet. Like trying to cage a grizzly." "Exactly." "When are they letting him out?" "I didn't stay to hear what the doctor had to say, but maybe tomorrow." "That'd be nice. Hope he's okay to take care of himself." "That's going to be my duty, but I figured I'd have help." Her brother Ty had married Sawyer's sister, Louise, and they didn't live more than 30 minutes away from Sawyer's place. "Well, from what I hear, Ford and Morgan are in Vegas getting hitched. Plus, there's some kind of business meeting they have to attend. So it's going to be another 2 weeks at least until they get home." Patty pulled her pad out of her apron pocket. "Well, Ty and Louise are back from their honeymoon. They're in Pittsburgh for some kind of charity thing. Then Ty is supposed to be speaking at some college thing." Patty tapped her pen on her notepad. "Louise gave her notice, but she said she'd help if I needed it. I sure could use the help, but I just talked to her tonight, and they're going to be gone for at least 2 weeks. I guess they're closing down Ty's condo in Pittsburgh while they're there." "Oh." Wow, she hadn't thought that she'd be completely alone. Still, There was Sawyer's brother, Palmer, although he'd just gotten married too, and he and Ames had their own ranch to run. Like Patty could read her mind, she leaned closer. I think Ames might be in the family way, if you know what I mean. Good news, but George's stomach felt like a piece of lead had dropped into it. I'm happy for them, she said with a sigh. You sound like it. I just know Sawyer's going to be chafing at the bit to get out and go, and I thought that maybe some visits at least would help. How is this your responsibility? Georgia told her about what the doctor had said. There wasn't much Patty could say to that. After taking her drink order, Patty left to take care of other customers. Since it was slow, it wasn't long until Georgia's food was up. She ate mostly in silence, with Patty coming along and filling up her drink twice. Maybe she was a fool for even trying. Maybe she should just let Danielle handle everything. Danielle seemed nice, but hadn't seemed like the type to go all out for someone. Even though it shouldn't be George's concern, she couldn't leave Sawyer to just anyone. Not when he was in the condition he was. She just stood up to pay her bill when Elaine Anderson walked in with her 4 kids. Elaine walked in. Her children ran, skipped, and jumped. Creases lined Elaine's face, and her eyes drooped. Her shirt was half untucked, and her hair looked lopsided and windblown. Kids! Elaine said one word, and the children froze. Sit. They filed, oldest to youngest, to a table along the edge. Elaine slid in next to the 2 smallest. She spoke softly. Remember, each of you gets a hot dog and water to drink. We'll share an order of fries. Elaine's husband had run off with her little sister before her youngest was born. She had struggled in the 2 years since, trying to raise the young children and run the ranch herself. Ford typically tried to get groceries for Elaine on a weekly basis. Maybe he'd forgotten this week with his trip and apparent marriage. Really, Georgia should call her brother. Both of them. But as Georgia stepped to the register, she pulled a $100 bill out of her purse. Ford had given her more money than she could possibly spend on her European vacation. She knew exactly what she wanted to do with some of it. As Patty rang her up, she spoke low. I'm going to pay for mine, then I want to give this toward Elaine and her kids. You can give them the change from what they don't spend and tell her to get the kids ice cream. Patty looked down at the 100 in her hand, then nodded. That's kind of you, thanks. Georgia finished paying, then strolled over to Elaine's table. Hey girl, what's up? Georgia. Elaine's face broke into a grin. She was pretty when she smiled, but the tiredness still made her eyes droopy. We had doctor's appointments in Rockerton, which lasted longer than I thought, and I knew I wasn't going to have the energy to cook once the ranch chores are done. Is everything okay? Georgia looked over the children, who all seemed to be fine. Yeah, just regular checkups. Because it's so far, I schedule them all on one day, but it's a day that'll kill you. She gave a wan smile. We waited for a lot longer than normal in the waiting room. That's tough on everyone. I can only imagine. Patty arrived with a tray of drinks, and Georgia said goodbye and left, feeling bad that there wasn't more she could do. What she'd really like to do was grab Elaine's ex-husband by the scruff of the neck and force him to take care of the family he'd started, then abandoned. Unfortunately, that was beyond even her abilities. Chapter 8. If you want to leave the hospital, you have to sit in this while I wheel you out. The nurse was exasperated and trying to hide it. That's a wheelchair. Sawyer didn't bother to hide his emotion. Anger. He let it out in his voice, in his lowered brows and fisted hands. It wasn't directed at the nurse. It was more at himself, because he knew she was right. He probably couldn't walk the whole way to the parking lot, even if he took the elevator, which he usually didn't do. He had total control on the steps. On the elevator, he had to give up control to something unseen. Unseen equaled untrusted in his book.
I think I can get it from here.
Georgia finally spoke up. She'd been quiet since she showed up 3 hours ago. The paperwork had taken forever, and he had the idea that if he died, the hospital got his firstborn, spleen, and left foot. Maybe the papers said something different. He didn't care. He'd spend the rest of his life trying to rope Jupiter if that's what they wanted, as long as they let him out. Georgia had signed her fair share, too. She'd done it with compressed lips and an occasional glance at her phone. She was checking it again as the nurse threw her hands up and walked out. What was she doing on it? "I've never seen you so attached to that thing, Short Scoop." She spoke without looking up, her fingers flying, typing something.
Well, I'm actually meeting someone.
He should have known when she didn't return the scoop insult that there was something up. "I know. We've got to pick up Danielle, but she'll be fine. I think she's got a gaming addiction or something." George's eyes snapped up. "Video games." Her brows raised, but then she looked away. She'd been acting strange since she got there. He'd already grilled her about his cattle. She claimed they were fine. He couldn't imagine what else it could be unless his barn burned down. That would be a problem. If it did, he'd know it before they ever made it to the house. He didn't want to wait that long. "If my barn burned down, just tell me now."
Huh?
She looked up at him, her nose wrinkled. "What's up, Single Scoop?"
I told you, I'm meeting someone.
She gave him an eyeball, then raised a brow at the chair.
We're going to be late.
"And I said Danielle can wait until we get there." He indicated the chair from where he sat on the hospital bed, his boots and hat on. "I also said I wasn't riding in that."
Oh,
Georgia put her finger under her chin.
I forgot. You're scared to ride in the elevator.
"That's not true." He opened his mouth to explain exactly how he felt about the elevator, but he knew he'd lost before he even started to talk because Georgia crossed her arms over her chest. She pressed her lips together and raised her brows. Then her eyes flicked over to the old man, Ralph, in the next bed. Ralph grinned.
Guess you're gonna have to prove it, boy.
George's toe tapped slowly on the floor. He was too weak to walk down the stairs. They both knew it. She was giving him a small way to save a little face by proving that he wasn't scared. It wasn't much, but anything that allowed a shred of his pride to remain intact was better than total surrender to the chair. He adjusted his cowboy hat lower over his eyes. A beanie cap would have been smarter. It was probably in the low teens outside, and with the wind, it would feel even colder. But Georgia had brought this, like she knew he needed it. He'd have to remember to thank her later. Actually, he owed her a lot more than a thank you. If it weren't for her, he'd still be strapped to the bed. "Okay." He cut his eyes to the bed beside his. "I'm not afraid of the elevator." He stood, his legs still feeling weak and shaky, and shuffled, while trying to pretend not to shuffle, to the wheelchair. Georgia was kind enough not to say anything about his shuffling, nor about the way he dropped into the chair. He'd walked 5 steps, and he was exhausted. The elevator could fall 4 stories to the ground, and he didn't have the strength to care, let alone be afraid.
Take care, Ralph.
George's voice came over his head as the chair started to move. "See ya, old man," Sawyer said.
Listen to your lady, whippersnapper.
Ralph chuckled as they wheeled out of the room and into the hall. Sawyer could tell they were in the hall because of the brighter lights on his closed eyelids. Not because he actually had his eyes open, which he didn't. He was still breathing hard from his excursion from the bed to the chair. "I talked to your brother," he said with his head back, eyes still closed. George's boot heels clacked a steady rhythm on the floor.
I thought about calling him last night, but I was too tired when I finally made it back to your house.
Her voice was businesslike. She was just stating a fact, not complaining. He still felt guilty. I'm sorry you're working so hard.
That's okay. You're paying Danielle to sit in a hotel. You can pay me to work.
Sawyer's head jerked up. Of course he'd pay Georgia. He just wasn't expecting her to demand it.
I'm kidding. Relax, Scaredy Scoop.
She smacked him lightly on the shoulder. You're not funny, Stumpy Scoop. She pushed him on the elevator.
Oh, Sawyer, I can feel my fingers itching to hit the red button.
She turned his chair around, then took a step, putting one finger out and tracing the button like she was seriously considering pushing it. He knew she wouldn't. Go ahead, Pseudo Scoop. His hands gripped the armrest as the elevator started down. He really hated riding in these. Georgia turned and bent down, looking into his eyes. Her voice was low.
I'd hit that button, no problem. But I know for a fact that you really are scared, and I just can't be that mean.
One side of his lip curved up. Then I win, Sweet Scoop.
You know what, Sawyer?
The elevator came to a stop on the ground floor. She didn't wait for him to answer.
I don't have a problem with you winning.
She lifted a brow before straightening and walking behind him to grab his handles and push him out. They were out of the hospital building and in the cold, biting wind before he thought to close his mouth. Georgia helped Sawyer into her car. His big body shook. He'd already done more than he should have, she supposed. He wouldn't lean on her either. Not much. But he had a white-knuckle grip on the car door and roof. She reached way up and put a hand on his hat so he didn't bump his head going in. He'd lost a ton of weight. Not as much from his recent hospital stay, but in the last year or so since he'd bought the ranch, then put his life into making it work. He'd always been tall and slim, but now he was tall and downright skinny. But there was no mistaking the strength in his big frame, hard and solid. Whatever he might have lost physically, he'd gained in mental toughness and determination. She tried not to be sad about that, since there was obviously no room in his mind or heart for a silly romantic relationship. That didn't mean she couldn't let her eyes rove over his broad shoulders, made to look even wider under his flannel shirt. It wasn't below zero, so he refused to wear the insulated jacket she'd brought. A bad decision, maybe, because his body shook under her hand. Whether from cold or weakness, she couldn't tell. Ugh, stubborn man. One would think that seeing his foolish determination to leave the hospital and go home to his farm would cure whatever infatuation she had for the crazy guy, but it had gotten worse. And now she was supposed to pick up his fiancée at her hotel. At least he'd decided he wasn't getting married today. That would have been the height of irony, for her anyway. Having to take the man she'd had a crush on since puberty to the courthouse so he could pay another woman to marry him? Nuts. First, she had to stop at the bus station, and she had never told Sawyer that Ken was coming. You're going the wrong way. Sawyer's voice was still scratchy. He hadn't said anything, but she'd noticed he'd winced when he swallowed. His throat must really be hurting.
I told you I have someone to pick up.
He was quiet for a minute as he processed. She had told him twice, and he'd assumed Danielle both times. Who? He finally asked. She looked both ways before pulling out on the street.
A person I met while I was in Europe.
She tried to sound casual. There was no reason for her to be self-conscious about telling Sawyer about a man she met. He was quiet for a bit, although his finger tapped on his leg. He shifted, almost imperceptibly. I'm sorry. You're doing so much for me. I never thought that you might have plans. This is where she was supposed to say that she didn't have plans and that she didn't even really want to see Ken, but he'd insisted and she felt like she didn't have a choice. But her mouth stayed closed, possibly because of that little body shift Sawyer had just done. What was up with that? Instead, she said, "It's okay. I hope you don't mind, but my plans and the people involved in them are coming to your house."
It's a small house.
She shrugged. "It'll be fine."
I didn't know you knew anyone in Rockerton.
"I don't."
So we're going somewhere else to pick her up?
"We're picking him up at the bus station." It was very subtle, but Sawyer tensed. His fingers flexed on his leg. Georgia smiled to herself. She slowed for a stoplight. He didn't speak until they'd sat through the stoplight and pulled out again.
Him?
He asked in a soft voice. Not soft like pillows and feathers, but soft like thunder in the distance or wind coming down off the prairie. "Yes, Ken. He was on the European trip. There's a couple of pictures of him on my social media if you follow me."
I don't follow anyone.
He probably meant that for social media, but it could mean physically too. Sawyer was not a follower. Georgia was fine with that. She didn't want a man who couldn't make decisions or wavered back and forth or waited for someone else to go first. But she needed someone who at least noticed her. She took the turn into the bus station. "He's already here. It will only take a minute. You could text Danielle and let her know we'll be there to pick her up in 20. But Sawyer wasn't done.
You're bringing a man to stay at my house?
His voice was still soft, but it felt like the thunder had gotten closer. "That wasn't the original plan, no. But since the plan has changed, yes. Ken is coming. Same as Danielle." His lips clamped shut. Georgia wasn't sure what to make of all that, but she pulled into the closest spot and hopped out of the car. If Sawyer had a problem with her guest, that was too bad. A nagging voice reminded her that she didn't even want her guest there, but she shoved it aside. Ken huddled on the platform, snow boots, a heavy winter jacket, and a beanie cap making him look like a chicken with her feathers all puffed out. Georgia supposed it was below freezing, but Ken kind of stuck out with all the layers. It wasn't even below zero. Sawyer would have a heyday with that. Hopefully, he'd be too tired to think up a nickname. Stuffed Scoop. Georgia didn't allow her lips to twitch, although the name fit. The game was Sawyer's and hers. Ken probably wouldn't think it was funny. "Hey, Ken." His head jerked up at her voice, and he hopped up, shaking his arms and legs. "Man, it's cold here." "Probably a little chillier than Arkansas." Georgia stopped beside him. "A lot colder. It was 60 when I left." He reached out like he was going to hug her. Georgia stuck her hand out. This wasn't the first Ken hug she'd avoided. "North Dakota air is refreshing," she said, feeling a little defensive about her state. "Is all this luggage yours?" There were 3 suitcases and a carry-on bag. "Yeah, winter clothes take a lot of room." "Technically, it's not winter yet." Georgia clamped her mouth shut. She didn't want to get into an argument with Ken before they'd even left the bus station. She took the handle of the nearest suitcase. "Coming?" He fell into step beside her. She didn't ask how he'd gotten all this luggage here by himself. She needed to get the pertinent information out. "My friend Sawyer has just been released from the hospital, and I've agreed to take care of him, so we'll be staying at his place." "Oh, okay. I thought we'd stay with Forge, your brother." "He is out of town." Georgia didn't go into the details. She hadn't even considered Ken a good friend. They'd talked some on their European trip, but he'd been there with friends, and Georgia had partnered up with an older lady who was also traveling alone. There had been several times they'd talked, but Georgia wouldn't have gone to visit him. Still, He was here, and her upbringing demanded she be gracious and hospitable, even if they weren't going to her house. They stopped at the car and put their bags in the trunk. Sawyer glared at them from the front seat. Actually, he might not have been glaring. With the mirror shades on, it was hard to tell. He wasn't smiling. As soon as they got in, Georgia introduced them. Sawyer has just been released from the hospital. Normally, they wouldn't have let him go. His orders are to take it easy. Oh, I see. Ken stretched out in the back. It's his house we're going to? Yes. Georgia didn't elaborate. If they got there and Ken didn't like the small living area, she'd bring him back after she fed the cattle and he could check into a hotel. It'd be different if she invited him. She'd feel responsible for him if she had. We're going to pick up—
We have someone else to pick up.
Sawyer interrupted her. Georgia looked at him in question, but he didn't meet her gaze. It took 15 minutes to drive across town. In that time, Ken didn't stop talking. They heard about his trip, the baby on the plane, the lack of good food, the price of cookies, the fact that the restroom wasn't as clean as airplane restrooms usually were. By the time he'd started talking about his seat and the legroom, Georgia had tuned him out. Not on purpose, but more because she was concerned about the sky clouding over. Normally, she didn't pay too much attention to the weather. Being that she spent all her time in Ford's house and hardly ever went anywhere, it didn't matter to her what kind of weather they got. But her upbringing on the ranch had kicked into high gear since she was taking care of Sawyer's cattle. And when one was out driving in North Dakota in any month other than August and maybe July, it was a good idea to pay attention to the sky. Finally, as she pulled into the hotel parking lot, Ken took a breath. I'll get Danielle, she said. I texted her. Sawyer's words were clipped. She ignored his tone. Great. Danielle had to check out at the front desk since it was a late checkout, so it took a few minutes. By the time they were back out, a few flakes had started to fall. Are we supposed to get a storm? Georgia asked no one in particular after she had introduced Danielle, who didn't seem offended that Sawyer only said hi. She did look him over curiously. But in Georgia's opinion, she looked Ken over even more curiously. Just a few inches, last I checked, Ken said. Oh. Boy, those clouds didn't look like just a few inches clouds. Maybe since they were driving north, they were going to miss the brunt of it. But the flakes kept falling. Georgia had been driving in snow since she was a kid on the ranch growing up, so it didn't faze her exactly, but it did take a little more concentration. Sawyer distracted her over in the passenger seat. She definitely got the impression he wanted to take the wheel from her. Or maybe he just wanted to take the pressure off. At any rate, frustration seemed to flow off him like snow over the windshield. In the back, Ken and Danielle had started off with a stilted conversation, but by the time they'd been driving for 2 hours, they were laughing and chatting like old friends. Normally, the drive into Rockerton was just a little over 2 hours long, but with the snow and lower visibility, it stretched into 3. I'm going to feed right away, Georgia said after they parked in front of his small house. With the way the light was fading, it would be dark soon. She'd just as soon not to have to search for a calf in the dark if she could avoid it. Sawyer nodded without saying anything, his face tight, his jaw ticking. Ken and Danielle had gotten right out of the car and were getting their luggage out of the back. Georgia put her hand on Sawyer's arm. It was hard, warm. I can do the stock, no problem. He looked straight out of the windshield. I know. Ken doesn't have to stay if this is going to be too much for you. He looked at his arm where her hand rested. Despite the weakness in his body, something hot flashed across his face. It was gone in an instant. Georgia couldn't tell if it was anger or something else. We'll make it work. He took a breath, his jaw still set. I think your dude might have gotten us confused with South Dakota weather, though, because we're going to get a couple of feet out of this storm. Georgia didn't question him. His job and livelihood were dictated by the weather, and he lived as close to it as a person could. Sawyer would know better than the forecast what the sky was going to do.
Well then, I better get on the feeding.
His nostrils flared. I don't want you to leave the barn by yourself. If that cow isn't there,
I'm not stupid.
she'd grown up in North Dakota. She knew one didn't go gallivanting about in a blizzard.
Ken's from Arkansas, and he won't be any help.
Danielle is from Oregon. The coast. Ditto.
Maybe the cow will be there. Let's not worry about it until we know.
She knew he didn't want to lose a single cow. He needed all the income he could wring out. Except, now that he had Danielle, he really didn't. But it was still his job to take care of his cattle, and Georgia knew it didn't matter if he needed the money or not. If they were his, he'd take care of them to his last breath.
Come on, she said. You can at least open your door.
He gave her an annoyed look. She got out with a grin. It might end up being fun picking on Sawyer. Chapter 9. Sawyer walked slowly to the house. No, he shuffled, leaning hard on Georgia. Man, he hated being weak. Hated that Georgia had to do so much and he couldn't. He could barely walk himself to the house. He was never going to be able to help her find that cow if it had freshened. He wouldn't allow her to go look for it. That was the only solution. Of course, he better watch how he said it, or she might take it in her head to do it just to spite him. She seemed to do things like that. He had to admit, he was wiped when she got the door open and they stumbled in. This is a very small place, Ken said before they even had the door closed.
I know you said small,
Danielle said.
but I didn't realize you meant doghouse-sized. No offense.
Danielle was several inches taller than Ken, but they stood shoulder to shoulder like they'd already bonded. Somehow Danielle being on Ken's side didn't bother him like the idea of Georgia having someone she conspired with. He didn't get a chance to open his mouth, not that he knew what to say. He'd been very clear, giving Danielle the actual dimensions of his house, about what awaited her if she decided to come.
If one of you knows how to boil water, you can get it on the stove and cook some noodles to go with the roast I have in the crock pot,
Georgia said. She never stopped on her way to his bedroom, but continued their slow journey, not even stopping to take their boots off. She seemed to realize that he was at the end of his rope, barely able to stand. She might be short, but she was sturdy, as he had been leaning on her more and more. They made it to his bedroom. She eased him down onto the bed and bent to take his boots off. I can do it, he said, with more irritation in his voice than he intended. He wasn't irritated at her.
Shut up.
She picked his foot up and pulled. He didn't take offense at her rude command. She apparently knew he was too weak to get his own boots off and didn't appreciate his attempt to be macho. It didn't take long for his other boot to come off. He lay back on top of the covers.
Will you be okay like that until I get back in? She asked.
Yes, he said with his eyes closed. Anger at his weakness gurgled in his chest and his stomach growled, but he couldn't even find the energy to care. He was asleep before he heard her go outside. It was full dark when he woke up, still in his clothes and on his blankets. There was a light on in the kitchen, and his door was cracked. Someone, he assumed it was Ken, lay on an air mattress that took up most of the available room on the floor of his bedroom. He could see an outline of a form under the blankets from the slice of light that fell across the floor. As he moved, thinking he might get up, he felt his phone beside him. He picked it up, and a message from Georgia came up when his screen lit. Text me when you wake, and I'll get you food. He didn't want to text her since it was after 10. She'd had a big day, and most of that was because of him. He wasn't sure that he could make it out of his room without tripping over and waking Ken up,
but he had less concern for Ken than for Georgia, whom he assumed was sleeping up in the loft with Danielle. But he'd not been awake when sleeping assignments had been given out. Moving as carefully as he could, he sat up and pulled his legs over the side of the bed. Giving his head time to stop spinning, he slowly stood. At least in the partial darkness, the black spots that had so often been appearing in front of his eyes were almost non-existent. He crept toward the door, not really because he wanted to keep from waking Ken, but more because he still felt weak. At least he wasn't shaking. His foot bumped his boot, which hit the post of the bed with a thump, and his hip bumped the footboard. Apparently, Georgia wasn't sleeping upstairs like he'd assumed, because not long after he'd made the noise, his door slowly opened wider. "Sawyer?" "Short scoop." You're not feeling too bad if you can toss around nicknames. Annoying Scoop." "Annoying doesn't start with S." "The rules are there are no rules," he grunted. She'd pushed the door wider but made no effort to help him as he shuffled through. "How are my cows?" He couldn't believe he'd not even been able to stay awake for a report after she fed his stock. "Your expectant mama was there, eating, looking placid and happy. I counted the rest and everyone was there. I think, with the snow, they'll stay in the barnyard and around the shed." Yeah. He'd expected as much. That was part of the reason he'd spent the little money he had on lumber to build the shed. It provided some shelter. Cows weren't known for their superior intellectual abilities, but they were smart enough, sometimes, to take shelter out of the storm. He made it to the kitchen and leaned against the table. Georgia looked him up and down but didn't say anything. He appreciated it. She didn't need to ask how he was feeling or if he wanted food. She could tell he felt awful. If he wasn't doing his ranch chores, it wasn't because he didn't want to, and she assumed he was hungry. He appreciated that. One of these days, he was going to tell her. He didn't have the extra energy tonight. He was just taking a breather before he made the trek to the restroom. He'd never particularly thought he needed a bigger house. He didn't spend that much time in it anyway. But today was one of those days when he was very thankful that it wasn't bigger. He couldn't have done a longer walk to the restroom. After he was finished, he took a minute to lean against the door frame before he walked out of the bathroom. He hated looking weak in front of Georgia. Interesting that Danielle hadn't even crossed his mind. He should ask about her. Georgia had something in a pot that she was stirring over the stove. He supposed if he had a microwave, it would be faster and easier for her. Her wild, curly hair was pulled up and exploded out of a ponytail on top of her head. She had a loose sweatshirt on and comfortable-looking jeans, just enough curves to make a man's eyes feel good. He pulled his gaze away. Ford wouldn't like having his best friend ogling his sister. "Didn't you tell me that Ford was getting married?" He pitched his voice low, conscious that there were other people in his small house, sleeping. "Yes, that's what he said. I haven't talked to him." The spoon she used scraped on the pan as she stirred. That was fast. It definitely surprised him, but it also was in character for Ford. The man didn't sit around dawdling. If he found something he wanted, he went after it. The odd thing was that Ford didn't show his face to many people. "I assume Danielle is up in the loft?" "Yes." She scooped the food into a bowl. Looked like roast and noodles. His stomach contracted harshly. He hated not helping her, but he'd done about as much standing as he could. He shuffled to the table and tried to lower himself, but it was more like a collapse. "I bought air mattresses in Rockerton this morning before I went to the hospital." She brought the bowl to the table, then went to get him a drink. "Thanks. I hadn't thought of where everyone would sleep." "Well, you didn't know about Ken either." "No." He looked at the food in front of him, his mouth watering. The sight of the food didn't cover the irritation that Ken's very name created inside of him. "What's up with him?" He thought he asked the question casually. "What do you mean?" Georgia put his drink in front of him and sat across the table. "I mean, it's weird that you have some guy you barely know coming north and hanging out with you. How long is he staying?" Sawyer supposed it would be too good to be true that he'd be leaving tomorrow. "Well, it's still snowing." Georgia looked out the windows. There was nothing to see. He didn't have any outside lights, and it was pitch dark. He understood what she meant. No one was going anywhere tomorrow, probably. "I don't have the plow on my truck." It saved gas to keep the heavy plow off until he needed it. "I don't think I can put it on." He took a breath and tried to put some force into his words. "You're not putting it on." Georgia lifted a brow. "There might be too much snow for a plow anyway. We already had several inches when I came in from the barn. At least there's not a whole pile of wind and the temperatures aren't that low." "Yeah, it doesn't feel too cold in here." He tried a bite of the noodles and roast. Very good. He'd say it was because it was meat he'd raised himself, but when he cooked it, it didn't taste that good. Georgia folded her hands on the table. "I didn't cover you up because I thought the cold might wake you and I wanted you to eat." "I don't know what woke me up." He narrowed his eyes at her. "But I'm glad something did. You need rest too." Georgia's dark lashes swept down over her cheeks before she looked him in the eye. "I'll get it." They didn't talk much more while Sawyer finished his food, took the medication that Georgia got out for him, did his breathing test to satisfy the doctor, as much as he hated it, and went back to bed. Chapter 10. Sawyer was standing in the doorway of his room, leaning against the jamb, when Georgia came in from feeding the animals the next morning. He had a few chickens, maybe a dozen or so, in the barn, and she'd been making sure they had fresh water and some feed every time she fed the cows. They'd rewarded her with a few eggs this morning. She kicked the snow off her boots before she walked in the house. Sawyer didn't say anything as she towed her boots off beside the door, although his dark blue eyes watched her with a hooded gaze. "Good morning," she said. She wasn't going to sit around and let his bad mood ruin her good one. "Is it?" "Yep," she said, setting the eggs she'd gotten in a bowl on the counter before moving to the sink to wash her hands. "All your cows and calves were there. I don't think the cow that you think is going to freshen is ever going to have that calf. I think she's just pretending to be pregnant." "Really? Is that a statement based on science? Or is that silly Scoop speaking?" "If you insist on calling me names, I'm going to cook your yolks until they're hard." He closed his mouth and she smiled to herself. He liked the dippy part of eggs, while she preferred the white. Ford ate both, but over the years when Sawyer had eaten breakfast with them, she and Sawyer had developed a system where he ate her dippy and she ate his whites. Worked out well. She set his medication and a glass of water on the table. He went to the restroom before sitting down in front of his pills. By then, she had the butter melted and the eggs frying, along with toast in the oven. In recent years, Ford had a housekeeper, Mrs. T, who handled most of the cooking. But Georgia enjoyed keeping a kitchen and cooked when Mrs. T was off. "You must be feeling better today. You didn't lean against the bathroom door frame before you walked to the table." His eyes shot to hers like he was surprised she would notice. If only. He had no idea the things she noticed about him. The set of his shoulders didn't seem as scrunched this morning, so she guessed that his throat wasn't hurting him as bad. He'd picked his feet up a little more too, rather than shuffling along. "Danielle and Ken aren't up?" she asked. They weren't in the kitchen now, which was the only place to be, other than the loft, bedroom, and bath, unless they were outside on the covered back porch where the freezer with Sawyer's meat was. Nope. Sawyer took the handful of pills, eyed them, then threw them all in his mouth together before drinking the entire glass of water. Guess they can make their own breakfast then, and they can use the grocery store eggs.
She carefully turned the eggs over and grabbed the toast out of the oven. I usually get about 6.
I only found 4, and I didn't get any yesterday.
She set 2 plates on the counter beside the stove. The storm might have thrown them off.
If they laid them, they're probably frozen and cracked now anyway.
Georgia carefully plated the eggs, threw the toast on, and turned off the burner before carrying the plates to the table. Yeah. They didn't say anything, but they both cut the white off around the yolk, and Georgia scraped her yolks onto Sawyer's plate. He slid his whites onto hers. They ate in silence. Sawyer was finished, just sitting at the table with her as Georgia scraped up the last of her eggs. Danielle came down the steep loft stairs as Ken came out of the bedroom. Georgia wondered if they'd been texting or something, since it seemed odd that they'd appear together.
Good morning, she said.
Good morning. Ken smiled at her before heading to the restroom.
Hello,
Danielle said as she stepped off the last step.
I have a few things I want to grab in town today. The pillow that I have isn't comfortable, and I forgot my straightener.
Sawyer stood as Danielle approached the table. Georgia hid a smile. He'd been raised by his grandparents and had those old-fashioned manners that she loved. Danielle didn't seem to notice.
Is there any bottled water? There's not going to be a trip to town today, Georgia said. And no, it's a good well. Let the faucet run for a bit, and it'll get cold.
Danielle pursed her lips before moving to the sink and grabbing one of the mugs Georgia had washed the night before out of the draining rack. Ken opened the bathroom door.
Where are the clean towels? The hand towel on the sink is damp.
It's the only one I have, Sawyer said. Georgia detected a note of irritation in his voice, but it might have been exhaustion too. She wasn't going to tell him to go to bed.
If we're not going into town, what's for breakfast?
Danielle asked after taking a big drink of her water. Georgia didn't wait for Sawyer to answer. He probably didn't know she'd bought groceries.
There are eggs in the fridge. No toaster, but there's bread, and you can put it in the oven. There's oatmeal. You could make an omelet with the bag of peppers and onions in the freezer.
Georgia didn't want to overwhelm them with choices, so she shut her mouth, grabbed Sawyer's cup, and filled it at the sink.
Until Sawyer's better, I'll be here, Georgia said. I'll cook breakfast, but I'm going to do it when I get in from the barn. If you want me to cook for you, you need to be up when I start.
She didn't feel that was too unreasonable, but she couldn't stop herself from looking at Sawyer after she said it, just in case he wanted to baby Danielle. After all, he probably didn't want Georgia scaring his fiancée away before he got the chance to marry her. You must have bought groceries, he said when their eyes met.
Yes.
Along with the air mattresses.
Yes.
I owe you.
Speaking of that, Danielle said, my receipts for the time I spent at the hotel and the things I bought are in my purse. You're reimbursing me, correct?
Before Sawyer could answer, Georgia spoke.
Ken, would you like to put a coat on and we can go out to the barn for a few minutes?
Maybe her phrasing indicated a question, but it was a command. Ken started for his boots and coat. Georgia had just realized that probably Sawyer and Danielle had some things they needed to talk about. It made her chest feel tight and the back of her neck hurt, but it was wrong for her to get in the way. As much as she felt comfortable with Sawyer, as natural as it felt to share their breakfast together and talk about the cows, while teasing a little about their nicknames and the cow that never freshened, this wasn't her house, and he hadn't chosen her. His dark eyes studied her across the table as she gave him a look before walking back to the door. You were just out. You don't have to leave, he said.
I'm sure you and Danielle have some things to discuss. Ken and I will give you at least half an hour.
She shoved her feet in her boots, grabbed her coat, and walked out the door, making sure Ken closed it tight behind him. Snow was still coming down, but the wind hadn't kicked up. Wow, there's like a foot of snow on the ground. It's beautiful. Ken gazed around in wonder. Georgia looked with him. She'd lived in North Dakota all her life, and snow had long ago lost its wonder for her,
although on the first snow of the season, she usually took some time to enjoy it. However, that was a month ago. Now snow was just as ordinary as green in the summer. Still, she could appreciate a man who took time to admire nature. "It's fun to watch it snow," she said, just to keep a conversation going. "Yeah," he said with wonder in his voice. She grabbed a shovel off the corner of the small porch. "Hey, I'll do that," Ken said. "Okay, I'll go look for another." Sawyer might only have one. He'd have no need for two, but there was always the possibility. Ken took the shovel but didn't lift it. "I didn't realize things were going to be this crowded. I'm sorry. This really wasn't a good time for you." She appreciated his apology. "It's okay. Life happens. Thanks for not complaining." He looked at the snow coming down again, putting a hand out to catch some flakes. "I won't stay long, but it sounded like I'm staying today whether I want to or not." "Yeah, someone might come and plow us out, but probably not until it stops." Sawyer had been clear that he didn't want her messing with his plow. If no one came to plow the driveway, though, she wasn't going to shovel it by hand. "When's that going to happen?" "I don't know." Ken rubbed the handle of the shovel. "Do you really think Danielle and Sawyer are going to get married?" She lifted a shoulder, not liking to think about it. "Said they were." "Danielle said he hired her to be his wife." Georgia stood on the edge of the porch. She didn't want to gossip about Sawyer, but she couldn't help hoping in her heart that they would change their minds. No. She hoped in her heart that Sawyer would finally notice that she was a woman, not a little girl. Or maybe that he would finally feel the same attraction that she felt for him. But if he didn't, he obviously didn't, she wasn't going to stand in the way of him trying to get something that would make him happy. Ken leaned in, apparently taking her stillness and silence as willingness to talk about it. "Danielle said she didn't need to be exclusive with Sawyer, though." Ken straightened. He tilted his head and looked at her. "I kind of thought that there might be something between you and me." His voice trailed off. Georgia had her mouth hanging open at his first comment, though, and hadn't processed his last statement. Danielle wasn't going to be exclusive with her husband? Georgia had to bite her tongue hard to keep from jumping all over that comment, which Ken had mentioned like it wasn't any big deal. "Maybe you can think about that," Ken said. Georgia nodded, not really listening, and trudged off the porch and into the snow. Should she tell Sawyer? Probably she should just keep her nose in her own business. If one hired a wife, she had no idea if that wife was expected to stay true. She just knew what she thought a wife should be. But Sawyer had changed the rules when he made a marriage a business transaction. It shouldn't concern her. Why did she feel the need to defend and protect Sawyer? It was especially frustrating since he didn't want her defense or protection. She'd taken about 10 steps from the porch when Ken caught up with her. "Hey, I figured I could go with you." Sure." She would have shoveled off the porch first if she'd known that he wasn't going to do it. Giving a mental shrug, she kept going, listening to Ken's chatter and answering when she had to. The door closed behind Georgia and Ken. Sawyer had the strongest urge to go out and drag that skinny-necked man away from Georgia. But he'd be lucky to have the strength to drag himself back to bed, so he sat where he was. Georgia was right. He did feel better today than yesterday. The doctor had said it would be a long road, but that he'd get a bit better every day. He felt different enough that he almost believed her. Danielle crossed her arms over her chest. "Well," she looked around, "I guess I'll make some breakfast." Her lip pulled back like it would put her out to cook. Sawyer didn't say anything. He couldn't cook for her, although, technically as the host, he probably should offer. He probably would have, too, if he thought for 1 second he could stand that long. "I don't think we're going to make it to the courthouse today." Possibly not tomorrow. I don't know how long the snow is going to last. It felt like the words were being dragged out of him, like he didn't want to say them. He hadn't really cared about getting married. It was just a means to the money. But now that Danielle was actually here, he found himself thinking that maybe it had been a bad idea. That's fine. She cracked an egg, then swore. I broke it, she huffed. Do you want an egg? I like a dippy yolk. I'm full, thanks. She looked around, then before he realized what she was doing, she threw the egg in the trash. His eyebrows shot up to the ceiling, but he bit his tongue and took a slow breath in, which threw him into a coughing spell. By the time he'd quit coughing, she'd cracked 6 eggs. I guess I'm going to have to wait until we're married before you reimburse me for those expenses? Yes, he said, his voice hoarse. So, what? 2 days? 3? Yeah, probably. Maybe next week. He wasn't even sure what day it was. Tuesday, maybe? Wednesday? She dumped the eggs into the skillet. He didn't think she'd put any butter in, and he didn't have the fancy non-stick kind. It was a cast iron, and she was going to have trouble with the eggs sticking. But again, he didn't have the strength to do it, and he didn't want to boss her. I guess we ought to get some ground rules straight. She put some bread on a flat pan and put it in the oven. Finally, a subject he could converse on. I have a prenup for you to sign. It's one my lawyer made out to protect both of us. If you want to get it off my dresser, you can. She walked into his bedroom and came back out a minute later with the 2-page document in her hand. Sawyer had told the lawyer to make it short and sweet. To him, that would have been a couple sentences, but 2 pages wasn't bad. He'd seen a lot worse coming out of a lawyer's office. She held it up, reading it until smoke started coming from the skillet. Suddenly, she yanked the papers down and looked at the stove. She swore. Sawyer winced. He'd been around some rough folks in his time, but typically he didn't hear words like that over breakfast. She ended up throwing those eggs in the garbage can too and setting the skillet aside on the stove. Guess it's just toast for breakfast. Sawyer was going to ask about Ken, but he supposed it wasn't Danielle's job to cook for him as much as it wasn't George's job to cook for Danielle. She sat down at the table with butter and a jar of jelly. So this basically says that I have to live here for a year and you pay me $100,000 plus expenses. Yeah, isn't that what we agreed to? Her head tilted. It is. Problem is, I have some debts I probably didn't mention when we were talking over the internet. Sawyer held on to his water, suddenly wishing Georgia had made coffee. He waited. I need the money now. I'm not touching the money until we're married. Technically, the letter he'd gotten about the inheritance said that he could access the money, but if he wasn't married within 6 months of the letter date, he'd have to pay it back. He wasn't going to take the chance of giving Danielle the money, then having her skip town. Her lips pressed together. My debts are pretty pressing. Normally, Sawyer wouldn't pry, but since this woman was going to be his wife for a year, he asked, Who do you owe? She narrowed her eyes at him like he'd overstepped his bounds. I owe several casinos in Las Vegas. He couldn't stop the widening of his eyes, then he had to give a short laugh. Of course she was a gambler. She was here, wasn't she? Irony. He loved it. They're probably not very understanding. He was only guessing. He had no experience with gambling. No, they're not. I can't wait a year. I knew it when we agreed, but... She paused, looking down at the toast she hadn't eaten. I didn't want to admit it to you then. Sawyer kept his face impassive, even while her words made his throat tighten and his chest burn. Basically, she wanted to be here, possibly married, before she gave him her story and tried to appeal to his compassion. How could he let his wife be hounded by casino collections? At this point, she was probably banking on him not to send her packing. He had about 6 weeks until he lost his chance for the $1 billion. It had taken 3 months to get to this point, putting up the ad, vetting the responders, and finally getting a woman here who was willing to take a chance on him. He doubted he could do it again faster. "I'm going to need to think about it." He lifted the mug to his lips, feeling very tired. Danielle looked around. "There's no TV, no computer. You don't even have an easy chair in here." She pressed her lips together like she wanted to complain more but didn't dare because she didn't want to risk him sending her away. She didn't know about his deadline. He pushed his chair back. "We don't have to make a decision today. No one is going to town until at least tomorrow or the next day." "Okay." Her head bent over her toast, but he'd seen a fire in her eyes before she lowered them. She was annoyed, but hiding it. He could handle annoyed. He got that way himself. What he didn't like was that she wasn't up front with him to begin with. He stood, slowly, and took his mug to the sink before going to his room. He made it the whole way without having to stop and rest, which was hardly a win in his book. It would have been nice to wait for Georgia to come back in, just because he wanted to see her again, but he'd reached his limit. He didn't bother closing the door, but lay down on top of his covers. He had barely stretched out before he was asleep. Chapter 11. For Georgia, who was used to keeping herself busy, the day could have dragged. But when she came in and saw that Sawyer was already back in bed, she mixed up a casserole to serve for supper and set a package of hamburger out to cook for lunch. Then she went back outside. The snow seemed to be lightening up, and if they didn't get too much more, she'd still be able to plow it. If she could figure out how to get the plow on. She called her brother, Ty. He didn't answer, but while she was still in the shed holding her phone, her mother called. "Hey, Mom." She'd talked to her mother when her plans changed and she wasn't going straight home, but stopping in Rockerton to take care of Sawyer. She hadn't talked to her since.
Georgia, how are you? Is Sawyer still in the hospital?
"I'm great, Mom." She ignored the question about Sawyer. "Are you still at the Thanksgiving craft show?"
I'm packed up but stuck in Fargo until the snow lets up.
"Oh, too bad."
You didn't answer me about Sawyer.
"Sorry. It's a longish story." She went on about how Sawyer could only get out if she agreed to care for him. She wasn't sure how much to mention of Ken and Danielle.
So, you're out there alone with Sawyer?
She knew that wasn't something her mother, or most of her conservative town, would be thrilled about. But if Sawyer wanted the town to know he was getting married, he should be the one to tell them, not her. "Well, you remember me talking about Ken from my European trip?" Her mother was quiet for a moment. Georgia could almost see her blue eyes scrunched up, trying to recall.
You posted a couple pictures of you and a good-looking gentleman on social media. Was that him?
"Yes." She hadn't taken but 2 or 3, mostly because Ken wanted her to. She'd posted them more because she wanted people to think she was having a good time and making friends than for anything else.
What about him?
Her mother prompted. She sighed, not wanting her mother to latch on to Ken as a possible match for her matchmaker tendencies. "I was not expecting this, but he came out here to surprise me, just as a friend." She tried to emphasize that last part. "And he's here." She felt a little like she was lying to her mother by not mentioning Danielle, but she just couldn't do that to Sawyer. If people thought he was moving a girl into his home, rumors would swirl. He didn't deserve that kind of reputation.
At Sawyer's?
"Yes."
I heard his house isn't very big.
"It's not. But I'm staying in the loft, and the men are sleeping in Sawyer's room. I don't think Ken is staying long." That was the impression she got from him this morning. After she'd had some time to think, she realized he'd mentioned them getting closer, and she should have shut him down completely. She had just been so shocked that Danielle wasn't planning on being exclusive.
Maybe when I get home, I can make you some food.
I think when you get home, Sawyer will be fine for me to leave him for a few hours, and I can come see you.
She didn't get to see her mom much, with her job with Ford demanding all her time. Although he was gone for a few weeks in Vegas, would she have a job when he came home? He wouldn't fire her or drop her, but if Morgan could do everything Georgia had been doing, there was no point in her staying on with Ford. The idea was a little scary, but also exciting. She'd spent so much of her life helping Ford, supporting him and taking care of him. Because of how reclusive he was, it had honestly never occurred to her that he might ever find someone. How fabulous that he'd fallen in love with the woman he'd hired to replace her during her European trip. Georgia shifted, looking at the plow in front of her. If she wasn't working for Ford anymore, what did she want to do with her life?
Georgia?
Sorry, Mom. Spaced out there for a few minutes.
It's okay. I said I'd love it if you could come see me. What day?
Let's wait and see what the snow does. Also, Sawyer is too weak for me to leave him right now. Maybe in a week?
That's fine. Call me.
I will.
They hung up. Georgia was tempted to call Ford right away. It hadn't occurred to her to ask him if he was still going to need her to work for him when he came home. But maybe with Morgan beside him, he'd come out of his home more and possibly be comfortable hiring someone else. Or maybe Georgia wanted to keep working for him. She thought of Sawyer and his impending marriage. If Sawyer got married, she was now free to leave. She didn't have to stay and suffer through all the heartache of some other woman being with the man she wanted. Her feelings were somewhat mitigated knowing that Sawyer wasn't even close to loving Danielle, but if they lived in close proximity for a year, maybe they'd fall in love with each other. Georgia couldn't stand it. Yes, she would definitely leave. But first, she needed to do what she said she would, and that was to take care of him until he was well enough to take care of himself. Knowing Sawyer, it wouldn't be long. Maybe by the new year. Her phone rang. It was Ty calling her back. Great. Maybe she could get this plow hooked up after all. Georgia was out all afternoon. Sawyer knew this because he woke up for lunch, and after eating more than he had since he'd been sick, he'd felt pretty good. But Georgia went back outside after cleaning up the dishes and hadn't come back in. It was after 4, and she'd be feeding before she came in at this rate. He should be sociable with Ken and Danielle. They were playing some kind of betting game at the table, and Sawyer had never been a gambling man. He'd work the skin off his hands, kill himself to make a living, but to win a bet? No thanks. He wondered how much money Danielle owed. She seemed pretty into the game. From what Sawyer could hear, they had to get the closest to 21 with a certain number of cards. Feeling well enough to read a book, Sawyer sat on his bed, trying to focus. Instead, he kept listening for Georgia to come in. Tomorrow, he was sure he would feel well enough to get his clothes on and go outside for a bit. He couldn't stand this sitting around while Georgia was out, doing something. Finally, he couldn't take it any longer and grabbed his phone. "Are you okay?" It took a minute for her to text back. In that minute, his heart flipped and dropped and started thumping as his brain imagined she'd fallen in the snow and was frozen to death, and he should have gone out and looked for her 2 hours ago.
Yep, I'm almost done with the stock. Still no calf.
If she'd been standing in front of him, he would have hugged her. Relief made his fingers shake as he texted back. "The watched pot never boils."
So should I quit looking for her morning and night?
No. He almost asked her what she'd been doing all afternoon, but refrained. Instead, he got up and walked, not shuffled, out to the kitchen. "Georgia's going to be in soon. Let's get supper on the table for her." Ken and Danielle finished a hand they were playing before cleaning up their cards. Sawyer had the casserole out of the oven and on the table by the time they stood up. "Plates are in the cupboard." He went and got silverware. His normal chair was with his back to the stove. That made it easy for him to get up and down to get his food. He didn't even really think about it, but put the mug he'd been using all day where he normally sat. Ken and Danielle put their mugs on the other side, which left Georgia sitting beside Sawyer. Sawyer noticed and knew he should change it. After all, Danielle was technically his fiancée, but Georgia was the one whose presence he craved. She opened the door, snow blowing in. The actual snow coming down had stopped a few hours ago, but the wind had started almost immediately. Slamming the door shut, she leaned against it and laughed. Man, she was beautiful. Rosy red cheeks, wild curly hair framing a smiling face, dark lashes and freckles. Something stirred within him, and he suddenly wished that this was the woman he'd be laughing with for the rest of his life. "Wow, that's some wind." Danielle shivered from her seat at the table. Sawyer needed to remind himself that Georgia was off limits. Whatever he was feeling for her needed to be nipped in the bud. "Thanks for making supper, Short Scoop. We put it on the table." "I see." George's eyes took in the table, settings, and places where everyone was sitting. He couldn't read the look on her face as she realized she'd be sitting beside him rather than Ken. Was it disappointment? Yeah, he definitely should have switched everyone's places around. Although Ken had annoyed him, because what kind of man sat inside while one small woman was out working? Georgia had her things off and hung up on the wall. "Let me wash up." "No rush. Just came out of the oven, so it needs to cool anyway." "Glad to see you're feeling better," she said to him as she passed by, heading to the sink. "What have you been doing all afternoon, kiddo?" he asked, adding the kiddo because he knew his eyes lingered too long on her as she sashayed around the kitchen. "I spent some time on the phone with Ty." "Who's that?" Ken asked. "My brother," Georgia said easily. He must not know her too well if he didn't know Ty Hansen was her brother. Maybe he didn't follow hockey, but Ty Hansen was almost a household name. Ken wouldn't have forgotten if Georgia had told him. Of course, it was just like Georgia not to mention that she had a superstar hockey player for a brother. "Oh," he said, straightening his silverware. Sawyer supposed this meal should be awkward. After all, there was a man who'd come over 1,000 miles to see Georgia sitting beside Sawyer's fiancée, while Sawyer sat beside Georgia. But it really wasn't. There was pleasant conversation. Sawyer mostly stayed out of it. By the time supper was over, he was barely staying upright. He'd thought maybe he'd be up to play a few rounds of spoons, or at least look over the ag report, but he'd be lucky to stay upright for a shower. But he wasn't leaving all the dishes for Georgia. He was sure she'd done more than talk to Ty all afternoon. He suspected she'd been shoveling snow at the very least, maybe fixing a broken fence or something in the corral. As much as he felt that Ken and Danielle should be pulling their weight with the chores, politeness wouldn't let him demand that they help, since they were technically guests. So he stood, taking Georgia's plate and his, putting their silverware on the top. Neither Ken nor Danielle had cleaned their plates. He set one on top and carried the stack to the sink. "I've got this." Georgia's voice came from beside him, below his ear. That husky note in it shot straight to his heart. Maybe she could see him trembling. Maybe she could read his mind. Whatever. He jerked his head, wanting to give her a smart comment that would remind himself of who she was to him and also let her know that he might be weak, but he was fine. "Go, shower scoop." He huffed one breath of a laugh, coughed, but didn't get thrown into a coughing fit, and headed to the shower. The hot water heater wasn't big enough for more than a 5-minute shower before the water turned ice cold. He could do 5 minutes.
Chapter 12. Several days turned into a week, with another storm following on the heels of that one and keeping them all snow-stayed. That crazy cow had still not had her calf, although it was clear she was pregnant and due any day. Georgia had invited Ken to help her feed, just to give Danielle and Sawyer some time together. Time neither of them seemed to want. Which was just as well, because Ken hadn't been interested and had only gone out one afternoon. He didn't get up the next morning, which was fine with Georgia. It was twice as much work to train someone to do something, and Georgia had enough on her hands when the water froze. She'd not been able to get the plow hooked up the first time she'd talked to Ty, since Ty had to hang up to go give a workshop to a bunch of college hockey players. But he called back the next day, and after an hour or two, she was in pretty good shape. She wanted to use the plow before Sawyer got well enough to go out, which would be any day. But there was almost 2 feet of snow on the ground, where the wind hadn't blown it away, and she wasn't sure she wanted to attempt to plow that much at first, just in case she'd put it on wrong or, more likely, hadn't tightened something up correctly. She'd plowed before. That wasn't an issue, but it had been a while and never snowed this deep. Plus, with thawing out the water and getting the skid loader to run to get round bales for the cows, she didn't have much extra time. Sawyer was chomping at the bit. He'd almost come out with her that morning. He was up, but she'd given him a look. Okay, she might have also said something along the lines of stupid scoop, but she hadn't really meant to call him stupid. It just started with an S. That's what she told herself anyway. Actually, stupid was absolutely not the adjective she wanted to use to describe him. After spending the last week, when she wasn't out working, inside with 3 other people, Sawyer had definitely emerged as the person she'd most like to be snowed in with. Easily. Like that even surprised her. Danielle had gotten testy and short-tempered. She paced the floor. Ken practically simpered at her feet. From what Georgia could see, they played a lot of gambling games, on their phones and with cards at the table. Almost by accident, she'd found out that Ken was rich. She'd asked about his job and wondered if he would get in trouble if he weren't back to work. He'd not been concerned. He worked for his dad's company. Apparently, whatever job he had depended on what he felt like that day. It surprised her, since Ken hadn't seemed like a successful business owner. But it was his dad's business, so maybe that was why. At any rate, as Georgia fed that morning, 1 week after they'd all turned up at Sawyer's house, she knew it was soon going to be time for her to leave. Well, maybe a few more weeks. Sawyer might be strong enough to come out, but he wasn't going to be strong enough to do it all himself. But he'd be strong enough to go into Sweetwater and get married. If the roads were clear, he could do it today. Maybe there was another reason she'd not tried the plow. Could she stay here while Sawyer was married to Danielle? It probably wouldn't change much. He'd still be more concerned about his cows than anything. Danielle would still be kind of friends with her. Ken would leave. Would they share the same room? Georgia figured they wouldn't. It wasn't any of her business and she hadn't asked any questions. Maybe because she didn't want to come face to face with the answers. At least they didn't act like a courting couple at the present time. But Sawyer probably would never be a demonstrative person. She'd seen him hug Tella, his niece. Otherwise, she couldn't think of any time she'd seen him hugging or, gasp, kissing anyone. Even with Ford, they might slap each other's backs. Normally, Sawyer smiled more than he had for the past week, but she totally understood the issue there. He hated being cooped up in the house, hated that he couldn't work, hated that he felt weak and useless. It would put anyone in a bad mood, but someone like Sawyer, who never stopped working, could hardly stand the enforced inactivity. But he respected her, and he'd not put his things on and come out. Not this morning. And as she shifted the heating tape and turned the water off,
She realized that she'd not seen Patience, the cow she'd been watching to freshen for over a week. Georgia straightened and looked out over the pasture. Fence posts stretched as far as she could see. And now, as the sun came up, turning the snow to orange and yellow, she could see tracks leading out through the pasture, a dark trail through the pristine white blanket of snow. As long as the cows had hay and water, they wouldn't leave the area around the shed. Only one cow had a reason to go anywhere. Georgia counted the rest of them just to make sure, then debated for a minute about what to do. The pasture was big, and the cow could be clear at the other end. She wouldn't have any trouble finding it. That black cow would stick out easily in the white snow. But the cow could be having trouble birthing the calf, or the calf could be too weak to walk home. Or it could start snowing again. She'd promised Sawyer she wouldn't leave sight of the buildings without someone knowing. That was just stupid in North Dakota in the winter. So she finished up the chores and went inside. Sawyer was standing at the stove cooking eggs when she walked in. He'd done it the past 2 mornings and usually timed it just right, so the eggs were hot and coming off the skillet when she sat down. Ken and Danielle were nowhere in sight, with Ken probably still in Sawyer's bedroom on the air mattress on the floor, and Danielle still up in the loft. They'd been sleeping in later and later. Yesterday, when they'd gotten up, it was almost time for lunch. They were staying up later at night, too. In fact, Georgia scrunched her face up. She couldn't remember what time Danielle had come to bed last night. "Hey, Snow Scoop, belly up while the eggs are hot." Sawyer actually gave her a smile. Maybe because he knew it wouldn't be long and he'd be back out. "What did you do? Stand here all morning just to think of a name to call me?" He didn't stop pulling the toast out of the oven and setting it on plates. "Busted. Sat up all night last night, just saying S-words until the right one hit me about 4:30 this morning." "Yeah, whatever. You're snoring before your head hits the pillow." His shoulders tapered to a narrow waist, and she doubted that she'd ever get tired of watching him move. But he wasn't hers, so she turned her eyes away. Not before she noticed that he had jeans and boots on. He looked good. Not so. She tried to still her heart rate, which had kicked up 3 notches after stuttering around for half a minute. "I'll videotape it tonight on my phone. But if I have to do that to prove my point, it's getting put up on every social media site I have." He rolled his eyes as he set the butter on the table. "That's like, what, 1?" She hadn't been on social media since she was in Europe. She'd specifically done it then so her family wouldn't worry about her being across the ocean by herself. They'd still worried, but the pictures had kept them mostly happy. "Take your boots off and sit down. Why are you hovering at the door?" Sawyer stopped with the ketchup bottle in his hand. She had it. "I don't know. She's not there." "Can't see her?" "No." "Sit and eat. She can wait 10 more minutes." He set the ketchup on the table and grabbed a long line of paper towels, folding them and putting them on the floor where Georgia usually sat, so her melting boots wouldn't puddle on the floor. "Thanks," she said as she carefully put her boots on the towels and sat down. They did their normal ritual with their eggs, her getting all the white and him getting 4 yolks. She supposed whoever cooked them could just cut the whites off then, but neither of them had suggested it, like they both kind of liked the way they fit together, at least over this one little thing. 10 minutes later, Sawyer took their plates and silverware to the sink. She followed with their mugs. "I have a snowmobile, but I know you won't be able to start it." He toed off his cowboy boots and slid his feet into his insulated ones. They were about 3 times the size of George's and made hers look like a child's pair. She didn't dwell on that now, and she didn't take offense to his saying she wouldn't be able to start it. In her experience, unless it had a key, she couldn't start it. The snowmobile, like everything else on the farm, was probably older than she was and didn't have a key. "It hasn't been run since last spring. It'll take a can of ether and a few adjustments, probably." He shrugged into his coat.
You don't need to explain.
I didn't want you to get offended that I said you can't start it.
Oh, I thought you were trying to justify the fact that you're going outside and I'm not sure you're ready to.
I'm ready. She pressed her lips together and looked at him under her lowered brows. He raised a brow and met her with a look of his own. He could easily shove her aside, and they both knew it. They both also knew that he hadn't needed to listen to her all week. He'd chosen to. The fact had power associated with it, and it was definitely an ego boost. Until she remembered Danielle. She shoved Danielle out of her mind. She wasn't here to help with the cow. She wasn't the one Sawyer was looking at now. She was just the one he was going to marry. Maybe he could read the emotion scanning across her face, because his own expression changed and his eyes roved, seeming to try to catch what her looks said before they were gone. She turned her head away. His hand came up halfway between them. It stopped, paused for a minute, then dropped. Turning, she grabbed her coat and the doorknob. She was out the door before her coat was buttoned or her gloves were on. However, she didn't go marching off the porch like she wanted to, but kept to a slow pace. Sawyer had been healing fast. She didn't want to set him back by getting him winded in this cold weather.
I haven't had a coughing spell in 3 days.
His deep voice carried over the wind. It took her a minute, but she realized he thought she was actually upset that he was coming out. Oh, right. If he only knew. He'd better never find out that her childhood crush had only gotten stronger as she'd gotten older. She shrugged. He could think what he wanted. The snowmobile that he was talking about had to be the one she'd seen in the shed with the plow truck. So she led the way, since the path she'd shoveled was only wide enough for single file. The wind had closed some of it in, but at least it was still shallow enough that their knees weren't getting wet. She had insulated pants on plus tights under them, but from what she saw while he was standing at the sink, Sawyer only had regular jeans on. He'd been planning on listening to her and not coming out. The shed door squeaked as she opened it.
I should have put coveralls on,
Sawyer muttered as he stepped inside.
You should have.
She should have made him. Instead, she was busy thinking about how much she wanted to have the right to stay with him, or maybe how much Danielle didn't deserve him. Whatever. The door stayed cracked on its own, which was good, since there were no lights in the shed. Thankfully, the door was on the leeward side of the wind. Georgia took out her phone to use as a light, determined to keep her mind on business and not allow it to wander off thinking about things she had no call thinking about. Chapter 13. The cold was making him shiver, but Sawyer was tired of looking weak in front of Georgia. Plus, he'd been pretending he wasn't cold every winter of his life. Still, he could feel the vulnerability of his lungs and the fact that his body was barely at 50%. But with this wind and the temps hovering just above zero, they needed to get that calf into shelter. He probably should have run out without eating breakfast. He would have, too, if it had just been him. Sometimes he forgot how tiny Georgia was, but this morning, he'd sat and eaten because she'd already worked for several hours out in the cold, and she was going to go right back out in it. He wanted her to have something warm and substantial in her belly. He didn't want to lose that calf, but he couldn't let anything happen to Georgia.
I'm going to pull it. Maybe we'll get lucky, and it'll start on one pull.
In his experience, getting lucky was less about luck and more about hard work, but he also didn't believe in doing an unnecessary job. So he wasn't going to operate on the snowmobile until he was sure it wasn't going to start with a pull. 2 pulls, and it didn't even sound like it was firing. It did wear him out, though. Bad. He wanted to stop and pant, but Georgia hadn't wanted him out here to begin with. She'd not waste time sending him in if she thought he was overdoing it. He pulled the hood up, and a light brightened the motor. George's phone.
Thanks,
he said as he checked several connections and made sure there was no fuel leaking. Guess I ought to check for gas. He gave a short laugh. He knew it was running when he parked it, but it might have been low enough that it wouldn't start back up. But no, there was a quarter of a tank, enough to get them out to the pasture and back. He should fill it up, but he wasn't sure he had any gas sitting around. He grabbed the ether from the shelf right by his head and sprayed the fuel line. With a hand on the throttle, he pulled the cord with the other. Yeah, it sounded a little more lively that time. After spending another 10 minutes tinkering and checking and spraying, it finally started. He let it idle for a minute while he put the tools and ether he'd gotten out away and set the hood down and latched it. You mind holding the shed door open? I should be able to drive it out. Georgia shoved her phone in her pocket and stuck her glove back on. She walked to the door without saying anything and held it open. The snowmobile motored right through. Hop on. Her eyes narrowed, and he thought she was going to argue. He hoped she didn't, because he really didn't want her going out in the field by herself, especially since he didn't know what the weather was going to be or how far away the cow might have gone. She didn't argue, but took hold of his shoulder and swung a leg over. She sat down close to him. Not that she had a choice, since the machine was small. It took his weakened lungs a few seconds to remember to breathe. His heart wobbled. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist. He closed his eyes, trying to regain his equilibrium. He'd spent the last week or so fighting the black spots that swam before his eyes, fighting to breathe, fighting to keep his world from tilting. It was happening all over again, but not because of him being sick. All the same feelings, but different. How was he to know his body would go haywire when Georgia touched him? Is something wrong? Georgia yelled over the wind and the rumble of the machine. It needs to warm up a bit. Not entirely true, but close enough. He could ride both ways, but if the machine quit on them, he didn't think he could walk the whole way home. He'd die trying. He twisted the handle throttle and the machine jumped. Georgia squealed and her hold on him tightened. He liked it. The machine was old, but it had plenty of juice under the hood. He buzzed over to the gate. Georgia didn't wait for him, but hopped off and opened it, waiting for him to drive through before she closed it behind him and hopped back on. Ready for the reactions this time, he enjoyed how it felt to be close to a woman. No, not just any woman. It wouldn't be the same if Danielle were on behind him. He was enjoying how it felt to have Georgia holding on to him as they flew out over the snow. Almost like really flying, and so much fun that he barely noticed the biting wind on his face. Georgia huddled behind him, letting his body block most of it for her. He had to watch when the front end dipped, since the old machine had lost its windshield long ago, and the dips threw snow up in his face. But it wasn't like there was anything he could hit. He just needed to make sure he didn't lose the cow's trail, and it was so obvious that it wouldn't even be hard to follow in the dark. They followed the trail the whole way to the other end of the pasture, and he was definitely glad he'd gone with Georgia. Although he was shivering so badly, she had to feel it even through his coat, since her arms were tight around his waist. But as they pulled closer, his heart drooped. The calf wasn't up. It wasn't moving either. At least the mom's up. She'll make it. Georgia spoke at his back. Yeah. He couldn't pretend to not be disappointed. This was the first calf he'd lost. He wasn't so naive that he thought he'd never lose a head. It wasn't even the money, really. It was the pride he took in his job, the fact that the little life on the ground represented 10 months of work for the mama beside it, but mostly the fact that a good man took care of his animals. Hey, it moved, Georgia said as he motored slowly toward the cow. He didn't want to scare her. Really? He hadn't seen anything. Yes, I'm sure of it. She moved, and he thought she was so excited she was going to jump off before he stopped. Hang on. He got as close as he felt he could without having the cow get upset. Watch her. She might be protective. Black Angus were known as easy calfers, but they could be protective of their offspring, like any good beef cow. He didn't have that much experience with dairy, but like chickens who were bred to lay every day didn't usually sit on their eggs. Dairy cattle, who often spent less than an hour with their babies, had that protective instinct bred out of them. He'd been headbutted a few times. One notable time, he'd broken a rib when an angry mother smashed him into the fence. "I've done this a couple of times myself," Georgia said, not with anger, but maybe a touch of sarcasm. "Sorry, buckaroo, Scoop." He'd reverted to his default defense mechanism. When Georgia started to get under his skin, when he started to think and feel things he shouldn't about her, he came up with a Scoop name to remind her, but especially himself, that she was off limits. He didn't look around, but he could almost guarantee that her lips had flattened and her eyes narrowed. Maybe she mumbled, "Stupid Scoop." Maybe she didn't. It didn't matter. His heart said it for her. They came closer. The mother watched them, then nosed at her baby. That time, he saw the wiggle. "You're right." "I knew it!" George's excited, yet cautiously quiet, squeal made him jerk his head toward her. This wasn't her calf, her cow, her farm. Yet her whole face was split into a huge grin, and she bounced a little on her toes. As he looked down, her face completely turned up at him, her eyes sparkling, her cheeks red, her smile beautiful. "It's not dead. It's sleeping. It's fine." His heart stopped, less at her words and more at how her thrilled excitement hit him square in the chest. She wasn't pretending to be happy for his sake. She was truly delighted that the calf was alive and okay. And she was exquisite. Maybe not beautiful in any classical sense, but she didn't need to be happy over his stupid calf. Didn't need to be out in the North Dakota wind. Didn't need to be spending her time feeding his animals and struggling through the snow and the cold to make sure they survived. She'd agreed to take care of him, to make sure he didn't overdo and that he got better. She grabbed his arms and shook, apparently taking his lack of emotion for disinterest. "Smile, Sawyer! The calf is alive!" Her body jumped up and down in front of him. He grinned, grabbing her and spinning. She squealed and her arms went around him. They laughed as the wind gusted around them, stirring up little spikes of snow that twinkled and reflected rainbows in the bright sunlight. As he set her down, he didn't mean to move forward. Maybe he lost his balance a little because of still being weak. His arms tightened around her. Her head was tilted up and she laughed into his face, his own smile widening even as his head lowered. He didn't mean to kiss her. Not really. It certainly wasn't his plan. If he had planned it, it would have been a short kiss, maybe a peck on the cheek or possibly a quick touch of the lips. Even as his head descended, their eyes locked, their smiles fading, he didn't intend for their lips to touch and cling. But it happened. She didn't expect it either. She drew in a quick breath before pressing closer. Her lips were soft and sweet, and he didn't even think about pulling back as his arms tightened and his body pressed forward, and his world tilted and careened around him. Maybe he would have thought to straighten if she hadn't responded so eagerly under him, pressing into him with a whispered sigh, her lips hot under his, hungry, eager. Like everything Georgia did, it was a whirlwind, sucking him in, making him helpless to do anything but follow, overcome by the restless desire he hadn't even realized he felt for his best friend's little sister. They both seemed to pull back, slowly, at the same time. Reluctant to let go, reality trickled its way in until their heads were separated, their breaths clouding and mingling. Their eyes caught as they stared at each other through the condensation. He couldn't move as he looked down into her flushed face, her lips swollen and still glistening from his kiss. His whole world had transformed. Of course, Georgia would be a passionate woman. It was her nature. He could see that clearly now. It didn't surprise him. What had shocked him, completely rocked his world, was the strength of his reaction to her. Even now, his arms didn't want to drop, His body didn't want to move back, and holding his head away from hers felt like pushing back on a 100-pound weight. Maybe he was shocked, too, by the fact that her passion seemed to be directed at him. He'd never thought she'd looked at him as anything other than her brother's best friend. But her eyes were still dark and glazed with desire. Her arms still held him tight, and he had the feeling that if he lowered his head again, her lips would meet his with the same innocent eagerness that they just had moments ago. Words of wonder and awe, words to tell her how beautiful she was, even words to exclaim how he felt, were tumbling in his chest, wanting to spill out his mouth, the mouth that was still buzzing from her kiss. Sexy Scoop. He couldn't let them. He didn't know what this kiss meant, and they had a calf to save anyway. But his jaw still hung slack and his eyes were still locked on hers, as though if he looked at her long enough, he could figure out what that just meant. He wanted to know about Georgia, what she thought, what she felt, what she wanted, but they couldn't stand here in the frozen North Dakota flatland while the calf froze at their feet. He started taking his coat off. No. Georgia's arm slipped out from around him, and she put her hand on his arm. He stopped, reluctant to defy what was not a command but a request. He swallowed. I have to wrap it up. It won't be able to take the wind on the way home. Maybe he had just been sick, but he could handle a short ride home with no coat. Do you think you can drive? She nodded, their eyes still holding. Georgia, He didn't know what he was going to say. He didn't want to apologize for that kiss, but he didn't know how to tell her he wasn't sorry and he wanted to do it again. He finally looked away, wanting to run a hand over his head in frustration, but he gripped his coat tight. I need to get this calf home. It wasn't near what he wanted to say, wasn't what he wanted to do. He wanted to pull Georgia close, kiss her again, and find out if she might want him for more than her brother's best friend. Not now. He walked slowly to the calf, kneeling down beside it. Its mother had all the blood and afterbirth cleaned up, but it was still wet. He put his coat over it. I think if we go slow, the mother might follow us home. Otherwise, once we get the calf in one of the pens under the barn, we'll need to come back and chase her in. Got it, she said. He couldn't tell anything from the tone of her voice. He didn't look at her. If he did, he might leave the calf and take Georgia into his arms instead. If she would touch him or just say the word. But she got on the snowmobile and waited for him to adjust his coat and pick the calf up. Angus were bred to have small calves, which helped them calve easier since they often did it in the field alone. But this calf was much bigger than the average Angus calf, maybe because it was so late. He was out of breath by the time he reached the snowmobile. Dropping to the seat, with his butt half hanging off the back, he fixed his coat to cover the little one between Georgia's body and his as best he could. It's a bull, Georgia stated while she waited for him to be ready. He took several more deep breaths, hoping he could talk without panting or, worse yet, going into a coughing fit. I didn't even think to check. I can tell by his face. It's a bull's face. Funny that they were having this normal conversation after the kiss that changed everything. For him, maybe it hadn't for her. Maybe it hadn't affected her at all. The thought caused the happiness and excitement that had been building in his chest to deflate. She'd just come back from a big European trip. She and Ford had had money and privilege for years. Maybe that kiss had just proved to her what a hayseed cowboy he really was. He couldn't think about it now. Later, after the calf was warm and dry and had eaten, then maybe he'd try to figure out what had happened between Georgia and him. We'll see if you're right when we get to the barn. Watch the dips. The snow flies up in your face. I'm going slower than you did. I think Patience is going to follow us. Of course, Georgia named the cow. He hadn't named a cow in years. It only made it harder when it was time to let it go. And that time always came. "I hope she does." His whole body shook and his chest hurt. Now that he wasn't thinking about that kiss, he didn't think he could stand much more. But he didn't want to say that to Georgia. Because, especially after that kiss, he really didn't want to look weak and incompetent to her. Experience told him that the cow might follow them for a bit, then it would turn right around and stand at the spot where she'd given birth, bawling. But patience proved him wrong, thankfully, and she continued to follow the snowmobile until they were about 100 yards from the barn. She probably would have followed it the whole way, but the snowmobile sputtered, then died. Chapter 14. Sawyer swore. "Sorry," he said. Georgia shrugged. She wanted to say the same thing. Not because of being stranded, but because Sawyer had already done way more than he should have, and now they were going to have to walk through 2 feet of snow to the barn. "It's probably out of gas," he said. "There was a little under a quarter, but it takes a lot in this deep snow." With 2 of them on, plus an 80-pound calf, plus the fact that it was old, it would suck the fuel. She got it. Just like she got the fact that the kiss they'd shared had meant absolutely nothing to him. After all, she'd been the one clinging to him. He'd no sooner gotten untangled from her, and he was all about saving his calf. She would have stood there in the wind and cold and kissed him forever. A sad smile hovered over her lips. At least she wouldn't spend the rest of her life wondering what kissing him was like. Perfect. That's what it was like. Better than perfect. Until he doused cold water all over her by reminding her that nothing ever came ahead of his ranch and cattle. She stood on the snowmobile, bringing her leg over, careful not to kick Sawyer or the calf. She might be upset that he was so callous, but she didn't want to kick him. He needed someone taking care of him. As she stepped off, she turned around. He was white. A sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. In this weather, that could be dangerous. But the calf could never walk by itself in this deep of snow, and Sawyer would let the snowmobile sit in the field, but he'd never walk away from the newborn bull. "We can follow Patience's trail in. I'll go first and break the snow down more for you." She gave him another look, seeing his body shake, from cold or fever, she wasn't sure. She'd offer to carry the calf, but it weighed almost as much as she did. There was no way she was carrying it 100 yards through 2 feet of snow. There was no way Sawyer wasn't going to try. She knew it as well as she knew her own name. "That's good. Thanks." Even his voice was scratchy and thin. Fear turned in her stomach, spiky and cold. If he got sick again, it would be worse than the first time. Not knowing what else to do, knowing that she could beg on her knees and he wouldn't leave the calf there, she turned and broke through Patience's earlier trail, leading the way to the barn. It felt like forever. Georgia's heart hurt with a pain she couldn't describe as Sawyer struggled through the snow behind her, stumbling, twice going down on one knee before slowly standing back up and soldiering on. The third time he stumbled, he fell on both knees. He didn't rise immediately. Georgia bit her tongue, tasting blood, and her hands fisted beside her, but she couldn't say anything. He stayed on his knees. A cough shook his body, turning into a 15-second coughing fit before it ended, and he turned his head, spitting in the snow. Georgia stared at the bright red spot, the implications of what it could mean turning through her mind. Her wide-open eyes probably showed her fear as they met Sawyer's deep blue, tortured ones. But his jaw was set, his lips tight, and his leg already moving to stand. His arms gripped the calf tightly. Georgia swallowed and looked away. It hurt to watch. She broke the trail so that he was almost walking on bare ground. It was all she could do to help, and she did it to the best of her ability. Sweat trickled down her back under her layers, even as the biting wind cut across the Dakota flatland, scalding her cheeks and flinging sharp bits of snow and ice into her face. When they finally reached the gate at the end of the barnyard, Georgia fumbled with the chain. Somehow, Sawyer was still on his feet. He carried the calf through, reaching the first pin and half falling, half setting the calf down. He remained down on his knees. "I'll run up and throw some hay down." Georgia knew he wouldn't leave until he was sure the calf and its mother were fine. Patience had followed them through the gate, so Georgia fastened the chain before she hurried around the corner. She'd never thrown hay so fast and furious in her life before. Maybe 5 minutes later, she was back down, hoping Sawyer would lean on her so she could get him in the house. But he lay face down on the ground. He'd never gotten up from where he'd sunk beside the calf. It looked like he'd just fallen forward. She ran to him and dropped on her knees beside him. "Sawyer!" He grunted. Relief eased her features. Maybe he was just exhausted. "Let's get you in the house." He seemed to take a big breath, gathering himself, then shoving off the ground. She put a shoulder under his arm and tried to take his weight as they stood. It was the longest walk of her life. Every time Sawyer stumbled, her heart froze in fear, wondering how she'd get him in the house if he fell. Surely Danielle and Kim would help her, but the amount of time that Sawyer would have to lie in the snow while she ran to get them and they put their winter things on and came out was more than she wanted to contemplate. Finally, they reached the house and she shoved the door open. They dragged inside. She used her foot to kick the door shut while helping Sawyer into a chair. "What happened?" Ken asked in shock from the table where they had cards spread out. "We got the calf in," Georgia replied shortly, noting that it was almost dinner time, but nothing had been started. Maybe there was a little rice soup left from the day before that she could warm up for Sawyer. If he could eat. She had to get his cold, wet clothes off first. They'd left his coat out with the calf, so she started with his boots. They pulled off fairly easily. His socks were dry, so she left them on. His sweatshirt came off next. He didn't want to let that go since he grabbed for it several times. "It's wet. I'll get you a dry one." His jeans were soaked, but she couldn't take them off while he was sitting down anyway. "Come on, let's get you into your room." "I can do it," he said without opening his eyes, his body shaking so badly she worried he might fall off the chair. She ignored him, shoving her shoulder into his armpit and helping him to stand. He shuffled across the floor, and they went into his bedroom. Georgia was happy to note that Danielle had at least gotten up to pick up his boots and place them in their spot by the door. Georgia still wore her boots. She didn't care about the mess right now. "Can you stand? Your jeans are soaked and they need to come off." "I can do it," he said with a force that shocked her. Grabbing a sweatshirt, she handed it to him, and giving him a last look, she hustled out. If he fell and knocked himself out, she'd deal with the fallout when it happened. In the meantime, she went to get the rice soup warmed up. There was rustling and a couple of bumps, but nothing that seemed to indicate a man of Sawyer's size had crumpled to the floor. Georgia might have banged a few pans unnecessarily hard, and possibly she slammed one or two on the stove, and she might have shut the refrigerator door so hard that it bounced right back open. But hey, she was angry, upset, annoyed. She might even hate the confounded man. Actually, no. Maybe she should be angry. He was acting like an idiot. Had been all day. But it was hard to get angry at a man who fought to protect what was his, who put the needs of others, even if they were cattle, over himself, who kissed her and made her knees weak and her mind blank. She smacked the spoon down on the counter and reached for the salt. Yeah, she was angry at herself. Why did she have to fall for a man who was incapable of loving people, whose only concern was his crazy cattle and his ramshackle ranch? If it was possible for her to be any dumber— oh, she could be dumber. She could continue to stay, to be here with his fiancée, cooking and cleaning for her, caring for Sawyer, until the man was strong enough to go into town and marry another woman. Oh yeah, she had a lock on dumber. Finally, the rice soup was hot. Sawyer had enough time to be either passed out or decently covered. Whichever, she was going in. Ken and Danielle barely looked up from their game as she passed by the table. She realized there was something that looked a lot like poker chips in piles beside them. If she hadn't been so concerned about Sawyer, she might have taken the time to stop and try to figure out what they were doing. As it was, she held the tray with the soup and steaming mug in one hand and opened the bedroom door with the other. He was in bed, on his back and covered up to his chin. She thought he might be sleeping, but one eye cracked when she walked in. His lip curved up. "Was hoping you'd bring me grub." Her eyes swept over his face and down his length. Pale, with sunken eyes, he at least wasn't shaking. "You'll need to sit up if you're going to feed yourself." The dark blue eyes looked at her. He didn't say anything, didn't move. Finally, he looked away. His voice was soft and tenuous. "I'm not sure I can." Her eyes widened. She could hardly believe that he was admitting weakness. Worry and fear combusted in her stomach. She set the tray down and adjusted his pillows without speaking. There wasn't anything to say. He didn't need her yelling at him because he'd pushed himself too far, and she would never rub his weakness in his face. Once she had his head high enough that she could at least spoon broth into him, she picked up the bowl and sat next to him. It didn't take long for him to drain the bowl and the mug. "More?" she asked. His eyes opened halfway, and he shook his head once. "Thank you." He breathed out so softly she might have missed it if she hadn't been staring at his face. She wanted to say she'd be in to check on him, that she'd sit with him if he wanted her to, that she needed him to get better. But there seemed to be too much hanging between them for her to get the words out of her mouth. Instead, she moved his phone to within reach. "Call me if you need anything. It's almost time for me to go back out and feed. I'll be sure to check on patients." His eyes had flown open. "You're wet," he croaked out. "Get dry. Get warm." His lids fluttered shut like he was trying to hold them open but just couldn't manage it. Figures. Commanding to the end. Chapter 15. 2 days later, Sawyer had only gotten out of bed to use the restroom. Well, he'd showered this morning, but it had taken such a toll on him that he'd ended up back in bed. Georgia had cooked for him, made sure he ate, and washed his clothes, but she'd not gone into his room for anything more. All he could think about was that kiss, and the fact that he had a fiancée sitting out in his kitchen, thinking that he was going to marry her as soon as he was able to get up. Funny how that thought alone kept him in bed for 2 days. He didn't want to go back on his word to her, and he really needed the money marriage to her would bring. But since he'd gone with Georgia and gotten that calf, everything had changed for him. He couldn't marry Danielle when Georgia was all he dreamed about. But when was the last time he'd lived according to what he wanted? Plus, he couldn't discount the fact that she might not want him. He needed to face the music, and soon. A rumbling by his window made him turn his head. He looked twice. Was that his pickup? Snow flew everywhere, and it was gone before he could tell for sure, but someone was definitely plowing his driveway. He'd known that he needed to do something. Last night, he'd heard Danielle complaining about being tired of beef and noodles, and Georgia had said that they were out of most groceries. He'd known he needed to plow. Or he could call his brother Palmer and have him come over. He just hated to ask when he'd be fine in a day or two and able to do it himself. The rumbling came again, along with the truck and the flying snow. Yep, definitely his truck. And all that wild hair above the driver's head could only be George's. She went past, snow flying. He realized his lips were curved up in a grin. He liked Georgia driving his truck. But after she went by, he realized this meant one thing. He either had to stay in bed, or when he got up, he'd have no more excuse not to ride into town and marry Danielle. The smile melted off his face like snow in May. But it needed to be done. He had never been a very good procrastinator, and he might as well face the music. Unless he was willing to break his word with Danielle. He'd also lose his ranch. It would probably be next summer or later when the bank foreclosed, but he barely had enough cash on hand to pay the mortgage for December. He could sell his cows and hold out a little longer, but without that income for the future, it was only a matter of time. Christmas was barely a month away. What day was it? Thanksgiving must be close. With being sick and everything else, he'd forgotten. He got up slowly, feeling pretty good, but, for the first time, wishing he felt awful. He was ashamed of that. Normally, he didn't have a problem facing things. But he couldn't marry Danielle. He had to find a way to tell her. If that meant he lost his ranch, then so be it. It wasn't fair to Danielle to go through with it, but more than that, he wanted more with Georgia. If she'd have him. Walking slowly to his bedroom door, which was cracked, he was thinking and kind of paused before pushing it open farther. Through the crack, he could see Ken's back. A pair of woman's arms stroked up and down Ken's sweatshirt, and Ken's head was lowered like he was... Ken and Danielle were standing in Sawyer's kitchen, kissing. Sawyer knew his mouth hung open. He pushed the door open farther into the kitchen. They continued their passionate embrace. Maybe he should feel something aside from almost giddy happiness and cool relief, but he couldn't summon any false anger or even pretend hurt. He felt light and happy. Walking over to the sink, he filled a glass of water. When the water started out of the spigot, he heard a surprised shriek from behind him, then rustling. He didn't even care. He turned, leaning against the counter and taking a big drink of his water. Ken and Danielle, both with red, guilty faces, stared at him. He smiled back. "I didn't hear you get up." Danielle smoothed her hair down. It needed it. "You don't say." Maybe he shouldn't enjoy this, but talk about stating the obvious. Ken cleared his throat. "Danielle and I..." He looked at Danielle. Her eyes got big and she shook her head. Sawyer watched her rub her fingers and thumb together, the universal sign for money. Ken looked at Danielle's fingers and he got a bit of a panicked expression on his face. He turned to Sawyer. "Danielle should slap my face. I forced her to kiss me. She was struggling to get away, and I imposed my intentions upon her." Danielle listened until he was about halfway through, then started nodding vigorously. He'd no sooner gotten done than she stepped around him, drawing her hand back and slapping his face. The crack reverberated in the kitchen. Ken's eyes just about fell out of his head. Maybe he'd choose the words for his deceit more carefully next time. Sawyer's smile got bigger. He managed to keep from laughing. "Well, Danielle, I was thinking we'd go into town tomorrow, since Georgia has been kind enough to plow the driveway." "Oh," her eyes got big. "We're getting married tomorrow? That's great. I'll make sure I get my receipts out." Drat. He'd forgotten about paying for her receipts. He'd have to think about how he was going to do that. "We're not getting married." Her mouth opened. Her eyes rounded. Then her brows lowered, and a white line appeared where her lips pressed together. "Oh, no. I came the whole way out here
to the middle of nowhere. We've been snowed in for a week, and it's not even Thanksgiving. I've lived in this shack. There's not even any heat in my room upstairs. All you've done is lie around in bed or worry about your stupid cows. I haven't put up with this for the last almost 2 weeks just to have you tell me that you've changed your mind."
Danielle ended her tirade with her hands on her hips, her face red and blotchy. Sawyer had faced bulls about to charge who seemed somewhat calmer, less unhinged. He shrugged. He could throw in her face that he'd just caught her kissing another man in his kitchen, but that felt like the low road, and he tried not to travel there. "I'm taking you to Rockerton tomorrow. I'll buy your bus ticket." He spoke calmly and took another drink of water.
"Forget it."
She put her hand on the back of one of the chairs, and her eyes filled with tears.
"All I tried to do was come here and keep you from having to look after me. I've entertained myself and stayed out of George's way."
She sniffed.
"I thought we had a deal. I can't believe you're not going to keep your end of it."
One lone tear dripped down her cheek. She bit her lip and took a shaky breath. Aw, nuts. Sawyer hated seeing women cry. He didn't get too much into the emotional side of things. Cows were so much easier. They didn't yell and they didn't cry. The door opened and Georgia walked in. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, snowflakes were caught in her hair, her eyes sparkled, and a big smile lit up her face. The smile faded as she took in the scene. Sawyer leaning casually against the counter, Ken standing uncomfortably in the middle of the kitchen, a big red welt on one cheek, and Danielle crying. Georgia's eyes hooked on Danielle as she closed the door.
"I guess I missed something?"
Danielle sniffed.
"Sawyer promised to marry me, and now he's changed his mind."
Ken swallowed uncomfortably, apparently content to allow Danielle to speak for them both, since he didn't say anything. Maybe he was afraid to tell the story about forcing Danielle to kiss him again. He still had one cheek that hadn't been slapped. Georgia's eyes narrowed. They skimmed over Ken before landing on Sawyer. Something flashed across her face. Maybe he wanted it to be hope.
"Why?"
Before he could answer, Danielle started sobbing.
"He's going to fill your head with a bunch of lies. Don't believe any of it. Apparently he's changed his mind, and now he's trying to smear my good name all through the mud in order to justify his lies and deceit."
She took a break from her spiel to take a breath and wipe the tears that were now running down her cheeks.
"He hates me, and he's accused me of doing despicable things to justify the really awful things that he's done."
She swallowed and said tremulously,
"I'm pretty sure he's cheating on me."
Sawyer had to admit it was a good performance. If he hadn't seen them kissing, he'd have believed it. It was the tears that did it for him. Unfortunately, he might have a hard time convincing Georgia about Ken. Sawyer had been pretty out of it, but maybe Georgia really did have feelings for the guy. Georgia gave Danielle a considering look. Then she looked across the table again at Sawyer. Danielle didn't know it, but Georgia had a good reason to believe that Sawyer might have made up a lie to get out of marrying her. After all, he'd been kissing Georgia out in the field just a couple of days ago. He could see that memory in her eyes. Technically, he had cheated on Danielle. Her brows lifted just a fraction of an inch. He didn't move a muscle. Danielle was a liar, but he wasn't going to throw that accusation out. It'd be his word against hers. Typically, he didn't make claims that couldn't be backed up with fact. Unfortunately, he typically didn't believe things that couldn't be backed up with fact either. Georgia took her time pulling her gloves off, while Danielle sniffled and Ken shuffled his feet uneasily. She toed her boots off, setting her gloves on the toes and lining them up beside the door. Straightening, she unzipped her coat and hung it up on the hook on the wall. She wore a pair of insulated jeans that did nothing to hide her slender body and a checked red flannel shirt that brought out the red in her cheeks and made her eyes look light brown. Sawyer wasn't even sure what color her eyes really were. They looked different depending on what she wore and her mood. Georgia crossed her arms over her chest and directed her gaze at Danielle.
So, Sawyer is lying about you? Yes.
Danielle's eyes lifted, and hope blossomed in them before she apparently remembered she was the offended party and lowered her gaze, giving a good sniff.
And cheating on you?
Danielle blinked, the very picture of a woman who'd been wronged.
Yes. And he hates you? He does. I know he does. So, of course, you still don't want to marry him.
Georgia tilted her head.
Right.
Danielle's eyes popped open. Her face went from pitiful to realization to angry in less than a second. But even she knew it wouldn't be realistic to insist that she still wanted to marry Sawyer. She straightened and tossed her hair, saying in a clear, normal voice, all traces of tears gone,
No, I don't want to marry him.
Sawyer almost groaned in relief, but he didn't move because she wasn't done.
I just want my money.
Georgia lifted a shoulder.
I can't help you with that. He ought to have to do what he said he was going to do. What was that? He said he'd give me $100,000 if I married him.
It sounded so crass when she said it like that. He supposed it was crass. Still, he wanted to cringe.
So, Georgia said, you want him to do what he said he was going to do, right? But you don't want to marry him. Isn't that what you just said? I don't want to marry him, but I want my money.
Georgia lifted her brows.
Yet you're the one who doesn't want to do what you said you were going to do, which was marry him.
Danielle huffed and crossed her arms over her chest. She stuck her lip out. Sawyer pushed off from the counter and drained the rest of his water. I think that's enough. I said I would pay your receipts, and there were no strings attached to that. Your bus ticket and your plane ticket to get out of here. That's fair. Her unfair accusations against him bothered him, but only because of what Georgia thought. I will double that to get you home. Danielle crossed her arms over her chest, but didn't complain. He felt he was being fair, and she had to know it. Because they had said, even before she came, that they could back out if they met and decided they didn't want to get married. No money was changing hands until they were married. He had wanted her to feel comfortable meeting a stranger and marrying him. Not that he had any plans, even then, for it to be anything other than a marriage in name only. She knew what they'd said and what they'd agreed on. Just because both of them had insisted that they didn't need any getting-to-know-you time didn't mean that it hadn't been part of the plan to begin with. It was going to cost him a cow, maybe two, to get rid of Danielle, but he might be losing the whole ranch anyway. It's too late today to go into Rockerton. Plus, he didn't think he had the strength for it. We can leave tomorrow just as soon as the feeding is done.
I don't need to go, Georgia said. If I can give you a grocery list, or I can order them online and you can pick them up.
That made it sound like she was staying, despite what Danielle had said.
You don't need to take me in, Danielle said with a huff. Now that the driveway is plowed, I'll call an Uber. I want out of here tonight.
Sawyer's brows lifted. He supposed she could try. His eyes went to Ken, wondering what his plans were. Was there something between Danielle and Ken? Or were they just bored from sitting around for so long? But Ken's eyes were on Danielle.
I think I'll head out, too.
He glanced at Georgia.
Things aren't working out quite the way I planned, and I don't want to have it snow again and be stuck here indefinitely.
Danielle linked her arm through Ken's.
Come up to the loft. I need to talk to you.
Sawyer turned to rinse out his mug and set it on the sink. By the time he was done, Ken and Danielle had disappeared up into the loft. He turned to Georgia, who had moved farther into the room from her place by the door. Want something hot to drink?
Sure, anything's fine.
He poured some water into the coffee pot and added grounds. Did you put the plow on by yourself? She sat at the table, her hands folded in front of her.
I know you were going to do it, but I was actually caught up on all the work, although the snowmobile is still sitting in the pasture. I put gas in it, but it still wouldn't start, and I'm not a mechanic. She grunted. Not even close. He leaned against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest.
Won't hurt anything to have it sit there until I can get to it.
Weather said there might be another storm by Thanksgiving. He jerked his head, still unsure of what day it was, but not wanting to say. He'd check his phone later. She twiddled her fingers together and didn't look at him.
Ken and Danielle were kissing when I walked out of the bedroom just now.
There. He said it. If she didn't want to believe it, it was up to her. Ah, so that's what that was all about.
It really wasn't.
Her head popped up and her brows lowered. The redness had faded from her cheeks and her freckles stood out. He loved the way she looked with her dark lashes sweeping down over her eyes. Really?
Danielle didn't realize that what she was saying was true.
They stared at each other in silence across the table. The kitchen felt even smaller than it actually was. George's cheeks reddened again. He wanted to run his eyes over her face and admire the changes in skin tone, but his heart was thumping hard in his chest, and he wasn't sure what her feelings on the subject were. That you had cheated on her? She finally said.
Yeah.
He lifted a shoulder and took a breath through his nose.
I had decided before I walked out that I needed to tell Danielle it was off.
Her brows lifted. Oh? He turned, grabbing a mug and pouring her coffee. Here was his chance to talk to her about their kiss and find out if it meant the same to her as it had to him. He wasn't even sure what it had meant to him. He just knew the desire to do it again hadn't weakened in the days that had passed. But he could talk about cows all day long. He could talk about his plow truck or the snowmobile, or even picking up groceries in Rockerton. He could even talk about his health and how he felt physically. Doctor's appointments, medications, coffee, deep sea fishing. But the idea of trying to find out from Georgia how she felt about him, or trying to tell her how he felt about her, it left him tongue-tied and unable to find the words. He'd always prided himself on being a man who didn't walk away from stuff just because it was hard. Setting her coffee down in front of her, he yanked a chair out and sat down on the edge, resting his forearms on the table and leaning across toward her. Her brows knotted. His heart sputtered and kicked before galloping ahead. He put his sweaty palms flat down on the table.
I know I should apologize for kissing you, but I'm not sorry. I don't know what to say about it.
We don't have to talk about this. We can just pretend it never happened. He blinked. That wasn't what he wanted. Georgia studied her mug. I don't want to get in the way of your deal with Danielle.
I told you Mr. Edwards of Sweetwater Ranch left me $1 billion when he died. But I have to be married by Christmas. I told Danielle that I'd give her $100,000 if she'd come and marry me and live here for a year. That's the deal between Danielle and me.
It doesn't have to change. She put her nose over the steaming mug and breathed deep.
It does for me.
Her eyes opened. He was waiting.
I could have married Danielle when there wasn't anyone else I was thinking about. Kissing you changed that for me.
A kiss doesn't make a relationship. Maybe not for someone who went around kissing a pile of people. But Georgia had been the first girl he'd kissed in over 10 years. That probably wasn't something he needed to admit. Not that he was ashamed.
I realize what century we're in. Kissing is disposable to a majority of people in our country. Not to me. Not when it's you.
Man, he felt like he'd bungled everything. Why was he having such a hard time just saying what he meant? Why couldn't he say, I have feelings for you, even if he wasn't sure exactly what those feelings were? She picked her coffee cup up and blew on it. So, you're giving up $1 billion because of a kiss? Holy smokes. When she put it like that, it sounded crazy. Was one kiss really worth $1 billion gone? He looked at the woman sitting across from him, really looked at her.
He'd always thought of her as his best friend's little sister. Always kept that barrier between them. He didn't want to cross that line, even if he'd been attracted to her for a long time. He couldn't even remember when he'd started fighting his eyes to keep from following her movements across a room. When he looked forward to visiting Ford because he'd see Georgia. When he'd admired her curls and skin and his fingers ached to touch her any time she moved close. He'd been doing it for so long, it felt normal. Even now, when he wanted to see how they felt and if they could move forward, he was conscious that if things didn't work out, he could lose not only Georgia but Ford as well. He had never considered taking that risk before. His friendship with Ford was worth more than $1 billion, and right now, sitting at the table, wanting more with Ford's sister, he was risking that too. Yeah. The words for his feelings still weren't forming in his mouth. He hoped she could figure out that if a man was giving up $1 billion for the chance to be with a woman, risking a lifelong friendship, and giving up the ranch he'd almost killed himself for, he probably had some strong feelings for that woman, even if he couldn't articulate them. But Georgia wasn't dumb. I'm going to assume that if you were willing to marry a stranger to get that money, you must need it pretty bad. She hadn't said a word about how she felt. He tried not to let his frustration show. I do. How bad? He took a breath and pushed up from the table, leaning back in his chair and propping one ankle on his knee. He was comfortable talking about the ranch. I have enough money to pay December's mortgage, if he took everything he had in the bank. Except now I have to reimburse Danielle, so I won't be able to make that payment unless I sell a cow. The bank will have the ranch by next summer, unless I piece my herd out. I can do it, but there goes my future income. He could talk about the hospital bill that he hadn't gotten yet, and also the lien that had been on the property that he'd had to settle and hadn't been planning on, but none of it mattered. Basically, if you don't get married, you're going to lose the ranch? Yes. Good. She seemed to understand that he was willing to give it all up to try to have a relationship with her. And you can't marry Danielle because you kissed me. There was more to it than that. He thought he'd explained it was more than a kiss. Hadn't he explained that? But he nodded. That's right. Georgia shrugged. So, marry me. She took a sip of her coffee while Sawyer's mouth fell open. Chapter 16. Georgia gripped the coffee mug tight so he wouldn't see her hand shaking. What she really wanted to do was shove back from the table and go stomping off. From the shocked look on his face, he'd never even considered marrying her. She realized she was just Ford's little sister. She also realized she was small, and she looked like a kid. But come on, she'd been taking care of his ranch for the last 10 days, doing everything herself. She'd just plowed his stinking driveway, for Pete's sake. But the man acted like she was 12 and they'd pitch him in jail if he married her. Gah! Except, he'd basically said he wasn't sorry for kissing her. That had to mean something. He wasn't sorry, but he still wouldn't consider marrying her. Although he wasn't marrying Danielle anymore. Okay, so she managed to refrain from dancing around the kitchen over that. Barely. The restraint was made easier by the fact that she was annoyed with him for insinuating he wasn't sorry about the kiss, but he wasn't having any kind of relationship with her. No, he said. She wasn't going to beg him to marry her, but she could lay it out for him. Even if he never felt the same about her as she felt about him, she could be the one who helped him make his dream of a successful ranch come true. If she truly felt as strongly about him as she thought she did, she wouldn't mind giving what she could without expecting anything in return, right? Her feelings weren't contingent on him returning them. She swallowed another drink of coffee and set her cup down. Why not?
Marry me, get the money. We'll work here together for a year, just like your deal with Danielle. After a year is over, you can pay me and you'll have your money in the ranch and everything will be fine.
Our families will kill me. Ford will hate me for using you like that.
Georgia scrunched her face up.
No, we'll just tell them the truth from the beginning. You need to be married to inherit the money. I'm looking for a job since Ford has Morgan now, and you offered me one.
She tilted her head.
I've already told the doctor that I would stay here and take care of you. What difference does it make if we're married too?
She spread her hands out on the table.
Everyone is worried about you anyway. Last winter, you disappeared. You emerged in the spring looking like death warmed over. No one is going to be upset that I'm here, helping you get money and making sure you eat and recover.
No one's going to be upset about that. It's the little marriage thing that's going to get me shot.
Georgia waved her hand in the air. We'll just tell them it's fake. They'll understand.
I don't want to have a fake marriage with you.
His voice was rough and low, like a tractor just started on a January morning. He'd leaned forward again, and his eyes were dark and hooded. His words cut her heart. The fact that he couldn't even consider being married to her hurt worse than she'd thought possible. But she stuck her chin out. She hadn't grown up with two older brothers and not learned to suck her emotions up.
Fine. Have it your way. If you change your mind, let me know.
I'm not changing my mind.
His eyes were narrowed, and he seemed angry.
Well, whatever.
She'd just offered to marry him so he could get $1 billion, and he'd turned her down. Seemed like she was the one who had the right to be angry. She pushed all those emotions aside. There was a bright side to this. She just had to find it. In the meantime, she wasn't going to let it get her down.
Okay, then. It looks like it's going to snow late tomorrow and maybe on Thanksgiving too, so I want to visit my mom, since I don't think we'd better travel on Thursday. Don't want to risk not getting back to feed the stock.
Sawyer blinked, like he couldn't keep up with the subject change. Fine, let him catch up. She didn't have a whole lot of patience with him right now anyway.
Okay.
I'm saying I can drive them into Rockerton tomorrow, get the groceries, and I'll stop in Sweetwater on the way home and see Mom. It might be too long of a trip for you.
She was angry and didn't want to spend the day cooped up in a car with a stubborn, bull-headed man who refused to see that she was all grown up and quite capable of making her own decisions. Sawyer was more concerned about what Ford thought than he was about what she thought. Of course that made her angry.
I can go.
She pressed her lips together.
Okay, fine.
She gulped her coffee and pushed away from the table.
I'll leave as soon as the stock is fed in the morning. The snow's supposed to start sometime in the afternoon.
His lips pursed and his eyes narrowed, but he just nodded. Then he pushed back from the table as well.
I can help feed.
She lifted a brow. He'd just been in bed for 2 days, and now he thought he could conquer the world. Typical man. Oh, he made her so angry. Some rustling and a couple of thumps came from upstairs. She tilted her head.
Maybe they really are leaving.
He shrugged.
I never tried to get an Uber out here. Just figured you couldn't.
He shoved a hand into his pocket.
I'm sorry you really didn't get a good visit from Ken.
He didn't sound sorry, but he did seem like he felt bad that he might have ruined something she wanted.
Don't worry about it. If he was kissing Danielle just a few minutes ago, he's not interested in me.
It was a relief, mostly. Although having Ken wanting her attention right now might have been nice for her bruised ego. Sawyer seemed to bruise her ego a lot. That conversation didn't go the way he planned. Sawyer walked over to the door and slid his boots on. Beside him, close enough that he caught her cinnamon and fresh air scent, Georgia put her gloves and boots back on, too. He wanted her to know that he cared about her, that she meant something to him, but either she hadn't gotten it or she hadn't wanted to hear it. At least she was staying. He'd have some time to figure out how she really felt. He also had some time to figure out how to tell her how he felt. And maybe, most importantly, he had time to try to be nice to her. He felt like he was always nice to her, but extra nice, so that maybe she'd, like him as more than a friend? If he lost the ranch, what would he do? Would he have anything to offer her? He supposed he knew enough about fixing motors and tinkering that he could open a garage in town. There wasn't one. Everyone had to go to Rockerton for their car maintenance or do it themselves. He could hire on as a ranch hand or drive a grain truck. Sure, he could find something. Georgia had her coat on and zipped. He opened the door and she walked through. He already felt tired and weak, and maybe he was pushing too hard to go out, but he was so sick of being sick, he didn't care. He shoved his hands in his pockets. "You did a nice job of shoveling. This is a much better path than I usually make." He typically didn't shovel a path from the house to the barn. He had his boots on when he walked it, so it didn't really matter. "Thanks," she said, her breath coming out in a frozen puff on the word. "The driveway looks nice, too." He thought she might have laughed a little, but the path was only wide enough for one at a time. Walking through the snow wasn't normally a big deal, but since he'd been sick, it would probably tire him out too much. "Thanks. I usually don't get to plow, and it was fun." "Did you figure out how to put it on yourself?" he asked while looking around. Georgia had brushed the snow off her car and shoveled a path to it, plus cleared a path to the shed and barn. She'd been busy. "I had Ty on a FaceTime call. He helped me a good bit." "Are he and Louise still in Pittsburgh?" They reached the barn and he opened the big sliding door. He was out of breath, but he tried to hide it. If Georgia noticed, she ignored it. "They're coming home for Thanksgiving. Ford's still in Vegas, but Ty and Louise, Palmer and Ames, and my grandparents are all going to our mother's." "You want to go?" She grabbed a pitchfork that was leaning against the wall and picked a layer off the big round bale on the floor by the hay window. "Well, sure, I'd like to, but the weather's supposed to be bad and I wasn't sure how you'd feel." "I'm up to it. I'll drive." She gave him an eyeball before going back to the hay. He hated to stand and watch, but just opening the door had made him tired. Instead, he went over and stood out of the way, counting to make sure all of the cattle were there. Georgia threw the hay out beside him, careful not to jab him with the pitchfork. That she was familiar with the routine and that she had been doing it for a while was obvious. He owed her a lot, but she didn't seem to be doing it for money. "Why are you here?" Her head jerked up. Two vertical lines appeared between her eyes. She looked at him like he had asked if she was from Mars. "Because you need me." Really? Of course he needed her. Needed someone. "Yeah, you needed help and your brother and sister and best friend are all busy." She set the tines of the fork on the floor. "You could have hired someone. Sent me the bill." "Another bill you can't afford to pay?" She shook her head. "You act like no one knows what you've been doing or how hard you've been working to make this," she spread out the hand that wasn't holding the fork, "work." "Why you?" "Why not me? I'm the only one that wasn't busy." "You've been working your butt off since you came. It's not easy work. It's cold, freezing, manual labor. And that's just the work out here. Inside, you've been cooking and cleaning and putting up with me." He threw his hands up. "I appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. But I was just thinking there wasn't much in it for you." "Is that how you think I am? That I don't do anything unless there's something in it for me? Isn't that kind of selfish and self-centered?" She had her hand on her hip, glaring up at him. "No, Georgia. I know that's not the way you are." He sighed and leaned against the edge of the opening, looking out at the white expanse of snow as far as he could see. "You'd do anything for anyone.
Maybe the problem is me. I'm taking advantage of you by having you here." He looked back at her. "I was so desperate to get out of the hospital, to be here at home. I allowed you to sacrifice more than anyone should have to." "Someone needed to feed these cows, whether you were in the hospital or not."
"Palmer and Ames would have done it."
"So what's the difference whether they did it or me?"
"I'm trying to say thank you. I'm trying to say I see the work you've done, a huge amount of work, and I appreciate it. I'm trying to say that I don't know why or what I can do for you in return."
He wasn't satisfied with her answer, that she'd done the work basically to be nice, but he could believe it. Still, he owed her. She tilted her head. "Maybe I just want to see you be successful. Maybe I want to see a man who's put his heart and soul into something, who's had some tough knocks, and I want to see him win." She tilted the pitchfork back and forth. "I'm here. I can help. Why wouldn't I?" Because a normal person had things they wanted to accomplish in life and wouldn't take this kind of time off to help someone, even if it was their brother's best friend? Because that's not the way society worked anymore? Because it was generally accepted if you put someone else ahead of yourself, you were weak and lacked self-esteem and could never be happy? Sawyer didn't buy crap like that, but he sure hadn't had a problem living the opposite. He pushed away from the edge and took the fork from Georgia. She hadn't been expecting it, and he got it easily. "You still have that cow and calf pinned up?" he asked as he moved slowly to the round bale and peeled some more hay off. "Yeah, figured I'd give them a week. I didn't want her thinking she needed to take her baby back out to the pasture."
"Good thinking. That's what usually happens. A week ought to make her forget she wants to be out in the pasture alone."
He carried the hay over, feeling as strong as a rotten board. He threw the hay off and set the fork down, breathing hard. Georgia eyed him for a minute. "Think you can keep from falling out the hole while I do the watering?" He grunted a laugh, his lips turning up.
"If I pass out, I'll try to fall backwards. Good enough?"
She rolled her eyes. "Just don't land on the pitchfork. I can handle a lot of things, but I don't think I can deal with that." She smirked. "Guess I'd have to get Danielle out here to take care of you at that point." They grinned at each other.
"Yeah, after this morning she'd find a 2x4 and finish the job. Might be for the best anyway. I don't think the hospital could handle another visit from me."
"You know their job is to see that you get better."
"I know."
He didn't know how to explain the fact that he couldn't stand lying in a bed, giving control of his life and health to someone else, a stranger. It wasn't nearly as hard to lie in his bed at home and do what Georgia wanted him to do. It still chafed, but not as bad. She walked off the barn floor and went to check the automatic waterers. Still below freezing, but it was warm enough that they were probably okay. It was only when it got below zero that they got moody. Sometimes an extension cord for the submerged heaters worked its way out. Lots of things could go wrong. That's why they checked them morning and night. It took forever for him to do the hay since he stopped and took a rest after every forkful. But hopefully tomorrow he could do 2 trips before needing a rest. Every day he should get better and stronger. He walked slowly from the barn floor, out and around to the bottom of the barn. Georgia leaned against the pen, one foot resting on the bottom board, watching the cow. What had she named it? And the little bull calf who was getting his supper. The mama cow had a fresh bucket of water in the corner of her pen and a big stack of hay she was working on. It must have been the second bucket of water Georgia carried over, since the cow would have been thirsty. He appreciated that extra effort. Most people would have let one bucket be enough. But Georgia filled the empty bucket to make sure the cow drank as much as she wanted. Right there, that bespoke the exact kind of person Georgia was.
"They're looking good,"
he said as he leaned on the fence beside her, leaving a good couple of feet between them. He was fine with kissing while he launched his campaign to get her to like him, but something told him she might want a little more from him before kissing became a regular option on the table.
It was easier to not think about kissing her if he was farther away from her.
Yeah, he definitely feels confined in this pen. He wants to get out and play with the other calves.
She had a sweet smile on her face as she watched the little tail wagging back and forth as he ate. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel up to banding him.
I already did it.
His head jerked around. Really? She shrugged.
Sure, he's right here. I know how to tie him to get him to drop like a rock.
But his mom.
I had the band on him and he was up before she thought to walk away from her hay.
Smart to do it right after you fed her.
That's what I thought too.
You've been with Ford in his mansion so long, I forgot you grew up on the ranch.
I loved it, but Dad spent most of his time with the boys.
Her voice trailed off, and he wondered what more there was that she wasn't sharing. He'd spent a lot of time at her place growing up, and their family always seemed like the perfect family. She shook her head a little.
Still, I learned to do some things.
Well, thanks.
It occurred to me after I did it that I should have asked, but you hadn't mentioned anything about wanting to keep him intact, and we did a lot of talking about patience as we waited for her to freshen.
She picked at the top rail of the pen with a fingernail. He noticed her nails were short, a little ragged even, and not painted. In the scene earlier with Danielle, her flashing red nails had caught his eye. Not because he liked them, but because they seemed impractical to him. His nails were always clipped short, and they still got in the way sometimes. Something the length of Danielle's would keep one from working at all. Maybe that was her thought, too.
The water's good, but if you want to check it, I understand. I'll wait.
No, you've been doing it well. I don't need to check up on you. She walked over, and he realized she was going to lift the mostly full bucket out of the pen, probably to set it in the feed room to keep it from freezing. I've got it, he said. Her lips pressed together, but she stepped back. It was all he could do to get the bucket over the rail. Embarrassing. Then he had to set it down and catch his breath. She reached for it. I've got it, he snapped, a lot shorter than he intended to be. Yeah, his whole gotta get her to like me campaign was really going well. Taking a last deep breath, he picked the bucket up and carried it to the feed room. It had a small heater in it, and he'd occasionally kept a weak calf in there, but for now, it would keep the water from freezing. Sorry, he mumbled.
For
snapping at you. It's frustrating to not do things that are normally easy for me.
I'm used to being snapped at. Ford wasn't the most patient person in the world, she said breezily.
He touched her arm. She looked at him and stopped. No, it's not acceptable. Hold me to a higher standard. Her eyes widened, then she shook her head.
Nope. I don't answer for what you do. I just answer for my reaction.
He stood still as she turned and started walking again. He believed that too, but he seldom lived it. Again, he was impressed by the way she lived out the beliefs that she had, even though they were hard. Plus, it was much nicer to be around a cheerful person than a sour, grumpy, mean one. He'd be hard-pressed to think of a time when Georgia wasn't cheerful and content. No wonder she wasn't interested in a sourpuss like him. Chapter 17. Ken and Danielle surprised them the next morning by being up when Georgia and Sawyer were putting their boots and coats on to go outside. Danielle came down the loft stairs with her suitcase thumping after her. Georgia knew she'd been packing, so the suitcases didn't shock her, but the early morning hour did.
We're leaving, probably before you two are back in.
Danielle reached the kitchen with two last thumps. Sawyer straightened. It hadn't surprised Georgia that he'd been up in the kitchen waiting for her this morning. There wasn't anyone in the world more determined than Sawyer to get back out to work. She admired that. At the same time, it kind of made her jealous. How are you leaving?
Sawyer's voice was slightly raspy, like his throat hadn't healed completely yet. "We're paying a taxi service to come out from Rockerton and get us." Ken came out of the bedroom with several suitcases and a shoulder bag. Sawyer took a breath. "Do you have everything you need? There's water. Whatever food is in the house, you're welcome to take it with you." Danielle's eyes got large, like she couldn't believe that Sawyer was offering her anything. "Thanks." Sawyer didn't move. "Give me an address where I can send a check. You know I haven't had a chance to get to the bank." "Okay, I'll write it down." "You never gave me the receipts. Leave them here. Send me a screenshot of your ticket or whatever so I can pay you back." Danielle gave a covert glance at Ken. "I wasn't expecting you to actually do that." "Why wouldn't I? Said I would." "I know. It's just that you saw—" She glanced at Georgia. If Georgia had any doubts that what Sawyer said had been true, they would have been destroyed with Danielle's guilty look and the fact that she almost admitted that she'd been kissing Ken. "You need a hand with anything?" "No, I'm good." Danielle glanced at Georgia, then took a couple steps toward Sawyer. She put a hand on his arm. "You're a good man," she laughed. "Boring. Your house is a shack, and you live in the middle of nowhere, but you're honest, like a Boy Scout. Thanks." Ken had been shuffling his feet in the background. Now he took a step forward. "I'm going with her." He looked at Georgia. She wasn't exactly sure what he expected of her. "I hope you have a good Thanksgiving," she said. It had been hard to believe that he hadn't wanted to be home for the holiday anyway. It wasn't the first time she'd thought that maybe his family life was scattered and he was just looking for a place to fit in. She couldn't bring herself to wish that she'd been able to spend more time with him, but she did wish him the best. "You too," he said. There was an awkward silence. Georgia slapped her leg with her gloves. "Well, if you guys don't need me, I'm heading out. There's a bunch of hungry cows out there that are waiting on feed." "We're good," Danielle said. Georgia turned. Sawyer opened the door. They stepped out into the early morning darkness, Georgia taking the lead on the path to the barn. "I think we've both been dumped," Sawyer's rough voice commented behind her. She chuckled. "I hadn't thought of it that way, but I do believe you're right." They fed, and by the time they were back in, Danielle and Ken were gone. The house was quieter, and it felt a little more roomy, although Georgia could see the air mattress was still on the floor in Sawyer's room, and she imagined the second one in the loft needed to be deflated and put away as well. They ate breakfast, sharing their eggs as they always did. After getting cleaned up, they drove into Sweetwater. Sawyer drove. Georgia would have preferred he not, but he didn't give her a choice. However, he did wait in the truck while she went in and did the shopping. He sat back with his eyes closed and his hat over his face, the pickup running, until she came out with enough groceries to get them into next week, when he had an appointment in Rockerton at the doctor's. He got out and helped her put her things in the back of the truck. Then they drove down the street to her mother's small craft store. The hours were unpredictable on it, since her mother went out of town fairly often for craft shows, but Georgia had texted her that she was coming, and her mother said she'd be in. Sawyer parked on the street in front of it. "I'm running into the hardware store. I'll be over when I'm done. You know you don't have to rush." Georgia nodded. She wanted to tell him to be careful, to not overdo it, to make sure to tell her if he were feeling tired or dizzy or worse. But he wouldn't appreciate her concern, and he wouldn't do it anyway. "Text me if you need anything," she said instead. "You too." He looked across the seat at her, and their eyes met. Maybe he read the worry and concern on her face. "I'm feeling okay. If I'm not, I'm sure your mom has a place I can crash for a bit." George's face relaxed. "She does." She bit her lip. "I don't think we should stay long." "Okay." That was it?
Okay, he agreed. They got out and went in separate directions. Her mother's shop was open. Festive fall decorations hung in the display window. Orange pumpkins, brown and yellow leaves, even a cornucopia. Back when they were growing up on the ranch, her mother had been too busy raising children and being a rancher's wife to spend a lot of time doing crafts, although she'd always had everything decorated for every season. Now she was doing what she loved, for profit. The bells over the door chimed as Georgia opened it and walked in. Her mother's white hair flashed as she popped up from where she'd been working at a table in the corner. "Georgia, sweetheart, how are you?" She hurried over, her arms outstretched, her blue eyes shining. "I'm great, Mom." She embraced her mother, again marveling at their differences. Her parents had both been tall and slim. While Georgia wasn't tall, not even a little, she was slim. She didn't even come close to the height of her parents. Before her mother's hair had turned white, it had been a very light blonde. Straight. Her dad's had been a couple shades darker, from what she could remember. It was straight, too. How she got the wild, curly, dark hair and short stature, she had no idea. A real throwback. "Come over and sit down for a few minutes. I have hot water for tea." Her mother put an arm around her and led her over to the table where she'd been sitting. She produced mugs and tea bags. "How's Sawyer?" her mother asked with furrowed brows. "Pushing too hard?" "Which is what got him down in the first place," her mother said with a head shake. "Yeah, that, and I don't think he ate much. He's so skinny." Georgia nodded, dipping her tea bag up and down. "I do think we're going to make it for dinner tomorrow. You still want me to bring sweet potatoes?" "Yes. Ford isn't going to be there, but he promised to show for Christmas." Her mother beamed. "He and Morgan are married, and I haven't heard him sound so happy since before—" Her voice trailed off, but Georgia knew exactly what she meant. Before his accident. It had changed a lot in their family. They chatted a little more about family matters, but then her mother's face got serious. "I know you've been wondering why I asked for you to come and see me, since we're going to see each other at Thanksgiving tomorrow. I did think that was odd, but I thought that maybe you were concerned about me being out there alone with Sawyer." Georgia figured it was better to be proactive. If her mother was going to give her a hard time, she wanted to make sure she knew that Georgia was not tossing the values with which she'd been raised. She could never hurt her mother like that. But her mother put a hand up to stop her. "Wait, I'm not worried about that. Sawyer spent a lot of time at our house growing up. I know the kind of man he is. But you are my daughter, and I know even more what kind of woman you are. I'm so pleased with how you're living your life." Her mother's brows lowered. "I'm not saying that I think it's a good idea, but I know you're a nurturer and you need to use what God has given you wherever you're needed." "Thanks, Mom." Her mom folded her hands in front of her. "That's not what I wanted to talk about." "Oh?" "With you going off to Europe and posting pictures of friends that you met." Her voice trailed off. She looked Georgia in the eye. "I need to tell you something I should have told you long ago." Her mother paused, seeming to gather her courage. "You are not my biological daughter." The dread in Georgia's stomach exploded into hot tar, coating her insides, burning her chest. A hand settled on Georgia's, which had suddenly gotten cold. Her mother started talking before Georgia could form the questions that were rolling in her head. "I was on a mission trip to New York City with our church. We were approached by a young woman, hardly more than a girl. She shoved a bundle in my arms and asked me to take it." Georgia's mother's eyes were soft, filled with tears. "I often wish I could have taken that girl, too. But you were in the bundle. There was a birth certificate and not much else. You're too young to remember the legal maneuvering we had to do to keep you.
but I had recently miscarried and wanted you more than anything."
She sighed, stroking George's hand.
"Your brothers were both very young, and after your father and I talked about it, we decided, with our small town, the best thing to do was just pretend that you were ours, which you were."
George's heart was pounding, while her hands and feet felt like heavy blocks of ice and her stomach burned.
"My real mother?"
she asked slowly.
"She died not long after she signed her parental rights away. There was no father's name on your birth certificate."
Georgia took a deep breath. No wonder she'd never felt like she fit in. No wonder she looked so different from her tall, fair brothers.
"But you always talked to me about my Norwegian ancestors. You said I was a throwback. You said I had their grit and determination." "You do, honey."
Her mother stared into her eyes.
"But I'm not Norwegian,"
she almost yelled.
"You grew up in our home. You have our values. Norwegian values. Christian values. American values. You are those things because you were a part of our family. The part that's always smiling. The part that takes care of everyone. The part that nurtures and protects."
She smiled and tilted her head.
"You've been a blessing since the day I first held you. I'm only sorry that I didn't find a way to tell you before this."
Georgia sat, stunned, not moving. She'd known she was different, but basically everything she'd believed about her home and family had been based on something that wasn't true. Lines had appeared between her mother's brow, and her sweet smile had faded. Georgia's heart squeezed. As much as she was shocked and disoriented right now, she couldn't hurt the woman who had raised her, her mother. She turned her hand over, linking their fingers.
"Thank you for taking me, for raising me, for treating me like your daughter. You are my daughter."
Georgia nodded, still feeling like she wasn't quite in control of her body, like someone else was looking out of her eyes.
"Thank you."
She pushed away from the table.
"I really should go. Sawyer isn't strong."
Her mother's hand squeezed before it dropped hers.
"I'll see you tomorrow." "Yes, as long as Sawyer's feeling up to it and the weather cooperates."
Georgia really wanted to go home, to be alone, to process the information that her mother had just given her, to try to figure out how this changed things for her. Georgia almost ran into Sawyer on her way out the door. "Oof!" He put a hand out to catch her. She forced a smile.
"Great timing."
His eyes narrowed. "You're ready?"
"Yes."
He looked over her head. "Hey, Miss D. Looks like Georgia's in a big rush to go." Georgia didn't turn around to see her mom's expression.
"She said you're feeling much better, Sawyer."
Her mom's footsteps came closer. Sawyer leaned down and embraced her. She hugged him back, tight. He wasn't her son, but he was the next closest thing.
"I know it's hard to slow down, but try to take it easy."
"Georgia's been doing all my work, so I don't have a choice." There was a small silence. Her mother sighed.
"You're better off with Georgia than anywhere else."
"I agree." Sawyer's deep voice held a hint of something that Georgia didn't even bother to analyze. She just wanted to leave. "We'll see you tomorrow, Miss D."
"Yes." "Bye, Mom."
Georgia almost choked on the mom, but even though she'd just been given the shock of a lifetime, she knew her mother loved her. Just because she hadn't given birth to her didn't make it any less real. It was just going to take her some time to adjust to the idea that things were different than she'd thought. Chapter 18. Georgia was quiet on the way home. That didn't worry Sawyer so much.
She definitely wasn't a shy, retiring kind of person, but she didn't need to be talking all the time. No, the thing that bothered him was that she wasn't smiling. Not at all. She stared glumly out the window. There wasn't really anything to see. Just fields covered in snow stretching out until they met the gray sky. Maybe it was fascinating in a wild, beautiful kind of way. She could stare out the window. That wasn't abnormal. But Georgia without a grin? With no bounce or sass or sparkle? It was all gone, and Sawyer couldn't help but wonder what her mother had said that had caused Georgia to withdraw. The first flurry started when they were about halfway home. By the time they pulled into the drive, it was coming down in earnest. It was too early to feed the cows, which Sawyer was grateful for, since once they had the groceries carried in and put away, he was exhausted. He'd seen the pile of receipts that Danielle had left before they went to town, but he ignored them again. "I'm going to lie down for a few minutes." It killed him to say it, but he couldn't just disappear into his room, especially since Georgia hadn't recovered. He assumed it was something her mother said, but maybe she was depressed about Ken. Maybe she liked the guy more than she let on. Maybe his leaving had made her realize that she wanted him. Funny how that kiss with her a few days ago had lived in his memory, coming out before he fell asleep at night and teasing him at odd times during the day. But it hadn't seemed to affect her at all. He hadn't been doing a very good job on his charm offensive. Why not take her up on her offer to get married? The thought took him by surprise, but he liked it. He went to sleep with that rolling around in his head. When he woke up, it was still there, stronger. Ford would understand. They'd been friends for too long to let something like that come between them, right? Sawyer was pretty sure that was true. After he went out to the kitchen, which was dark and empty, and added up Danielle's receipts, he hoped even more it was true. He couldn't believe how much the total was. He probably could discount some of them. She'd flown first class. She'd included her bar tab from the plane. She'd bought some kind of online games at the hotel. There were several other things as well that were far more than he'd figured, but he'd said he'd take care of her expenses. The mail was sitting on the table. A bill from the hospital lay in the stack. Tempted to ignore it and just head out to feed his cows, Sawyer picked up the whole stack and walked back into his bedroom. Typically, he kept the bills in the top drawer of his dresser, since he didn't have much other room in the house. He sat on the bed and opened the one from the hospital. He'd expected it to be bad. It was worse than he thought. Shoving it back into the envelope, he leaned forward and opened the drawer to his dresser. The stack of bills was so high he could barely get it open. It stuck and he pulled, yanking and spilling the bills all over his floor. He started to bend down to pick them up, but those confounded black spots started dancing before his eyes, so he sat back down on the bed to rest, just for a minute. He had a few choices. He could sell his cows. That would take care of his hospital bills and Danielle's bills and the other ones in the drawer, and he could stay on the ranch over the winter. Maybe he could get an oil job in the spring and make enough to pay the payments on the ranch, plus a little more to save to one day afford to buy a herd of cattle again. He could put the ranch up for sale, selling everything in one piece, paying off all the bills and just quit ranching altogether. Or he could see if Georgia was still willing to have a fake marriage with him. That would solve all his money problems, but it wouldn't fix the problems he had with himself and what he was trying to do with Georgia. He didn't really want the fake marriage between them. Of all the girls in the world, if he could have a real marriage with one of them, it would be Georgia. A fake marriage could ruin that. He stood, suddenly bone-weary, despite his nap. Normally, he'd never leave his room in such a mess, but he only had so much energy and decided he'd better feed first. He walked out of the kitchen, thinking he'd call up the loft stairs to Georgia so she knew he was going out. Only, a glance showed that her boots weren't beside the door.
She was already gone. Maybe she'd started early because of the snow. Ignoring limbs that felt like lead, he shoved his feet into his boots and his arms into his jacket, pulled his hat down over his head. Grabbing his gloves, he straightened. A dizzy spell that made the whole world tilt had him grabbing the door and waiting for it to pass. Taking a deep breath, he coughed, then opened the door and went out. The hay had already been thrown down to the cows, and they were munching happily. He walked slowly back out of the loft and down around the barn to the pen with Georgia's cow and calf in it. Patience, she'd named her. Georgia wasn't standing at the fence, and Patience had fresh hay. Sawyer almost turned and went back out, wondering where Georgia was, hoping she was okay because he felt like he'd been knocked over by a charging bull. But a flash of red caught his eyes, and he looked closer in the farthest, darkest corner of Patience's pen. Her baby bull lay curled in the corner with its head on Georgia's lap. He walked closer, putting his hand out and holding onto the fence as his legs wobbled. Georgia looked up when he put one boot on the bottom rung and swung a leg over. Her face was shiny and wet with tears, her eyes red and swollen. Sawyer's whole body clenched and his chest squeezed painfully. "What happened?" he whispered, not knowing why he whispered, but doing it automatically as he swung his other leg over and hopped down. She turned her face away. "I'm fine. I'll be in to cook supper in a bit." "You're not fine, and I don't give a frig about supper." His legs weren't cooperating very well, but he managed to get over to Georgia and make sure his butt wasn't landing in a patty before he collapsed down beside her. She pointed her shoulder to him and studied the calf's head like she needed to watch her hand stroke down between its eyes. "Something I did?" he asked, trying to remember if he'd done anything. His mind felt fuzzy, but he couldn't think of anything he felt guilty about. "No." She sniffed and used her forearm to wipe at her eyes. Sawyer's hands clenched in his lap. "Something your mother said." That's when she'd changed, when she'd talked to her mom. "I'm adopted." She said it stoically, like reciting a math fact. He'd wondered. It was hard to tell what color her eyes were, but he'd learned in high school biology that two blue-eyed parents couldn't have a brown-eyed child. George's eyes were pretty close to brown. "Guess that doesn't surprise me much," he said, figuring it wouldn't make her feel better, but not sure what else to say. She gave a short sob, then suddenly she was crying harder, holding her face in her hands. "Was I the only one who didn't know?" It tore at his heart to see her cry, but hearing the pain in her voice was more than he could stand. He put his arm around her. When she didn't resist, he tugged, pulling her close. She came easily, still sobbing but now leaning against his chest. Her sweet scent, smelling of cinnamon and all that was Georgia, along with the wild North Dakota wind, came with her, and he breathed deep, filling his lungs with her air. She was small and fit perfectly under his arm. He wrapped his other arm around her and gently rubbed her back, even though he didn't have much, well, any, experience in comforting women. He leaned his head back against the board behind him and closed his eyes, wishing he could do something to soothe Georgia. But what? After a while, her sobs turned to sniffles, and eventually they stopped too. He didn't want to let her go. He hadn't realized it would feel so right to hold her. But he definitely couldn't take advantage of her when she was down. "It didn't surprise me," Georgia said quietly, her voice sounding like a stiff bristle brush had scraped her voice box. "But all my life, I felt like I don't fit in. Everyone else is tall and blonde and athletic, and I'm short and dark and clumsy. And just knowing now that I really didn't fit in." "That's not true," Sawyer interrupted her. "You were the perfect addition to your family. Your brothers would have been too serious and competitive. Your mom wouldn't have had a daughter, and she would have been lonely. You've cared for Ford. He needed you.
and you've been there for him for years. I assume you're the one who hired Morgan, and you're the reason he's happily married now. You've lived your life helping others. It's a beautiful legacy." She was quiet as she digested his words. He'd hoped he'd said the right things. Darkness had fallen, and he could only see the big, dark shape of Patience on the other side of the pen. But he could hear her munching her hay. "This doesn't have anything to do with anything, but one of my favorite sounds in the whole world is listening to cows eat. It's like rain on the roof. Just something relaxing about it." He probably should have kept his mouth shut, but he honestly couldn't think of too many places in the world he'd rather be. And there wasn't anyone in the world he'd rather be with. "And this doesn't have anything to do with anything, but one of my favorite smells in the whole wide world is cow breath." Georgia's voice was still rough, but it held a bit of a smile now, too. Sawyer snorted. "You're kidding, right?" "You've never noticed how good it smells?" "I don't stand around and let cows breathe on me." She had to be joking. "I'm telling you, it smells good." "Like cinnamon buns." She shifted but didn't pull away, and he was glad for a little more time to hold her, even if his head was pounding and he couldn't keep his eyes open. Patience shifted. "Hold on," Georgia said. "If Patience comes over here, you'll have to smell her breath. It's the same kind of good as freshly mowed hay or newly ground feed. It's that kind of smell, and it's my favorite." "I guess I'm boring because cinnamon buns smell pretty amazing to me." Georgia smelled pretty amazing to him, too. Patience didn't move any closer but continued to munch her hay. The temperature was dropping, and pretty soon they'd have no choice but to go in. But before they did, he wanted to make sure she was okay. "Georgia, I can't imagine your family without you, you know? I guess maybe you're right in a way that you're different, but it's the kind of difference that fits. Like how opposites attract? Say, Ty and Louise. Ty's so athletic and Louise is smart, and they balance each other. You are exactly what your family needed." A few seconds ticked by as she seemed to process what he said. "I see what you're saying." She was exactly what he needed, too, if only he had the courage to say it. But he didn't want to ruin what they had right now. He wanted to focus on Georgia and her feelings. "I know why my mom didn't tell me, not to keep things from me or anything." Her voice was thoughtful. "Don't forget, I spent a lot of time with your family growing up. I know your mother, and I'm sure she only did what she felt was best." "I know. I'm not angry at her at all. I guess it's just everything I've believed about myself for so long has changed completely, and I need a little bit of time to adjust." She shifted under his arm, like the discomfort of changing her thoughts had made her body uncomfortable. "That's understandable. I don't think anyone would say that you shouldn't be bothered or even upset." He could only imagine how her world had been turned upside down. "Do you think it's okay if I don't go to Thanksgiving tomorrow?" she asked hesitantly. "You can still go," she added quickly. "Honey, I know your mom will understand. Plus, with the snow, no one is going to think twice if we're not there." "You don't mind?" He wasn't even sure he could make it to the house, let alone get in his pickup and drive somewhere tomorrow. "No. It's nice to get together with family, but I'd rather stay home this year." They listened to Patience chewing on her hay some more. "Sawyer?" "Hmm?" He'd almost been asleep, despite the pain in his head. "Thanks." "No problem, sweet Scoop." Chapter 19. Snoring Scoop. Sawyer must really be tired if he slept most of the afternoon and still fell asleep sitting up. Georgia didn't want to leave her cozy heat, with the little bull calf on one side and Sawyer on the other. Right, she didn't want to leave the circle of Sawyer's arms, but he was tired and needed to go to bed. So she moved to get up, and his arms dropped from around her. She would be fine. After having an afternoon to get used to the idea, she knew she'd be fine with not being her parents' biological child. It seemed to change everything, and it did explain some things, but it didn't change the fact that her parents loved her like their own. Her mom was still her mom. Her brothers would always be her brothers. And Sawyer had been so sweet to her. He hadn't treated her like a kid. Actually, now that she thought about it, he hadn't treated her like a kid since Ken and Danielle came to stay with them or thereabouts. She held her hand out. "Are you coming?" "Yeah." But he didn't move. "Sawyer?" "I'm coming. Head hurts." Fear swirled in her chest. Was he getting sick again? "Give me your hand. I'll help you." "You're too little." "Shut up, Scoop." He grunted a laugh. "I didn't mean it as an insult. I don't want to hurt you." "Give me your hand. You're not going to hurt me. Not with this, anyway." "What am I going to hurt you with?" He seemed genuinely curious, even though his voice sounded like he pushed it out with a shovel. "Nothing." Just by going back to treating her like a child. By not noticing she was a woman. By never returning the feeling she had for him. He grasped her hand, although how he found it in the dark, she couldn't tell. He really did struggle to get up, and she had to pull hard. Once he was on his feet, he stumbled forward. More than once on the way to the house, she thought he might fall, but they made it with him leaning hard on her. She didn't even bother to try to stop at the door and take his boots off. They walked directly to his bedroom. She gasped when they walked in. There were envelopes scattered all over the floor, and the drawer of the dresser was completely taken out and sitting on top of it. "Oh my goodness!" She surveyed the damages. Had someone broken into the house? "I did it," Sawyer gasped. "I pulled the drawer out and didn't have the energy to clean it up." He panted between words before falling face down on the bed. Georgia felt his forehead, which wasn't hot, before she managed to get his boots off. He was already snoring gently when she came back in and started gathering the scattered papers up. Bills. She recognized some of Danielle's from the stack from this morning. Last month's bank statement was also on the floor. Several other bills had amounts due circled in red. It was hard not to see the numbers and do the calculations in her head. She didn't mean to snoop or stick her nose in his business, but it was kind of hard not to. Unless Sawyer was hiding money in a different account, he was in big trouble. Her neck was hot by the time she was done, and if he hadn't been sleeping, she would have laid into him immediately. And upon further reflection, she wondered, since he had no fever, if his headache and weakness was the result of stress. After all, obviously he'd just been looking at the bills before he went out to feed. How could someone not be stressed under that kind of debt burden? Sure, he had cows he could sell to pay for it, but that was sacrificing his future. Anger, compassion, and frustration warred in her chest. No doubt she was going to confront that stubborn, bull-headed man tomorrow. Maybe not on Thanksgiving. She put a hand to her forehead. If they weren't going anywhere to eat, she ought to make a little something special for lunch. She could jump him tomorrow night after they fed the cows. She wouldn't forget. Funny how a good night's sleep could make a fella feel like a new man. The snow was still coming down on top of the 8 inches or so they already had when Georgia walked out with him to feed the stock. "I'm starting to think you might not die today," Georgia said with a cheeky grin as they got to the barn door and he slid it open. "I'm starting to feel that way." "Glad we agree on something." She walked in. He followed. "You know, if you feel up to it, maybe I'd be okay going to Thanksgiving dinner with our families." He closed the door.
They're still planning on us, unless you told them something different.
Nope, I made some stuffing last night before I went to bed, and I have a roast in the crock pot, but all that will hold until tonight if we feel like eating, and until tomorrow if we don't. She tilted her head as he grabbed the pitchfork away from her. That was mine.
Really? Pretty sure I bought it and never gifted it to you.
Seriously? You're stealing my pitchfork?
Sad scoop.
Mad scoop?
Whoa, she's rhyming. Impressive at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, brother.
Sawyer paused with a forkful of hay in midair. I am not your brother.
It's a phrase that usually expresses frustration. That's my general feeling when I'm around you. Frustration.
She put her hand on her hip. Huh, whatever. Your general feeling when you're around me is awe for my amazing strength and constant laughter for my hilarious personality. He threw the hay out of the hay hole.
Yeah, boy, I was laughing real hard when you were ripping IV lines out of your arm and bleeding all over the hospital.
That was weeks ago. Are you going to hold a grudge about that forever?
It was not that long ago, and I'm not holding a grudge.
They spent the rest of the time feeding and checking the water, bantering back and forth. He'd heard about, but never been around, people who woke up grumpy in the morning. Thankfully, Georgia wasn't one of those. By the time they'd finished feeding and he'd plowed the driveway, it was time to go. Georgia brought the food out after he backed up as close to the porch as he could, and they drove carefully over the snow-covered roads to her childhood home, where Ty and Louise now lived with their daughter, Tella. They were early. It wasn't even 11:30 when they pulled in, but the driveway was filled with cars. He recognized his brother Palmer's pickup. He'd be here with Ames and his Gram and Pap. Georgia's mother's vehicle, and a car he didn't recognize. But as soon as he opened the front door, he recognized the small children who raced around. Elaine, who lived an hour west of Ford, was there with her 4 kids. He'd been too out of it lately to think of her, but he was glad someone had. She could use the adult company, and the little kids made the house come alive. Someone had blown up balloons for them, and as he watched them play with Tella, trying to keep the balloons up in the air, he thought, for the first time in his life, that having kids might be as much fun as work, with the right woman. His eyes slid to Georgia. She held her sweet potato casserole with hot pads as she wiped her feet on the rug inside the door. I'll hold that for you while you take your coat off. He held his hands out. She smiled. It was a little wobbly, and memories of holding her while she cried last night surfaced in his head. He leaned closer. If you need me, I'll be right here. She gave him a grateful look.
Thanks, I'm sure I'll be fine.
Holding her hands out for the casserole, she took it and turned to the kitchen, ducking a balloon and dodging a little boy with chubby legs churning. Of course she'd say she'd be fine. He'd be keeping an eye on her. Georgia walked into the small kitchen that she'd grown up in. Everything felt familiar, yet not. Not only because her mother had moved out and Ty and Louise had moved in, but because she was looking at it through eyes that knew the truth behind how she ended up here. Some of her innocence had been lost. Her mother stood on the other side of the kitchen, in deep conversation with Elaine, but when she saw Georgia walk in, her mouth quit moving. Her brows drew together like she wasn't sure what Georgia's reaction would be. Georgia set her casserole down, nodding at Louise and Ty and walking straight to her mother. She wrapped her arms around her and squeezed. Her mother didn't hesitate but hugged her tightly back.
Thank you so much for taking me and raising me. I could have had a very different life. I've been so blessed. You've been a blessing to me, to your father, to this whole family. I know the hand of the Lord was working that day when the young girl walked up to a random stranger and handed her precious baby over. God knew. Her mother stroked her hair, just like she used to do when Georgia was little. The hair that never laid down like it was supposed to and curled like a wild thing. I know he worked it out. But just because she gave me to you didn't mean that you had to raise me like your own. Thank you so much. Don't ever thank me again for only doing what any mother would." She took George's face in her hands. "You are my daughter, and I love you." "I love you too, Mom."
It was time to mash potatoes and make gravy. Georgia was swallowed in the familiar rituals with her family and friends. She delivered groceries to Elaine's house, and while not close friends, they were comfortably close. After Elaine's husband had run off with Elaine's little sister, having Thanksgiving with her family was probably pretty difficult. Not to mention, Elaine was trying to hold on to the ranch that had been in her family for generations. No easy task for a single woman with 4 small children. They stretched out their table, which expanded with boards and could seat everyone, although some of the kids had to use the coffee tables as chairs. They didn't mind, probably thought it was fun. As for Georgia, she loved seeing Ty and Louise looking so happy and in love. Palmer and Ames looked the same, and Georgia was happy for them, too. Somehow, Sawyer was seated beside her, like he really was supporting her if she needed it. Although he'd seemed fine all day, he started to droop about halfway through the meal. Georgia noticed, and they left directly after dessert. Everyone knew he'd been in the hospital and were not surprised to see them go, although Ty did tease her about wanting to get out of doing the dishes. "I'll do them next year," she said. There was time to take a nap before going out to feed. It seemed to be what Sawyer needed because he had much better color on his face and his shoulders weren't drooped when he got up from his nap. They chatted a little about the meal and how nice it was while they were feeding. Georgia waited until they were back inside to bring up what she really wanted to talk about. He had taken his coat and boots off. "Do you feel well enough to sit at the table for a few minutes?" she asked with what she hoped was an innocent tone. He slowly pulled a chair out and sat, eyeing her warily, like he already knew he wasn't going to like what she had to say. "I picked up the envelopes that you dropped on the floor." His face tilted like he'd forgotten about the mess, which was possible, since he'd been so out of it when he finally went to bed. His eyes narrowed. "They were bills, a lot of them, plus your bank statement. What little there was of that." She raised her brows as though asking if there was more than what she'd seen. Not that he knew the exact figure of what was burned into her brain, but it was his chance to tell her he had enough money to pay the bills. He didn't. "Your problem last night wasn't directly caused by your sickness. Honestly, I wonder if worry about the bills might have caused you to end up in the hospital." "I'm not worried." Sawyer leaned his forearms on the table and stared straight at her. "If you say so." She wasn't buying that for a second. "We can get rid of every single bill in there." His face didn't twitch. "Marry me, Sawyer." His jaw tightened and his hands pulled into fists on the table. She threaded her fingers together and set them on the table, pushing back the feeling that she was begging someone to marry her. The feeling that she wouldn't belong in her marriage any more than she'd belonged in her family. But she had belonged in her family. It had ended up being the right choice. The best choice. Maybe this could turn out well also. She thought, from the way the veins stuck out on his forehead and the darkening of his eyes, that he was going to deny her. But he said, "We can go to the courthouse tomorrow." Chapter 20. Did he just make a huge mistake? Sawyer walked out of the courthouse beside Georgia. The rest of the world might be shopping, and Sawyer had noticed the hardware store had a big banner announcing a Black Friday sale in their window as they drove by, but he supposed it might not be correct protocol to ask his fake wife of less than an hour if he could run into the hardware store. He had about 6 million things he needed, not the least of which would be more heat tape so that they didn't have to constantly worry about the pipes freezing. It would make watering the stock so much easier for the rest of the winter. Since he was still weak, and it was possible he'd be sick again this winter,
since his immunity was obviously low. He wanted to make things as easy as possible for Georgia.
The lawyer said it would be a simple matter of a phone call to transfer money into my account. It's already been verified. I'll still have to make a trip to Fargo to show him the original marriage certificate.
Sawyer spoke without looking at Georgia. She'd not really dressed up, just clean jeans, a pink sweater, and a darker pink puffer vest. It was hovering in the teens, but Georgia handled the cold like the native she was. He'd worn the same clothes he'd wear to church: hiking boots, dark jeans, and a button-down. He also had a coat and a ski cap. With Georgia's wild hair, she probably didn't have to wear a hat much. "That's great. As soon as it's in there, we can tackle that mountain of bills." She shoved her hands into her pockets. He hadn't thought of a ring. Actually, now that he had, he kind of wanted to surprise her with one. But that would be something real married couples did, right? No, wait. Real married couples did the rings before they got married.
"Lunch at Patty's?"
he asked. "If you don't mind, I'd like to go home. I need to call my family and tell them what we've done before word gets around." She looked over at her mother's craft store. He tracked her gaze. It was busy, with people going in and out. Through the windows, it was easy to see people milling around. Her mother was going to have a good day for sales, it looked like. Sawyer was glad about that, but it would make it harder for Georgia to call her with the news. Sawyer looked over and saw the clerk from the courthouse that had just recorded their marriage, her head lowered against the North Dakota wind, her purse over her shoulder.
"Maybe you better run over and tell her right now,"
Sawyer suggested with a nod at the clerk. Georgia followed his gaze, her eyes opening wide. "Yeah." She started across the street, turning to call to him. "I'll probably be a few minutes." He nodded. It was pretty cold to stand outside, but while he had a few minutes, he pulled his phone out of his pocket. The heat in the church would be turned down, but 50 would feel warmer than 15, so he started toward it. He thought they still kept it unlocked. Ford answered on the second ring.
"You back in the hospital?"
"Hello to you, too."
"Guess that's a no,"
Ford said with a small chuckle. Sawyer wasn't usually at a loss for words when talking to his best friend, but he wasn't sure how to broach the topic. It wasn't something that he'd ever thought he'd have to talk about, having a fake marriage with Georgia. Ford was a great friend, but he felt very protective of his sister, as a brother should, Sawyer believed.
"So what's up?"
Ford asked after a small silence. Sawyer opened the door to the church, it was unlocked, and walked through the vestibule into the sanctuary.
"Heard you got married." "Yep, Morgan was inclined in that direction, and I didn't want to give her a chance to change her mind."
"That was kind of short notice." Maybe Ford would be more understanding since he just had his own short courtship. Except Sawyer never courted Georgia. He paced across the back of the sanctuary.
"Like I said, didn't want to let her get away."
There was some talking in the background and then some laughter.
"Morgan said it was her that didn't want to miss out on me, but you and I both know that's a crock."
More laughter. Sawyer cut in.
"I just married Georgia today."
Immediate and full silence.
"What?"
Ford said softly. Sawyer's heart raced, his stomach cramped.
"Georgia and I just got married."
He opened his mouth to explain about the money and remind Ford of the letter he'd gotten, but Ford didn't give him a chance.
"I knew you two were made for each other. Knew it."
He laughed.
"Sawyer and Georgia got married,"
he said, sounding like he held the phone away from his mouth, probably talking to Morgan. Squealing came over the line.
"I sent you out to Elaine's with groceries, figuring that ought to get Georgia jealous at the very least, but she was always cool about it. Ha! This is the best news I've heard today."
Ford continued on, while Sawyer waited impatiently for a break in his monologue so he could explain that it wasn't going to last, that they'd only done it to get his money, and they didn't love each other. But all those things sounded horrible, especially next to Ford's calm assurance that they were meant for each other and he'd known it for years.
Back when we were in high school, I used to wonder if you really came over to see me or if you were pretending to be my friend so you could see Georgia.
She was just a kid. Sawyer couldn't help but feel like she was still a kid in some ways. No one could be happy all the time, like Georgia was. She hadn't worked like a kid when he'd been sick, though. Still, he didn't want to be responsible for shutting that light out. Ford grunted like he didn't believe him.
Georgia watched you like a dog watches a hamburger.
Sawyer stopped and stared at the big stained glass window in front of him. Really? Not only was he shocked that Ford was totally okay with Sawyer marrying his sister, now Ford was claiming that Georgia had a crush on him? She'd always been small, cute in a she's my best friend's little sister kind of way, not in an I want to marry her kind of way. He hadn't gotten that feeling until he wanted to say since he kissed her, but he suspected in the back of his mind he'd had those feelings for Georgia for a while.
Hey, I need to go. We've got a big meeting today and it's starting in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll see you when you get back. Stop in.
We will.
They hung up. That didn't go as planned. He'd been able to tell Ford he was married to Georgia, but not explain that it was a fake marriage. That might be awkward. He couldn't call him back and didn't want to leave a message about something like that anyway. He paused, then took a moment to kneel at the pew in the back. He'd just done something that could end up hurting a lot of people, and he'd done it for selfish reasons. It was a little late to ask for God's opinion or favor, but he felt like he needed it. He didn't want his marriage to be fake. If he wasn't already in love with Georgia, it wouldn't be hard to fall. He could see himself spending the rest of his life with her, having children with her, growing old with her. But that's not what they'd agreed on. They'd said until spring, which should be good enough to satisfy the requirement for the money. Hopefully. At this point, he could clearly see that if Georgia lived with him until spring, watching her leave was going to hurt. A lot. The opening of the vestibule door startled him, and he looked up. Georgia stood in the doorway, her mouth in an O shape. "Sorry," she said. "Didn't mean to interrupt." "It's okay." He unfolded his legs from his kneeling position and straightened. "I don't know why I bothered anyway. I've already done my own thing so much, it's kind of rude to ask the Lord to straighten it out now." Her eyes pinched before she smoothed out her expression. He hadn't meant to hurt her. But before he could explain, she said, "I ended up not telling my mom. I got out that you and I had gotten married, she squealed, and the whole store circled around us like wagons at a campfire. I ended up spending all my time there listening to how everyone always knew we were meant for each other." She lifted a shoulder. "A couple of old ladies actually said they thought that's why you'd been friends with Ford all these years." Her lips twisted like she knew it wasn't true. "Don't worry about it. Ford himself accused me of being friends with him to get to you." They smiled at each other over the irony. "I'm ready to head home if you are, unless you changed your mind about Patty's." "How are you feeling?" she asked with wrinkles in her forehead. "Good." He realized with some surprise that he really did feel good, despite all the excitement of the day. "I wonder if there wasn't something to your theory about stress. I wasn't worrying about anything, but it was a load to carry." "Whatever. I'm glad you're feeling better." They went to Patty's, then went home and fed. Sawyer felt a little bad that there wasn't more to her wedding celebration, but since it was a fake wedding, what could he do? Chapter 21. By next Friday, Georgia was wondering if they hadn't made a huge mistake. All the bills were paid. Sawyer had even made the trip to Fargo with their marriage certificate. Everything was legal. Sawyer was feeling much better. He actually had color and seemed to have energy, staying out in the barn after feeding in the morning to work on things and spending the afternoon doing the same. Georgia spent a lot of time in the house by herself. If she weren't sure that he didn't hate her, she'd wonder if he was avoiding her.
She decided to ask him over breakfast. No point in stewing over it herself. He might not even realize how she was feeling. Or maybe he was so happy to be feeling well enough to work that he was just trying to get as much stuff done as he could and didn't mean to be avoiding her at all. Of course, she could be right, and all the things that people had said about them the day they'd gotten married had scared him. Sawyer was a little late coming in. She already had the plates on the table with their eggs on them when he opened the door and stepped in. His shoulders hunched like his chest hurt. Immediately, her hand went to her throat and her legs got weak. Was he sick again? But he pulled a little orange bundle out of his coat. The spatula clattered to the stove and Georgia hurried around the table. "Where'd you find it?" She'd known there was a big gray cat in the barn, but she'd barely seen it. "I saw the mom yesterday. Think a cow might have stepped on her. I could tell she had babies somewhere and spent a little time looking for them. I heard this one just a bit ago. It's the only one left." Georgia didn't ask more. Life could be brutal. She couldn't grow up on a ranch with animals and not know that. She'd seen hawks flying off with chickens and experienced mamas who didn't want to raise their babies. Death was as natural and expected as birth. Still, she held her hands out. "It's so pretty." Sawyer held the kitten in both palms, offering it to her. "I think it's big enough to eat a little solid food. I don't have any cat food around." She stroked its head with her finger. "It would probably eat an egg." "Yeah, I'm sure you can find something until we make it to town." She smiled up at him. "Thanks." Maybe she had been a little lonely and bored. A kitten might help. It wasn't exactly what she wanted, but she'd learned early in life that a person didn't always get what they wanted. It was best to be happy with what one had. They did their ritual with their eggs. Then Georgia fed little pieces of hers to the kitten, who ate them hungrily. "I won't feed him at the table every day, I promise," she said with a grin, not sure Sawyer's look was glowering or merely benign. "It's probably pretty wild. I think it was weak, which is why it was so easy to catch. I wouldn't give it too much. Its stomach has probably shrunk." "I think you're right. He's had enough." She cuddled the sleepy little kitten in her hand, stroking his head softly. "Want me to hold him while you eat?" He nodded at the egg whites left on her plate. She lifted the kitten, handing it to him. Their fingers brushed, and she lifted her eyes, surprised at the shock that ran up her arm. From the look in his eyes, she thought he might have felt the same thing, but it disappeared from his face so quickly she couldn't be sure. But it made her determined to broach the subject that she'd been thinking about earlier. She waited until he was settled with the kitten and she'd eaten a couple bites of her egg. Looking at him from under her lashes, she admired his relaxed gentleness. She knew that's how he was, but it wasn't something one expected from such a large, rugged-looking man. Tempted to just eat in silence and allow the moment to stand, uninterrupted, she forced the words out of her mouth. "I feel like you've been avoiding me." There. She aired her grievance. She felt better already. His head stayed bent over the kitten, and his body continued to look relaxed. Her statement hadn't surprised him. "Guess that's 'cause I kinda have been," he said softly. His chest rose and fell before he lifted his eyes. "I'm sorry." "Did I do something?" "No." "Is it because of everything that everyone was saying last Friday in town?" He'd probably figured out that she had a crush on him. Maybe he even knew that she had one still. It made him uncomfortable, she was sure. "No." Her brows rose. At a loss, because that wasn't the answer she'd expected, she took another bite of her cold egg. When she'd chewed and swallowed and he'd not explained more, she prompted. "What then?" "Just selfish reasons, I guess. Fear, maybe." His blue eyes were deep and dark. "I like to control everything in my environment, and I know I can't control you." He lifted a hand, indicating the two of them.
this? He wasn't making any sense to her. What was there to control? They'd married, gotten the money. She was staying until spring. She kind of hoped that maybe he might, if not fall in love with her, at least be on his way to doing it by then. She'd stay. For the rest of her life, she'd love to stay. One of Ford's business associates messaged me on social media. She began with a soft voice. She had wanted to message him right back, but because of Sawyer's distance, she'd hesitated. He talked to Ford since his marriage, and he knew Ford wasn't going to need me anymore. She pushed the last bite of egg around on her plate. He wants me to move to Houston and work for him. Sawyer didn't move. If he were breathing, it was shallow enough that his chest wasn't moving up and down. "I'm doing fine," he finally said. "You don't need to stay." His voice sounded like a rake over dead leaves. Her heart crimped. It was hard to keep the hurt off her face. "I was going to tell him I couldn't do it until spring. That was our arrangement." He jerked his chin up. "Yeah, thanks." She leveled her gaze at him. "But you seem to not want me here or be uncomfortable or something. You admitted you were avoiding me." He shifted. "I guess I was hoping now that I had the money, you would help me decide what kind of house to build." His words spun excitement through her. Helping to plan the place where Sawyer was going to live, working with him on it, was something she'd love. She knew the idea could not have just come to him. It was probably something he'd been thinking about for days or weeks. Still, he acted almost surprised that he'd said it. Did that mean he didn't want her? After all, he had been avoiding her. Then she realized that she could be planning a house that another woman might eventually share with Sawyer. That dampened her excitement somewhat. Maybe she was just crazy, but the idea of his house, even if he were sharing it with someone else, having her stamp on it gave her a deep satisfaction. Placing her fork down, deliberately, on the table, she looked Sawyer right in his deep blue eyes. "Do you or don't you want me to stay? It's not a trick question." He seemed to be fighting an internal battle, although he met her steady gaze. Finally, he said, soft and low, "I do." "Fine," she nodded. "I'll stay. But there won't be any more of these awkward silences between us. No more avoiding me for whatever reason. I'm not going to be here and wonder if I'm welcome the whole time." "You're welcome here anytime. I've been spending time outside working, but it's nothing personal against you. I just have some things I need to work out." His big, rough-working hand stroked the little kitten gently. He looked down at the small, defenseless animal. "I want you to stay," he said quietly. "Then that settles it. I'll talk to Mr. Cody and let him know that I have a job until spring." Whatever happened after that, she'd deal with it then. He kept his head down, his finger gently smoothing the kitten's fur, as she rose and cleared off the table. "You want to get your stuff on and I'll show you where the house is going to be?" "Oh, not here?" She wasn't sure why she'd assumed the new house would be right beside the old one. "No, the previous owner had the test done for the septic. I like the spot he picked out. I'll show you." "Okay, I'd love that. Let me get a little spot for the kitten to stay." She put the dishes in the sink and found a box, putting an old, soft T-shirt of Sawyer's in it that she decided was too worn to put back in his drawer. She tucked the box into a corner of the kitchen. "I think it will be fine here," she said from where she knelt beside the box. Sawyer stood and walked over. "We'll have to do something about a litter box if he's going to stay in the house for long." Georgia assumed he'd hand the kitten over to her, but he knelt beside her, his heat and nearness making her heart kick up just like the sight of him always had. "You okay?" he asked, and somehow she knew he was asking about her breakdown and everything she'd been dealing with. "Yes," she said honestly, pleased with the fact that he'd thought to ask. "I'm over it." He set the kitten down carefully, not waking it up. But he didn't move to stand, and they knelt there, side by side beside the box. His hand came up and landed on her shoulder. She glanced up at him, seeing the swirl of emotion in his deep blue eyes and wondering what it meant. He spoke. "I'm sorry. I haven't treated you the way you deserve. I don't have any excuse. I'm just an idiot sometimes." The pulse in his neck ticked in and out like his heart was racing hers. "I just thought maybe you didn't want me here." "Not that. Never that." His fingers lightly rubbed over her shoulder. Kneeling on the floor, their height difference wasn't as noticeable. He exhaled heavily. "It's marriage, I think. Even though it's fake, maybe because it's fake, normally I know exactly what I want and know how to work to get it, but this is different." "It's the money?" she asked, not understanding what he was saying at all. She half wondered if he even did. But his closeness was disconcerting. His fingers made her shiver, and she wasn't sure if maybe her brain just wasn't working. "No, it's me, mostly." He shook his head. "Sometimes I'm too stupid to see what's right in front of me." And now she really didn't understand, because she was right in front of him. "I fixed the snowmobile. After we walk to the house site, do you want to take a ride?" "Won't it be time to feed?" Something flickered across his eyes. "The cows can wait." Her lashes fluttered. "Okay." His other hand came up and cupped her cheek. "Georgia, She tilted her head, nesting her cheek in his palm. He froze. Their eyes met, his dark and hooded, hers. She wasn't sure what hers might look like. Wishful, maybe. "Come on," he said with what she hoped was reluctance. He stood, his hand coming off her shoulder. He held it out for her. She grabbed it. "You're going to be here till spring. You're my wife, and everyone thinks we're married because we're perfect for each other. Let's just live in that moment until it ends." She pulled up but didn't move. "I'm not sure I understand what you're saying." "Live in the moment?" "Maybe it's more for me. I was okay with the fake marriage to get the money deal if people knew what we were doing. I'm not comfortable deceiving anyone, especially my family, my best friend, the people in our town. But neither of us could get the truth out when we had the chance. I'm not looking forward to the future." He looked over her head like there was more than what he'd told her. She couldn't imagine what it might be. "But since we both dropped the ball, we might as well wait to tell them and not worry about it." His eyes came back to her. "I'm not usually much for putting the hard things off, but in this case it seems to make sense at this point to wait until we have to tell them now." "In the spring?" "Yeah." His eyes seemed heavy, his expression serious. But she'd already found a bright side. She got to stay with Sawyer until spring, and he was actually going to pretend to be married to her. So, since she'd gotten that far, he must not be thinking of her as a kid anymore, if he were willing to let everyone think they were married for real. There was an end coming. Spring. But she wasn't going to focus on it. The winter was long, and anything could happen. Chapter 22. Georgia had been right. He felt a lot better. He'd been slowly recovering, but now that the fate of the ranch and the bills that needed to be paid weren't hanging over his head, he felt 100 times better. He'd not even realized the stress he'd been under and what it had done to him. Although having Georgia here, cooking for him, caring for him, without treating him like a child, probably helped too. Maybe someone to share the workload with. Or companionship. He glanced at her as she walked beside him to the house site, which wasn't far away. Her face was lifted to the sky, and she smiled at the brisk wind that blew snow across the flatland. "What are you grinning about?" he asked before he thought to keep his mouth shut. She turned to him, her smile growing bigger. "I love winter.
I love snow and I love North Dakota.
Just then, a gust of wind sweeping a white-out cloud of snow swirled around them. She stumbled. He reached out, catching her arm as her hand flew out for balance. "Careful," he said. He'd not put his gloves on, walking with his hands in the pockets of his work coat. She laughed, and he found himself not wanting to break contact with her. Her happiness was infectious. The snow swirled around them as their eyes met. It was impossible to see George's happy laugh and not smile with her. "Smiling Scoop?" he murmured.
You mean stumbling Scoop,
She corrected him. Ah, yes. There was an opportunity he could take advantage of. "I'm stronger than I have been. I can help you with that." He held her eyes as his hand slid down the sleeve of her coat to her gloved hand. Oh, but he wouldn't be content with that. He tugged on the first finger of her glove. Her eyes widened. He held her gaze as he tugged on the next finger. Surely she'd figured out what he'd planned, but she didn't try to pull away. Moving to the next finger, he pulled and watched as her eyes darkened. His mouth had gone dry as he moved to the last finger. Her breath puffed out in a cloud. His eye twitched. His heart beat like a sledgehammer in his chest. His hand shook as he moved back to her first finger and slid the glove half off, exposing the soft skin of her hand. Delicate and small next to his, which were large and chapped, brown and calloused. He took a shaky breath as his fingers closed around the ends of her glove and started to pull. Seeing the difference in their skin and the toughness of their hands made him pause. What was he doing? She was too soft for him, too small, too young. Her eyes were still dark, but her face had tightened when he paused at the point of pulling off the whole glove.
Sawyer,
she said, her voice a whisper on the wind. He murmured, too shaken, too torn to form a word.
don't stop.
She breathed out. A plea. A command. Maybe a question. He couldn't deny her, didn't want to. He pulled the material completely off, her hand sliding into his as he stuffed her glove in his pocket. The friction as their skin slid together burned up his arm, a sweet pain that begged for more. He twined their fingers together, the sliding and clicking into place feeling so right he felt the thrill up his backbone. His other hand came up as he gave in to the temptation that he'd resisted for what seemed like forever. He ran it lightly down her wild curls, loving the softness twisting around his fingers before he buried them deep in the springy thickness. "I've dreamed about kissing you again. Seems like it couldn't be nearly as good as I remember." His voice was raspy, like the ventilator tube had just been removed. Her eyelids drifted down as she pressed into his hand.
I can't recall,
she said softly. Then her lips tugged up, just a little.
Show me, Scoop.
She didn't need to say it twice. He kissed her. It was a long time later before he reluctantly lifted his head. Their eyes met, something new and precious shimmering between them. He almost hated to speak and break the spell. Almost. "I've never had a dream that good." Her lips curved up, and the sparkle that he loved flared in her eyes.
I'm not sure. I might need a second Scoop.
"Anything to help make up your mind, sure, Scoop." They laughed together. It was a long time before they made it to the site where he was building his house. Georgia couldn't believe the weeks had gone by so quickly. She and Sawyer had fallen into an easy companionship where they enjoyed each other's company and worked together putting the tractor back together, feeding the animals, fixing fences, and plowing snow. They played together too, on the snowmobile, games in the evening. She beat him every time at Chinese checkers while he beat her at regular checkers. And they even made a massive snowman in the yard, with a body so large they used the skid loader to stack the snowballs which were too heavy for them to lift. There was also some kissing going on too, although Georgia went to the loft every night at 9, alone. And neither one of them talked about what would happen in the spring. They had to get through Christmas first. Christmas Eve, they fed the animals early and went into Sweetwater to the services at their church. Word of their marriage had spread around, and the excitement had died down as other gossip took its place. No one lifted a brow as they walked into the church with their heads bent together, laughing and holding hands. Georgia couldn't believe that the man she'd loved her whole life was holding her hand and escorting her to her favorite church service of the year. Her smile only wavered slightly as she noticed a tall blonde that looked very familiar standing beside a slightly shorter man who looked an awful lot like Ken. The blonde had her head turned toward the back like she was looking for someone, and as Sawyer and Georgia walked up the aisle to their seat, she waved with a big smile. Georgia waved back, but since they were on the other side of the church, she didn't try to say anything. Sawyer had just settled beside her with his arm on the pew around her when Ford walked in with Morgan. "Oh my, I had no idea she was so beautiful," Georgia whispered to Sawyer. "I know you are, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." Sawyer smiled down at her. His chin brushed her forehead. If they'd been alone, he would have kissed her. She smacked his arm playfully. "Silly Scoop. It must be Morgan with Ford." He turned his head. "They do look good together, and Ford deserves all the happiness in the world. But the most beautiful woman in the room tonight is right here beside me." Ford, looking dashing in his eye patch and very happy with Morgan pressed close to his side, nodded at Sawyer. Georgia gave them both a small wave, and Morgan waved gracefully back. "Hey, sis." Ty tapped Georgia's head over Sawyer's shoulder. "Merry Christmas, Sawyer," Louise, Ty's wife, said to her brother as their daughter Tella slipped into the pew and wrapped her arms around Sawyer's neck. "Hey, Squirt, where have you been?" "Mom and Dad said we'd be in Sweetwater for the rest of the winter." "Come on, kiddo," Ty said. "Your mom has to start playing the piano." He looked at Sawyer and Georgia. "You staying for refreshments?" "Yeah, for a bit," Sawyer replied. "Talk to you later, then." He moved up the aisle. On the other side, Sawyer's brother Palmer walked up with their grandparents and his wife, Ames. Ames had her hand held protectively over her slim stomach. "Maybe the rumors are true," Georgia said in a low tone about her sister-in-law and the whispers that she was expecting. "Palmer hasn't said, but I know they've been busy." Their gazes met, and there was something hot in Sawyer's eyes that caused her to shiver. Suddenly her throat was dry and she couldn't swallow. "I have something that I want to ask you later," he said in a low tone that had enough heat to singe her toes. They curled in her shoes as the hair on the back of her neck stiffened and tingled. "Okay," she murmured, her heart beating like stampeding cattle. He ran a finger down her cheek and traced her jaw. She almost didn't notice when the pastor started the service. She settled more deeply in Sawyer's arm as her mother slipped past with a small wave, going to her regular seat at the front beside Ty, Louise, and Tella. Georgia could hardly keep the happy grin off her face. It seemed like everything she'd wanted had been given to her in the last few months. Sawyer. That was really it. Although both of her brothers were happily married and her mother had started a successful business and seemed happy too. Her mother. How could she think of her as anything else? Even her fear that she wouldn't feel like she belonged in her marriage like she didn't belong to her family seemed silly now. She and Sawyer hadn't really talked about what they were going to do come spring, but the plans for the house were coming along, and Sawyer asked her opinion on everything, like it really mattered. Like the house was going to be theirs, and not just his. Maybe what he wanted to ask her later had something to do with their relationship and where they were going from here. She certainly didn't want to leave in the spring, but then again, she never had. It had been Sawyer who'd wanted the fake marriage. Christmas Eve was always a magical night. If whatever he wanted to ask about wasn't about their relationship, she would ask herself. And she refused to think that he'd not wanted what she wanted, a real marriage. Not after the kindness and consideration he showed toward her, not to mention the passionate way he kissed her. The service flew by, and soon they'd sung the last hymn and were dismissed. People milled about. She and Sawyer had made it to the back of the church, where they stopped and talked to Elaine, who would be at Christmas dinner with them tomorrow. "Georgia, Sawyer, hey, look at this!" Danielle's voice broke through their conversation, and Georgia looked up in time to see her hurrying toward them, her ring finger held high and flashing a stone bigger than most church steeples. "Wow, you two are engaged?" Georgia asked, although the answer seemed obvious. "We were. We just got married this morning, and we wanted to spend our first Christmas here, where it all began." Danielle put an arm around Ken, who looked slightly less happy than she did. Maybe he'd not wanted to come the whole way to North Dakota to celebrate Christmas. "We're happy for you," Sawyer said, and sounded like he meant it. Georgia nodded. Ken looked Sawyer up and down, then his eyes went to the arm that tucked Georgia close to Sawyer's side. His brow lifted. "Looks like you didn't need to go too far to find a replacement for your fake marriage." Ford, who had just broken through the crowd and was in the process of stepping forward to give his best friend a hug, stopped in his tracks. Ty, who had been talking with Elaine and Georgia with Louise, jerked his head up. "Fake marriage?" The brow over Ford's good eye lowered. Pain sliced through Georgia's middle as her stomach cramped tight. Sawyer had told her that Ford had the same inheritance he had from Mr. Edwards at Sweetwater Ranch. Ford would know exactly why Sawyer would need a fake marriage. Ty seemed like he might have insider knowledge as well, as his shoulders straightened and his jaw clenched. Her brothers were large men and strong, but Georgia wasn't scared of them. Not for herself, but the fact was they did have a fake marriage. Before she could say anything, Danielle said, "Sure, I wouldn't have met my husband if Sawyer hadn't paid me to come to this godforsaken town to be his fake wife. He was going to inherit a lot of money once we got married." She smiled, although it didn't seem to reach her eyes. "But I ran off with Ken before I ruined my life in a loveless marriage." She gave Georgia a pitying look. "Looks like he found another sucker." Her brothers each took a step forward. Georgia's neck erupted in flames and her hands clenched. She went to step forward, her mouth open, when Sawyer put a hand on her shoulder. "No," he said. "I'm not hiding behind you. Move over. This is my issue to deal with." Chapter 23. Sawyer's blood had run cold in his veins when he saw the look on Ford's face after Danielle had finished speaking. He deserved the wrath of his best friend, of both of Georgia's brothers. "So, it's true?" Ford asked. The pain in Ford's eye hurt him to his very bones. It was mostly anger in Ty's expression, but neither of them moved to strangle him. "It's true." Beside him, Georgia gasped. He wasn't going to lie or sugarcoat the truth. He ignored the sound, even though his whole being ached to touch her. "I brought Danielle here after she answered an ad I placed asking for a wife in name only. But I got sick and she left before we could get married, although I'd already decided I couldn't go through with it." Here was the hard part. Georgia offered to take her place. "And you took her up on it, you slimeball." Ty practically growled. "I did. I took her up on it.
It's true I needed the money to save the ranch, but I'd already decided I would give it up. Sell the cattle. Sell the whole ranch if necessary. For the first time, Sawyer was aware that the whole congregation stood listening. Quiet. Waiting. His brother, Palmer, stood just a few people behind Ford and Ty, his expression considering. Of course, it wasn't Palmer's sister that was involved, but his brother was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. The crowd shifted impatiently. He needed to start talking. Fast. But this was where he always tripped up with Georgia, when he had to start talking about how he felt. And? Ford prompted. His expression also showed that he might be willing to believe Sawyer if he had a good excuse. I was willing to give it all up, because when I had decided not to go through with the fake marriage to Danielle, I'd made that decision because... His throat felt tight. The weakness that he'd thought he'd overcome made his knees shake. He turned to look at Georgia, the little box that he'd put in his pants pocket burning a hole in his leg. Georgia's eyes were wide, flecked with pain. But she continued to stand beside him. He knew she always would. That was the kind of woman she was. He drew in a breath. Because I'd come to the conclusion that I didn't want to marry anyone but Georgia. His heart pounded. He looked deep into her eyes. I couldn't marry someone else when every time I lay down, I see your eyes, your smile. I dream about holding you, kissing you. It wouldn't be right to marry someone else when you're the only one I want. You didn't want to marry me. Her voice was barely a whisper. I didn't want to fake marry you. I would have sold the cows, the ranch, everything I had to have the chance to court you and convince you to be mine. I said no the first time you offered, but I couldn't resist you again. I thought maybe you might fall in love with this poor cowboy, since I love you. He shoved his hand in his pocket before dropping to his knee. Opening the small box, he looked up into her eyes. This wasn't my plan either, but I love you, Georgia. Will you marry me? For real? Georgia gasped. Her throat worked, but no words came out. Biting her lip, she dropped to the floor beside him. Yes, you know I will. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and he held her tight. I didn't know any such thing. I could only hope. She leaned back, looking at the pink pearl set in white gold. Where did you get this? I bought it in Fargo when I took our marriage certificate to the lawyer. That was shortly after we were married, she said, a note of wonder in her voice. That's right. I wanted a real marriage. It was never my intention to pretend. I don't regret the time we've spent together, though. Me either. Her eyes shone. I love you, Sawyer. I've loved you for a really long time. You two are making my knees hurt. Why don't you get up off the floor and go downstairs so we can sort this out while we eat? Miss Harriet, an older lady in the church and never one to follow when she could lead, pushed through the crowd and grabbed them both by the arm. Sawyer couldn't believe an 80-year-old could be so strong. Have her try on the ring first, she said, once they were on their feet. She said yes, after all. The ring slipped perfectly onto Georgia's small finger. She beamed. Maybe they were in church, but Sawyer kissed her anyway. You two were legally married, but I could say a few words over you after we eat. You want God's blessing on this, don't you? Pastor Hoop called from his spot in the middle of the crowd around them. Sawyer looked at Georgia. She smiled and shrugged. I'm in for that if you are. Definitely, Sawyer said. Ford slapped his shoulder. I knew you two were made for each other. I'm sorry I didn't do it the right way, Sawyer said to his friend, meaning every word. I'm just glad it worked out for you.
His eye softened as he looked at his wife. "I think you two will be as happy as we are." Sawyer watched as Georgia spoke with Morgan, Louise, and Ames. "I think you're right." Epilogue. Elaine Anderson stood holding a baby in one arm and a plate from one of her other children in the other. The kids were running around, playing with the other children who were buzzing with energy despite the late hour. After sitting quietly through the Christmas Eve service and then standing quietly in the basement while the pastor said a few words of blessing over Sawyer and Georgia Olson's marriage, they were ready to rip and tear some. The fact that tomorrow was Christmas didn't help either. The thought of the gifts they had opened at Ty and Louise's house surely energized them more than a cup of strong black coffee, which is what Elaine needed right now. In her arms, little Carson gave a sniff and struggled to get down. Whatever had happened that made him cry and run to his mother was apparently forgotten. Elaine let him go and set the plate she held for one of her other children down on the table. The stock was all taken care of at home, but she had a 2-hour drive to get there, so a cup of coffee wouldn't be a bad idea. She should have gone to her regular church. It was much closer, but she'd been invited by the Hansons and Olsons to spend Christmas Eve with them. Her kids had loved the attention and gifts, and Elaine couldn't have denied them. Clanking and clacking swelled in the basement as people hit plastic spoons against plastic cups, calling and hooting at Sawyer and Georgia. Their faces glowed as they looked into each other's eyes. Sawyer's rough hand caressed Georgia's upturned cheek, and he bent, brushing his lips against hers before they deepened the kiss to the catcalls of the churchgoers. Elaine smiled and was happy for them. They looked great together and deserved all happiness. But her own chest felt empty, and it was hard to resist the urge to slip out of church and cry. She'd gotten married 8 years ago on Christmas Eve, and she'd been just as happy as Georgia and Sawyer were now. She thought they'd be together forever. She'd been wrong. Her heart beat heavily as she watched her oldest child, Gabriel, watch the happy couple kiss. There was heat and desire in Sawyer's eyes as he lifted his head. There was love and tenderness there, too. But it was the gentle way he cupped Georgia's face, the protective stance of his body, the possessive arm around her waist that really tugged at Elaine's heartstrings. Even when James had married her, she'd seen the heat and desire, but the gentle protectiveness had been missing. It wouldn't have mattered that it was missing if James had the character necessary to stay, even when things got hard. But money got tight, the kids kept coming, and there was never any rest for the weary. James had found fun and excitement with Elaine's little sister. Something told her that Sawyer didn't care about fun nor excitement. He was as steadfast and unmovable as the North Dakota prairie. A dependable man. Georgia would never wake up to an empty pillow, a note, and a bank account sucked dry except for $1. Elaine had been pregnant with Carson, too. No, Georgia would never have that pleasure. Elaine watched as Georgia and Sawyer whispered together. They smiled at each other, smiles full of heat and promise. Elaine forced her lips to stay turned up, even as tears pricked the inside of her eyes. Yes, she'd wanted what they had, but she didn't want it at their expense, and she was truly happy for them. Sawyer put an arm around Georgia and called a goodbye over his shoulder, drawing his wife to the door. They kissed and laughed once more before they ran out into the snow, touching and happy. It wasn't hard to imagine that they would be having a very merry Christmas Eve. Elaine had a long drive home. She turned slowly from the closed door and went to round up her children. Sawyer held George's hand as they walked through the darkness and up to his porch. Anticipation hastened his steps, but an unfamiliar curl of anxiety spun in his stomach. He told her he loved her. She'd said she loved him. He planned for their relationship to change tonight. Opening the door, He bent and swooped her up before she could move to walk through. She squealed.
Sawyer, you're nuts. What are you doing?
Carrying you over the threshold. He bumped the light switch with his elbow and kicked the door shut behind him.
You're crazy. We've walked through this door 100 times together.
Tonight's different.
It's Christmas Eve?
It is. We were just at the Christmas Eve service. Typically, they have that service on Christmas Eve. His words were light, and he grinned down at her, but the feel of her in his arms was better than he'd imagined, and he hoped she was ready for the change he wanted. She rolled her eyes, but there was more in her expression. A flash of desire. Heat. He let go of her legs and allowed her body to slowly slide down his until her feet touched the ground.
Why is it different?
She asked. A new note, husky and soft, had entered her voice. I want you to move in.
I've been living here for 6 weeks. You're a little late on the draw there, Ace.
To my bedroom. His jaw tensed, and he held his breath as understanding dawned over her face. Her breathing became shallow, and her hand, which had been resting on his chest, clenched into a ball, holding a handful of his shirt. He swallowed, the sound loud in the sudden quiet of his house. Sleep with me. He was begging, and he didn't care. I want to go to sleep with you in my arms and wake up with your smile next to me.
I think I want a little more than that,
Georgia said, her words swelling the heat in Sawyer's chest and making his fingertips tingle. Yeah, Sawyer whispered. I guess I forgot to mention I didn't figure you'd need your clothes. A long time later, Sawyer lay curled up with Georgia, her head on his arm, her hair spilling in wild abandon around them. Wild abandon. It described Georgia's hair. It described Georgia. He hadn't slept at all, and it was almost time to get up and go feed, but he was satisfied clear to his soul, content and comfortable, and not sleepy at all. He couldn't believe that this was the beginning of the rest of his life, that Georgia was everything he'd ever wanted and more, that he got to hold her all night long, every night. She stirred, her leg moving over his, her arm thrown over his chest. Sexy scoop, he whispered, running one springy curl through his fingers, feeling the bounce and coil as his hand moved down.
Steamy scoop,
she murmured, her fingers curled on his chest.
You kind of surprised me, Sawyer.
I did?
I didn't think you were demonstrative. I was glad I was wrong.
He twisted, trapping her leg under his. I can show you demonstrative.
It's time to feed your cattle.
He stilled, his hand going up to cup her cheek. A good man takes care of his animals. I believe that with everything in me. But my wife will always come before everything else. Always.
I love you.
Her breath fanned over his face. His lips brushed hers. I love you too.
Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.